to protect our shared values of freedom and democracy.
I come to leader of the opposition.
The Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary met him in September. Did the Foreign Secretary take that opportunity to apologise for making derogatory and scatological references, including, and I quote, "Trump is not only a woman-hating, neo-Nazi sympathising sociopath, he is also a profound threat to the international order"? And if he did not apologise, will the Prime Minister do so now on his behalf?
The Foreign Secretary and I did meet President-elect Trump just a few weeks ago for dinner for about a couple of hours, and we discussed a number of issues of global significance. It was a very constructive exercise.
So, some party political knockabout there around the election of Donald Trump, and I really think that this moment, this election, will define a lot of the politics that we see unfold here in the coming months and years, because there are huge questions about what this means for global trade, of course, the impacts here, European security, the war in Ukraine. That was something that the Lib Dem leader, Sir Ed Davey, wanted to ask Keir Starmer about. So this really is a US election that will have ramifications here at Westminster.
It was interesting listening, though, to that clip, Kemi Badenoch, what she was saying, given that a former Tory leader, William Hague, only a couple of days ago described Donald Trump as being a nasty individual who was a threat to the world. So you can see different politicians with different views from the same party. But aside from all of that, is the most likely way forward less of a special relationship with America and more a sort of transactional relationship?
I think so, Matthew, but in a way, the so-called special relationship, the Anglo-American alliance, a term first used by Churchill in Missouri just after the end of World War II, has always been, to an extent, transactional. It's always been a bit lopsided. There is a senior partner in this relationship, and it's the United States. And it's been through difficult times and times of friction before. You know, there was a proper argument between Lyndon Johnson and Harold Wilson about Vietnam. Harold Wilson did not want Britain to be involved in that at all. Even Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, who had a very close relationship, they were great political allies. They fell out over Grenada. There was tension too about the Falklands. So, you know, this has been a bumpy relationship for decades. It has not always been smooth, but we are entering, I think, a totally new phase when it comes to what we like to call the special relationship. And I think the next Trump presidency, working with a new Labour government here, despite the work that has gone in behind the scenes in recent months, David Lammy in particular, trying to build bridges, make connections with people who are going to be very senior in the next Trump administration, particularly J.D. Vance. I think that relationship is going to be tested, perhaps like never before.
Ben Wright, live there at Westminster, thanks a lot. Let's go to another crucial area, work out the implications of what we've seen in Washington. Let's talk to our environment correspondent, Matt McGrath, about climate change. And Matt, it is another area where people are trying to work out what this result actually means for them.
Absolutely, Matthew. I think we had some big clues from President Trump's first term in office when he took the United States out of the Paris Agreement. Now, at that time, it took a number of years for the US to leave because it was a number of UN regulations in place, and he only finally left basically a couple of months before he left office. This time around, if he decides to leave the Paris Climate Agreement again, which he said he will do, it's only going to take a year, which will, I think, give President Trump a free hand in terms of his climate policies, which he, at this moment in time, seems to want to ramp up aggressively on fossil fuels and ramp down very much on climate action.
Matt, it's interesting. I was just reading a statement from those running the upcoming COP summit, no reference directly to Donald Trump, but an underlining of just the point we've reached and the importance of that gathering.
Absolutely. I think Donald Trump will not be in Azerbaijan next week, but he will be the talk of the town, undoubtedly, because this summit was set up to agree two things, really: to get more climate cash for developing countries, but also to encourage countries to put new, better climate targets on the table, which they're supposed to do by next spring. Both of those issues are likely to be stymied by the United States. The United States team will be President Biden's team, who will be in Baku next week, but their hands will be tied by the incoming Trump administration, and they're unlikely to agree very much on that. So that may cast a real shadow over the entire proceedings and make progress there very difficult indeed.
Matt McGrath, thanks very much on the implications for climate change. Well, let's get back to what we've been seeing and hearing over the last 18 hours in the US, that extraordinary result with Donald Trump finding a clear path to the White House. The future president, the 47th President of the United States, and only the second president to win non-consecutive terms. Grover Cleveland, back in the 19th century, was the last person to do it. So he won in 2016, lost in 2020. Now he wins again in 2024. Let me turn to Kamala Harris, because just the official word being reported in the United States with the US media saying that Kamala Harris is expected to call Donald Trump at some stage in the coming hours to formally concede defeat in this presidential election. She still formally hasn't made that call yet. And we were also told that Joe Biden also plans to call Donald Trump and will speak publicly about those election results. Let me show you the pictures of Kamala Harris. These in her campaign HQ, the last time we actually saw the Democrat candidate. Of course, that massive party arranged, but then we saw officials come to the microphones and say she won't be speaking last night as those results rolled in, as she lost those key swing states, as it became clear that there was no path for her to the White House. We are still expecting to hear from her at some stage. No indication about when that might be, but perhaps in the coming hours this afternoon we will see the Democrat candidate come address her party workers, those supporters who have campaigned so hard over the last few months, the 100 days or so since she was the candidate, but to no avail. So just as soon as we get word as to when Kamala Harris will speak, we'll bring that to you. But let's head to Florida, because we've already heard from the man who won, Donald Trump. So let's talk to our correspondent, Will Grant. And Will, what an extraordinary result it was in the end, because all the polls showed it to be razor thin, but it wasn't in the end.
No, in so many ways it wasn't, not least of all the most important way, the Electoral College. I think it suggests, and certainly Trump supporters would suggest, that you shouldn't underestimate Donald Trump or the extent of the breadth of his support in the United States. Here in Florida, a state which he was always going to win comfortably, it was striking just how well he was performing with Latinos. He has won it on the 3 occasions that he stood for president. Nevertheless, every single person we spoke to around the voting station where we went, where he cast his own ballot, it was clear that he was taking Latino men, Latino women, people who are very tired with the state of the economy in this country, who were struggling to make ends meet in terms of the price of the groceries in the supermarket. And, you know, it's an old and tired cliche, but it's the economy is stupid. It does feel like on some level that has been a very, very big part of this victory. Of course, there are other things we can talk about, but, you know, let's not lose sight of how he has tapped in to working-class white voters, working-class Latino voters, and to an extent black voters too.
And Will, it is so interesting watching the whole of the campaign, because the tone, the style of politics in the US, and actually now going forward, given the result, it is now embedded in the system, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, at no stage did he show any sort of chink in his armour. I saw him at least at a number of rallies in Pennsylvania, an important swing state that, you know, represents 19 electoral college votes that both he and Kamala Harris were fighting for tooth and nail. At no point did he act as though it was anything except his to lose. And I think that was reflected among the confidence of his supporters too. But you're right, there it's almost like there's been a shift to an extent to a more conservative worldview. That is the way that some people were talking about it. I think what we're seeing in part in terms of the Latino vote, which is the one that I know well and that is also crucial here in Florida, there is this element in which, of course, the economy, but also, for example, on immigration, people not wanting there to be unfettered, undocumented immigration and blaming the Biden-Harris administration for the numbers seen at the southern border over the past few years, believing that even though that Donald Trump has talked about mass deportations, that as a Latino family wouldn't affect me or my family because we came in the right way and he should close the door behind me. All of these things have contributed to this huge win that we've been discussing.
Well, a final broader thought, because we're still awaiting the final results, but if the Republicans were to win the Senate and hold the House, that gives Donald Trump enormous powers, doesn't it, going forward in these next 4 years?
That's right. Full legislative backing to the executive, to a second Donald Trump administration, being able to count on full Republican backing in the House, in the Senate, not needing to turn to Democrat votes in order to get through, for example, his appointments to his cabinet, any future appointments to the Supreme Court, just knowing that his agenda will be backed at the legislative level is extremely important to him, considering how controversial some of those policies are, particularly among his opponents. So he will want to see that cemented. He is likely to see that cemented. It only adds to the greater sense of introspection for the Democratic Party this morning in the United States, and the question of where they went wrong, where their messaging didn't hit home, and what they need to do as a party to sort of reinvent themselves and appeal to those voters who turn to Donald Trump in their droves.
Will Grant, thanks very much. Will Grant there in Florida. Again, we may get to see in the coming hours Donald Trump speak again. We haven't seen him since that rally last night, so we'll keep an eye on that and bring that to you as soon as it happens. Let's go to Virginia now. Our reporter there is Rowan Bridge. And Rowan, when we were talking yesterday, we were talking about Virginia being a bellwether state, and that's exactly how it turned out again last night.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We've been in a diner here this morning that's open 24 hours talking to voters, both Democrats and Republicans, about the result here. And really, how you feel about what has happened, it depends on the prism with which you view American politics. This campaign has been particularly divisive. Both sides saw the other as a threat to the future of America. And you've seen that reflected in the views that we've heard this morning talking to people over their breakfast. So, for example, we spoke to one Democrat who was actually at Kamala Harris's rally at Howard University last night, and he talked about how the mood shifted there over time from excitement at the start to concern to downright fear about the result. Whereas on the other side of the coin, if you talk to Republicans this morning, much more energized, much more excited about what the future might hold, what they see as a new golden age, a new direction for America under Donald Trump when he assumes the presidency. And I heard both sides of the coin this morning as they talked to me over their breakfast.
It's hard to get my brain around the fact that we've elected this fool. And for me, I'm a retired lawyer, and he took an oath of office, which as a lawyer, any American should think that's really important when you take an oath of office to preserve and protect the Constitution. And then he sat in the Oval Office for 4 hours on his hands while people were attacking our Capitol and threatening to kill his own vice president. That's breaching the sacred oath of office.
I am thrilled, I'm excited, I'm happy. Finally, we are getting the U.S. back. I cannot express how happy I am. I didn't sleep at all. It means safety, prosperity, and also not only for America. There is expression, if America coughs, the rest of the world gets a cold.
He has given us a higher quality of life. As a small business owner, the reduction of restrictions on business, and that helps me, as a small business owner. And also just like advocating for the African American community. I've seen what kind of president he's been already.
And And the closest, you're thinking of a sort of UK audience, the closest comparison I can give you to how people feel here is probably over the Brexit vote in the UK, where the country again was split over what the future should be, and both sides felt it was a particularly consequential decision. And you kind of get that sense talking to Republicans and Democrats here. Democrats extremely worried what the future may hold, Republicans very excited about what it is. Certainly what we are going to see is a very different direction to the United States going, as we've heard from correspondents who've been on before me, over foreign policy, over domestic policy. It's going to be a very different agenda under Donald Trump. But you are going to have a sizable part of this population who is going to be very unhappy with those sorts of policies. And so the idea of whether Donald Trump can bring together everybody after such a divisive campaign, I think that's going to be a challenge for him as president.
Rowan, thanks very much for now. Let's talk to Kathy Frankovich, who's consultant to YouGov America and the former director of surveys for CBS. And Kathy, welcome here to BBC News. For weeks we were told this was absolutely on a knife edge, could go either way. It didn't turn out to be like that. Did the scale of this surprise you?
Well, actually, it could have possibly turned out this way, because whatever the polls are saying in terms of the national popular vote, and we don't know what that total is right now, we know that we have had a history when an election is relatively close and there are a number of swing states, they tend to break in the same direction. So Donald Trump's clear electoral victory by a significant margin, not a gigantic one, but a significant margin, does sort of indicate that spread of support for him across a wide variety of states in the United States.
You would have been watching last night. I thought the first clue was the exit poll that showed that 72% of Americans were dissatisfied or angry at the state of America. The economy turned out to be absolutely critical, didn't it?
Yes. That's true. But, you know, that number, 72% dissatisfied with the state of the country, we've been seeing that throughout, I would say, the last half of the Biden administration. It is a statement about politics as much as about the economy or belief of the state of the country. And we are a divided country. We are polarized. If you are a Republican, you would hate things that were going on in the economy. If you were a Democrat, you would say, things are okay. You know, the economy is in excellent or good shape. The economy is getting better or staying the same, while the vast majority of Trump voters see the economy as getting worse, continuing to get worse, even in the face of some good economic numbers when it comes to jobs and decline in the rate of inflation.
Just briefly, explain to me the breakdown of those who did in the end vote for Donald Trump on the gender divide, the Hispanic vote, the black vote. Even Puerto Ricans voted in big numbers despite everything we saw at that New York rally.
Well, I think that it's the, let me start with the Puerto Ricans and work backwards, or Hispanics in the United States. Yes, Donald Trump, according to exit polls that are available to everybody on the major news networks' websites, Donald Trump did get about 40% of the Hispanic vote. He did better with Hispanic men than Hispanic women, which is true pretty much across the board, whatever group you choose to look at. He also, it's also a difference if you go from state to state. Texas and Florida, I noticed you were in Florida. Florida, which went massively for Trump, that was true as well for the Hispanics there. That's not necessarily the case in every single state. But let's talk about the gender gap. It is a 10-point difference in support for Trump between men and women. Men much more supportive than women. A majority of them voted for him. A majority of women voted for Harris. Education. We are now seeing a country which has a massive educational divide between those people with a college degree and those who don't have a college degree. And it's massive. And if you look at white voters only, it is a 20-point difference in support for Trump and or Harris. So that's a big thing, and that's new. It's a divide that is bigger among whites. It is gender specific. You don't see it on that level among black voters.
30 seconds, if you would, on the silent vote, because Democrats were hoping that Republicans who just couldn't bear what they heard from Donald Trump would peel away. It turned out there was a sizable silent Trump vote, wasn't there?
Yes. Well, the people who made up their minds in the last week gave Trump a majority of vote. That, I think, is a surprise. And the people who did not vote in 2020 and came out to vote, the occasional voters, they also gave Donald Trump a majority.
Kathy, great to talk to you. Thanks so much for joining us here on BBC News. Let's get more reaction. Let's talk to our business correspondent, Arunade Mukherjee, who's here in the studio. Just take me through how markets have responded.
Well, just in a nutshell, as far as the highlights are concerned, well, the Wall Street has just opened to record highs. They closed on a high note, and we were anticipating them to open to record highs as well. We've seen the US dollar go up by over 1.5% compared to all the big major global currencies like the euro or the pound or even the Japanese yen. Bitcoin, there's a lot of excitement in that sector, given we know what kind of stance Donald Trump has had towards Bitcoin. He's promised during his campaign to make America the cryptocurrency capital of the planet. It'll be interesting to watch, Matthew, how Asian markets really respond when they open, because that's where there is a fair bit of anxiety, how Beijing will be looking at a Trump presidency, given the kind of rhetoric we've heard, given the kind of threats about tariff hikes that we've heard, because then that would really be interesting to watch how economic policy is shaped. And if they go against China, then the third largest economy of Asia, India, which has been trying to project itself as that viable alternative, whether it can fill that vacuum. So a lot remains to be seen.
Yes, he has talked many times about introducing much greater tariffs. Arunade, thank you for taking me through all of that. As we come to the end of this hour, let me take you back to Washington and show you the live pictures of Capitol Hill, because the results are in. We're still waiting to find out the final results when it comes to the Senate and the House. But we know who is heading to the White House. It is Donald Trump after that remarkable run. It has been a very long and often controversial campaign, but he has emerged the clear winner in terms of electoral college seats. There he is with all of his supporters in Florida overnight. We still haven't heard from Kamala Harris. She's expected to concede at some stage today. That's what they were battling for. We know the winner. Will be live back in Washington with Anna Foster here in just a moment or two with plenty more reaction. You are watching BBC News.
Hello there. Very little change on the weather front. We're continuing with high pressure, which will bring a lot of clouds, some mist and murk, a bit of drizzle at times, and limited spells of sunshine. So there's very little change for the rest of this week. Perhaps into the weekend, could see a few weather fronts pushing in off the Atlantic. Very weak features, which could bring a few showers to northern and western areas, but they'll tend to fade as they bump into this blocking area of high pressure. In the meantime, we've still got high pressure bringing a lot of dry weather around and mild air from the south, with temperatures a little above the seasonal norm. So for the rest of this afternoon, most places will be dry. The thicker cloud out west could produce the odd spell of drizzle, and we could see some brightness across north-east England, North Wales, north-east Scotland. And it's here where we'll see temperatures reach around 15 degrees. Otherwise, for most, it's the low to mid-teens. Through tonight, little change. It stays mostly cloudy, misty and murky. A few clear spots across northern Scotland where we could see temperatures dip into single digits. But it's a pretty mild night again for the time of year, with temperatures for many 9 to 11 degrees. Thursday, again, very little change. Mostly grey, cloudy, rather gloomy. Bit of sunshine across northern and western Wales, north-east England, probably north or north-east Scotland, faring best with some sunny spells. Otherwise, where we hold on to the cloud and temperatures into the low teens. And then for Friday, these weather fronts get a little bit closer to the west of Ireland. But I think, again, most places will be dry, a bit more of a breeze across Scotland, Northern Ireland. That should help break up the clouds. So, again, it's in the north where we'll see probably the best of the sunny spells. For most, it's rather grey day once again. Now, as we head into the weekend, we've got one weather front trying to work its way into western areas on Saturday. It will tend to fizzle, though, as it crosses the Irish Sea because it gets consumed by this strong blocking high pressure system. So maybe a few showers out west, but again, for most, it's going to be dry, mostly cloudy with limited sunshine. But again, on the mild side, temperatures low to mid-teens. Into Sunday, we'll see a weather front which could be a bit more active, bringing some showery rain to Scotland and Northern Ireland, but it will tend to weaken as it pushes eastwards. But that may allow for skies to brighten up into the afternoon across the north and the west, so potentially brighter here. But for most of England and Wales, again, it's cloudy and grey. Into next week, another strong area of high pressure builds in, so it's going to be mostly dry and settled.
The art of good conversation is to say the right thing at the right time and in the right way. You have to be original, sympathetic, encouraging, and also keep an open mind. And you really do just need to sit back and listen.
Katty Kay meets with legendary Olympic champions to find out what it takes to reach the top.
Influential with me, Katty Kay. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Morning. Come and have a seat. Now, of course, I'm not going to go easy on you. There are some really big questions we've got to try and get answers to this morning. But I'll be fair, and we just want to hear what you've got to say. So, shall we get on with it?
We're rolling.
Here we go. Join me to hear from the biggest names inside and outside politics.
Sunday with Laura Koonsberg. Sundays at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
This is BBC News. I'm Anna Foster, live in Washington.
And I'm Matthew Amaraliwala here in London.
Donald Trump wins the US presidential election, saying his second term in office will be a new golden age for America.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Jubilant supporters celebrate. Donald Trump will be the only second person in history to serve as president for 2 non-consecutive terms. A crushing night for Kamala Harris and her supporters, though, who left her campaign headquarters in Washington after the party was cancelled.
In the next couple of hours, we'll hear more from voters. We'll talk to Democrats and Republicans. We'll assess how Donald Trump might govern and what he might do. We'll have international reaction from Ukraine, the Middle East, Russia, China and the UK. As the dollar heads for its biggest one-day rally in 8 years on the Donald Trump victory, we'll look at how the financial markets and businesses have responded to the result. And we'll show you how Donald Trump got to the White House. And are Republicans going to win a clean sweep with control of the Senate and the House? Hello and welcome to BBC News. Donald Trump has won the US presidential election. He'll return to the White House, an extraordinary political comeback 4 years after he was voted out of office. Well, talking to jubilant supporters, he promised a new golden age for America. His rival, Democrat candidate Kamala Harris, hasn't spoken publicly yet, but she's expected to address her supporters in the coming hours. Well, let's go back to Washington and back to my colleague Anna Foster. And Anna, it is a stunning victory for Donald Trump. Is there any indication as to quite when Kamala Harris will make that official concession?
Well, that is a good question, Matthew, because that is something that will have to happen. And we know that Kamala Harris had that big victory party planned last night. People had arrived. They were full of energy, full of hope for the night ahead at Howard University, where she studied, really not too far from me here in Washington, D.C. But as the night went on and as the projections came in and it looked very much like Donald Trump was going to take that night, take the White House that you can see behind me, the party, as we said, was cancelled. People were told that Kamala Harris would not be speaking to them that evening. We saw people take their placards, take their celebration and leave that venue. But what needs to happen at some point, although having said that, you know, when we look at the history of 2020, I was going to say Kamala Harris needs to concede, but that was something that Donald Trump didn't do last time round when he lost the election to Joe Biden. But we expect that Kamala Harris will revert to the norms. She will at some point have a conversation. She will concede privately to Donald Trump. And then, of course, there will need to be some sort of speech. She will need to thank her supporters, those many hundreds of thousands of Democrats across the country who came out and who campaigned for her, the shoe leather of going door to door. But they'll also be looking at why that campaign didn't work, why that message did not resonate with voters here in the US, what went wrong, and what the Democrats need to do to change it around. Well, let's start by looking back at the story of a night which will be remembered for a very long time by both Republicans and Democrats, but for very different reasons. Here's our correspondent, Jessica Parker.
Donald Trump's re-entry onto the centre stage of US politics is now complete.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
4 years after being ejected from the White House, he's on his way back in, to the jubilation of these crowds in Florida.
But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
His running mate was among those invited to absorb the adulation.
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
We are off to the races. We have our first poll closures.
The countdown began overnight. At first, the results were predictable, but then swing states started falling to the Republican.
Here we go. North Carolina projected for Donald Trump.
One by one.
And we are now in a position to project Georgia.
By one.
Project Pennsylvania for Donald Trump.
Then the big call.
Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States, winning what had been expected, of course, to be a razor-tight and historic race.
Okay, I'm waving it.
The Democratic candidate Kamala Harris met volunteers on election day, but on election night at her campaign watch party, there was no victory speech. She didn't even appear.
We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
This is the machinery of democracy in America, fed by the votes of millions. Including in Erie, Pennsylvania, a swing county in a battleground state within a divided nation. Darlene, though, can't wait for a Donald Trump return.
We don't need another 4 more years of high inflation, gas prices, lying, close the border, murder. America comes first.
But others dread it.
I don't want an autocrat. I don't want someone who is convicted of a felon to be the #1 person in our political environment.
Donald Trump was convicted in May for falsifying business records.
We will never give up. We will never concede.
Other ongoing criminal cases include allegations he tried to overturn the 2020 election in the run-up to the Capitol riot. He denies wrongdoing. The sun's coming up after a long night leading to this country's next chapter. For Donald Trump's critics, he's nothing less than an outright threat to democracy, someone totally unsuited to America's highest office. Even so, he tapped into many people's concerns about the economy and immigration, once again proving to be a divisive but effective campaigner. His road back to the White House has been dramatic, even dangerous. In July, Donald Trump survived an assassination attempt.
The
the COVID. Excuse me, with
the same month, Joe Biden dropped out of the race for the Democrats after that disastrous debate performance.
I accept your nomination to be president.
Kamala Harris taking her boss's place as the candidate. Now the question for the Democrats, what went wrong?
Where Kamala Harris went wrong is going to be a question that is, a huge amount of introspection for the Democratic Party. But I do think her decisions in the closing weeks of the campaign to focus very, very heavily on all the things she thought were wrong with Donald Trump and not as heavily on why she could rebuild the U.S. economy, that could be one area.
This man's journey has enthused, appalled and fascinated onlookers. But whatever feeling he inspires, this fact remains. Donald Trump will soon once again take charge of the most powerful nation on earth. Jessica Parker, BBC News in Washington, D.C.
Well, it's just after 11 o'clock in the morning here in Washington, and it's worth saying that many people did not think that we'd be talking about a new president and a result at this stage. People were prepared for this process to last for days, particularly after the legal challenges and the questions that were raised by the Republicans and by Donald Trump about the electoral process last time round in 2020. Well, Justin Roebuck is with me, who's the Chief Election Officer for Ottawa County in Michigan. Justin, thank you for being with us here on BBC News. Just talk us through your counting process and your electoral process. Has it been smooth in the last 24 hours or so?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I think it's actually been remarkably smooth as an election process. And, that's due to a few factors. One is the fact that the state of Michigan, for the first time in a presidential election, has experienced early voting. And that is certainly common in many states in the United States, but it has not been in Michigan before. And so we actually began the day on Election Day with roughly 45% of our voters having already cast a ballot through absentee mail-in balloting and early voting. And so the process on Election Day actually went very smoothly, I think, for my jurisdiction and really across the state of Michigan, which is, of course, a swing state at this hour. It's still not officially been called yet in the election. And so, we're definitely dealing with a lot, but it was a good day overall for us.
What has it been like since 2020, when the job that you and your colleagues do has been called into question, your propriety has been called into question? That must have been difficult.
Yeah, it's been a huge challenge, I think, to be an election administrator, really in the United States, but particularly in swing states over the past 4 to 8 years, really since 2016. We've experienced a massive amount of distrust in the process by which we use to choose our government in the United States. And it's so important to make sure that we are making strides and efforts, not only as election administrators, but really as political leaders across the board to rebuild that trust. It's a crucial currency that we operate in, and we have to have it.
Do you think Donald Trump will do that now he's been re-elected? Because he is the person who's been responsible for a lot of the issues that you faced with the things that he said about the process here.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting question, and time will definitely tell with that. I think that certainly both political parties have engaged in some level of mis and disinformation over the years, and when it comes to our electoral process and how they how they either foment trust or mistrust amongst their supporters. But certainly it has been President Trump and the Republican Party that have essentially, at this point, are not trusting our process as much. It will be very interesting, in my view, to see where that's going to come in the next few years, whether that will come full circle. But I do believe, unfortunately, the seeds of mistrust that have been planted will take a lot of time to root out, and certainly that's going to be the job of election administrators and leaders across the board.
Justin, thank you for being with us. Let's also hear from Winnie Brinks, who's the Democratic Senator and Majority Leader of the Michigan Senate. And she told me what she was thinking when the results started to unfold.
Clearly, it's been a very deeply disappointing result for Democrats across the nation. And it's incredibly disappointing that we have returned to a president who sows chaos and other difficulty for the people of our country, and by such slim margins. So we have some challenging days ahead of us.
It was a definitive rejection of your message, wasn't it? Obviously, time and effort will be taken to look into what went wrong. But as your first impressions, what should Democrats have done differently?
Yeah, I think, there will be a lot of soul searching. I think it is appropriate that we take a very hard, clear-eyed look at what happened and where, and what issues seem to resonate, what we should be talking about more. And there will be time for that as we get data. And I am sure that the pundits will have all kinds of advice for us. But we will definitely be digging into that. And I think internally there's a very strong desire among Democrats to do a postmortem on this and figure out what we need to do to be better. But I would also say there are things that went well last night for us in various ways. And I'm happy to talk about those as well. But clearly, we will be doing. Please do. I think here in Michigan, we saw, the election of, in Western Michigan, the return of a congresswoman to the U.S. Congress. We have still not called the U.S. Senate race here, but that is a toss-up. We will continue to look at that. We did see movement toward Democrats in certain parts of the state, so we will want to dig into that and see what that means for us. We elected 2 Supreme Court justices to our highest court in the state that were nominated by the Democratic Party, and those are statewide races. So there are some bright spots here. I also think you saw unprecedented participation from voters in Michigan. We took great efforts to expand access to the ballot box, to improve early voting, to shore up how things are counted. And by all accounts, we have had a very secure and fair election. And I think that's a significant amount of progress over what we had seen previously with so much disarray and too much opportunity for people to cast doubt on things. So that's a win for democracy.
I just wanted to.
We don't like the result.
So I just wanted to take a moment to ask you as well about the wider legislative picture here as well, the impact on Congress, the fact that Republicans are going to be dominant when it comes to lawmaking. This country could look very different very soon, and that is what the voters have chosen.
Yeah, I think you make a good observation there. And from my position as a leader in the state Senate, it is incredibly important that states understand their role and that they exert their ability to have a positive impact on people's daily lives. Here in Michigan, we have taken measures with our trifecta for Democrats in the last 2 years to secure the rights of women for reproductive health, to secure the rights of LGBTQ folks. As those things become issues for the states, as Donald Trump has said they are, then I think it's going to be incredibly important that state legislatures take those jobs very seriously and do everything that they can to shore up those things for the people that they represent.
Well, let's take a look at Donald Trump's path to victory. And a really good way actually to see that is visually the red and blue of the map of the US. And there are still some results to come in, of course, as well. My colleague Lewis Vaughan-Jones has been analysing them as they've been coming in. What do they tell us, Lewis?
Anna, thank you. Yes, very interesting. This is the map. The red here is the Republican Party, Donald Trump. The blue, the Democrats, Kamala Harris. Now, the way the system works is you need electoral college votes. You need 270 of them. You gain those by winning individual states. And you can see Donald Trump on 279. So he's already passed that 270 number. He's already won. But we are expecting some results still. We've got these grey ones here, 3 swing states and an extra state. So what we can look at now is those swing states, basically the vast majority of states you can predict pretty well before the election starts which way they're going to vote. 7 of them this time were basically states where both candidates had a chance, spent lots of time, lots of money, lots of resources. How did that work out? Well, we have the 7 states here, and you can see a lot of red. Not much blue, no blue. In fact, the first 4 here of those swing states have been projected Trump wins for a while now. We're still waiting on these three: Michigan, Nevada, Arizona. Trump ahead in all of them. So comprehensive when it comes to those 7 swing states. So lots of people asking now, well, how big is this victory going to be for Donald Trump? Remember, you just need to pass 270. It kind of doesn't matter how much past that you go. But in terms of the size and scale of his win, well, we now don't know, but we do have the parameters effectively. Let's run through what happened last night. So these are the swing states here you can see in grey. So Donald Trump started there. North Carolina win, Georgia win, and then crucially, Pennsylvania. Now he's nearly there, just needs one more state, Wisconsin. That's what we've got. So then won Alaska after that. So how then do we look at how potentially things might go from here? Well, we could be generous, as it were, to the Democrats and say they win the remaining 3. And they will win over here. It is expected. For simplicity, we'll keep that as 1. And you can see that potential result there, 20 Electoral College votes advantage to Donald Trump. That's the worst case scenario for him. Roughly these numbers are. Best case scenario is more like 227 to 311. So we now know the potential scale and size of any win for Donald Trump, and it is significant. The other significant victories for Republicans, not in the presidential map at all, but hugely important for how powerful Donald Trump will be able to be, how much of his legislation he'll actually be able to pass and get through. And that's the state, the Senate and the House. Let's just go back to how things stood before last night's election. 49 seats for the Republican. You need 51 for a majority. Fast forward to right now, and look at that, 52. They have that majority of 51 or more. Donald Trump, in his speech, saying he believes they will control the House as well. Too early to tell on that. But every way you look at it, it is a very, very good night for Donald Trump.
Lewis, thank you very much indeed for that. As we were saying, there are just a few results left to come in, but the main result is clear. Donald Trump is the new president. And of course, what happens next? Well, he spends a period of time as president-elect before being inaugurated in January. I just want to show you something that you might not be able to see just over my shoulder. I want to give you a little bit of a closer view of what looks like a bit of staging going up. This is already preparations for Donald Trump's inauguration, because of course it's such a huge event. It takes a while to put everything in place, and even at the time of the election they are preparing for January, preparing for Donald Trump to re-enter the White House. Of course, a lot will happen between now and then. We're still waiting for Kamala Harris to concede. We're waiting for her to come out and make some sort of remarks, which I'm sure she will at some point. Lots of questions to be asked about how Donald Trump plans to govern, who he will surround himself with in his top team. But as Lewis was pointing out there, the Republicans will have a lot of control after these elections in the last 24 hours. And of course, we'll see, Matthew, won't we, how many of those policies, those promises actually come to fruition when we get into next year and Donald Trump returns to the White House.
Anna, you take me just exactly where I wanted to go, because these next few months are going to be fascinating in terms of, in effect, you have a lame duck president and an incoming president that wants to do just about everything differently. So what are you watching out for in these coming months?
That is a really excellent point. And in fact, people, just ordinary voters, have been suggesting to me over the last few days, you know, they know already that Joe Biden, the incumbent president, was considered, you know, not up to this electoral cycle. He was considered not up to standing for election once again. That is why Kamala Harris stepped in. But of course, as you say, we have this period of time now where, you know, where he does still run the country because of the way things work here. He can't make any big decisions. That's really not the way that things are done. Donald Trump will start to put his team in place. Those security handovers will start to happen already. He'll start to be given that huge amount of very sensitive, delicate information. All things, of course, which he has had and seen before the last time that he was in the White House as well. But really, it will be very difficult because Donald Trump's path as well is so different to the one that Joe Biden trod. In a way, it's kind of a vacuum here for the next few months until that inauguration happens. But no doubt the Republicans and Donald Trump will be working very hard, you know, behind the scenes, putting plans in place. So when he does have that inauguration, when he does once again have the power to do what he wants in this country, backed up by a Republican Congress, as we've seen, there could be a lot of big changes on the way, Matthew.
Anna, thanks once again. Plenty more from Anna Foster from Washington in the coming minutes. Let me bring you the latest reaction, this time from Beijing, because China's foreign ministry saying in the last little while, we respect the choice of the American people and congratulate Donald Trump on his election as president. Let's talk live to the BBC's diplomatic correspondent, James Landale. He is here in the studio with me. And James, lots of officials in lots of different capitals taking stock.
Yeah, they are scratching their heads thinking, should we have done a little bit more preparation, particularly in Europe, because they know their world is going to change. And the thing is, they don't know precisely how. They know that what Donald Trump has said in opposition and in this campaign is one thing. It's not always a firm predictor of what he will actually do in office. So there's a lot of calculation of, and it essentially comes down to this. Everybody knows that Donald Trump will be more transactional, he will be more bilateral, anti-alliance and unpredictable. And therefore, the question that many capitals are now calculating is, what can we offer a Donald Trump administration when we go into that bilateral, transactional negotiation to get him on side so that we can agree something? Because that's how Donald Trump will want to do business.
We know so many different areas there is concern about exactly what he might do, but officials close to him again making the point, we've heard it many times over the years, that they think the rhetoric from Donald Trump is different to the policies he actually puts into place.
Yeah, I mean, you've always got to look at what he does rather than what he says, because quite often, what he says is part of an opening gambit of a negotiation. So he demands the maximalist, he threatens the worst, and then brings that down to a more manageable position. And that could be as true as in terms of threatening tariffs on China, or whether or not he's talking about withdrawing support from the Ukrainians, or any of these policy decisions, which will be huge, which will make a huge difference to many people around the world. On that, everybody will look to see, well, when does he start ratcheting it up? When does he act? What priorities does he make? And so that's why everybody will be focusing incredibly hard on who he appoints for his key positions and what signals he sends during this lame duck period that you were talking about before he becomes president in January.
That is interesting, because one of the things that people have said over the years is that in the previous administration there were people like John Kelly as chief of staff, adults in the room, that's the phrase that's always been used. This time, concern about perhaps the guardrails being off.
Yeah, there will be fewer so-called adults around him, restraining him in the early years. They all fell by the wayside pretty soon. I think the difference this time is that he has learnt about this. He will have his supporters and his allies in key positions. He won't have people there just because he thinks that they're necessarily good at their job. But also, I think the counter to that is the rest of the world has understood that too. The rest of the world has realised that they know they've got 4 years of dealing with Mr. Trump already. They've now learnt from that process. That means that when they actually come to start negotiating and talking to him now, they too will be aware of the way he's doing it. So, for example, British officials are looking at how the then Japanese leader, Prime Minister Abe, got on really well with Donald Trump in the early years, in a way that, say, Chancellor Merkel of Germany did not. Chancellor Merkel of Germany was very dogmatic and expressed her mind, and the relationship was poor. But actually, Prime Minister Abe did really well in those early years of getting on side Donald Trump, because he spoke to him, did deals with him, and managed to get Japan's agenda onto the agenda of the White House.
James Landale, thanks for taking me through all of that. Let's turn to some of the issues in so many of those different capitals. Ukraine, the obvious one, given some of the things that Donald Trump has said over the recent months. I was speaking to our correspondent in Kyiv, James Waterhouse. He was giving me the reaction from there.
From soldiers, civilians, all the way up to President Zelensky's cabinet, they are analysing different shades of the unknown. I think a Kamala Harris victory would have provided some relative certainty if you looked at what she'd said about giving Ukraine support for as long as it took. With Donald Trump, you had his claim of wanting to resolve this conflict in as little as 24 hours. So what does that mean? Is he going to come and visit Kyiv? Is he going to visit Moscow? Is he going to announce a withdrawing of support? Is he going to present a peace plan to Vladimir Putin? will the Kremlin accept that peace plan, or will he, if anything, as is hoped here, will he step up military support for Ukraine? Everything is up in the air now as a result of this US presidential election. Such is the nature of geopolitics. America's pendulum between isolationism and interventionism is felt acutely in a country that is under a full-scale invasion and needs help from the West just to be able to sustain its fight. I think when you look at President Zelensky, a leader who's grown to be a political operator, he suddenly found himself on the world stage with the full-scale invasion. He will no doubt try to turn this into some kind of opportunity to make his case. And if you look at the language of his post online this morning to Donald Trump, congratulating him, describing a great meeting they had when he travelled to New York and laid out why he thinks he should continue supporting Ukraine. And he's also trying to pitch his country as an opportunity in terms of business, investment, as well as military aid, because the other side of this is, war drives innovation. There are Western companies as we speak having equipment used and tested by soldiers who are giving feedback. So that will no doubt feed into what Kyiv will try to present to the president-elect in the coming weeks and months. But in short, there are a lot of unknowns being looked at right now.
James, huge questions for NATO now going forward. Huge questions, too, about whether this might usher any sort of change of policy for the Biden administration in these last few months, about that issue that President Zelensky has pushed him on, about a change in the rules of what he's allowed to target using Western weapons.
Yeah, I think if you're Ukraine, any kind of change or upping of the stakes is welcomed. They need all Western hands to the pump.
President Trump, what he's accomplished.
We're going straight to a live news conference. Mitch McConnell, Republican leader in the Senate, just giving his thoughts on everything that has happened last night. The Republicans appearing to take control of the Senate after the 34 seats that were up for grabs last night.
This time, and I think Chris LaCivita and Susie Wiles deserve a lot of credit. They ran a spectacular race. With regard to the Senate, you guys know how long I've been around. I had really hoped I'd be able to hand over to my successor the majority. I've been the majority leader, I've been the minority leader. The majority is a lot better. And I think, based on the fact that we haven't got all the results in, we certainly already know we're going to be in the majority. We're hopeful that that might actually grow some. And I want to give particular credit to Steve Daines. I had that job at the NRSC a few years back. I've never seen a better performance. He focused on getting quality candidates, making sure they actually got the nomination. And as I said, to some criticism, candidate quality is absolutely essential. I also am proud of the job the Senate Leadership Fund and its related groups did. Overall, they were able to raise $425 million, and they made decisions to invest in, I think, all the right places. I'll just run it down for you. They spent $29 million in Maryland, $42 million in Michigan, $60 million in Montana, $3.3 million in Nebraska, $12.8 million in Nevada, $133 million in Ohio, $82.7 million in Pennsylvania, $30 million in Wisconsin, and $3 million in West Virginia. So clearly what they were doing over there is focusing on the places where we had the best chance to win, and I think the results pretty much prove they made a lot of wise decisions. So with that, I'll be happy to see what you want to talk about.
Senate Republicans will have 54, 55, maybe even 56 seats before this is done. You have been an advocate of maintaining the filibuster. The former president, now the president-elect.
You know, I'm glad you raised that.
And what will you do outside of the leadership now to continue to advocate on that if there are forces here who try to get there?
I'm really glad you raised that. I should have covered that before. I think one of the most gratifying results of the Senate becoming Republican, the filibuster will stand. There won't be any new states admitted that give a partisan advantage to the other side. And we'll quit beating up the Supreme Court every time we don't like a decision they make. So I think this shifting to a Republican Senate majority helps control the guardrails to keep people who want to change the rules in order to achieve something they think is worthwhile is not successful. And so I think the filibuster is very secure. Yep.
Leader McConnell, practically speaking, what does having a 52 or 53 seat majority mean for getting Trump's agenda through the Senate compared to a 50 or 51 seat? And does this mean maybe you expand the agenda beyond the Trump tax cuts to explore other things, and what might those things be?
Well, we hear optimistic reports of what may have happened in the House, and obviously, if you were going to legitimately work around the filibuster, it would be through reconciliation. And so I think we'd be obviously more successful if we flip the House. And Speaker, I think, put out a statement saying he's optimistic. I hope that's the case.
In March, you blamed former President Trump, President-elect Trump, and his inner circle on the delay to Ukraine aid. Are you confident that he's the best person to deter our adversaries?
Yeah, look, I'm here this morning to talk about the election, and I think I'm going to largely confine it to that. Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about what you expect your role to be next year when you're not in leadership? I know you've talked about foreign policy. You've got J.D. Vance as the vice president. He's obviously got diverging views from you on foreign policy.
Well,
what is your role going to be over the next 2 years?
Okay. I'm not going to speculate about what anybody else may be doing. I thought your question was what I was going to be doing. I'm going to concentrate on defense and foreign policy. I think this is the most dangerous time since right before World War II. Our adversaries, the North Koreans, Chinese, Russians, Iran, and Iran's proxies are all talking to each other. They have one thing in common: they hate us, and they want to diminish our role in the world. It may seem old-fashioned to some, but I'm still a Reagan Republican who thinks that America's role in the world is absolutely indispensable. Even if you're concerned about cost, it'd be interesting to know that at the height of World War II, 37% of our gross domestic product was being spent on the war. 37%, and we lost over 400,000 Americans. The Reagan buildup, without a shot being fired, was about 6% of GDP. We're currently spending 2.7. We need to ramp up defense spending in order to prevent a direct conflict with our adversaries. It's a lot cheaper to prevent war than it is to have one. And so that's the focus I'm going to have for the next couple of years.
Senator McConnell, will you, do you plan to chair the appropriations subcommittee?
I haven't made a decision. I'm hoping, as former leader, you guys will care what I think anyway, and I don't think it'll have anything to do with committee assignments. Yeah.
Are you anticipating any moves from the Democrats in the lame duck weeks coming up here?
Well, we are going to have to figure out how to finish up the year, and that always involves a conversation between Senator Schumer and myself as to how we wrap it up, but those conversations haven't started yet. Yeah.
Just a week before this election, your biography was released. And it included a lot of sharp criticisms of President Trump. Do you stand by those criticisms?
Yeah, I'm not here to do a book review this morning. Yeah.
Next week, your colleagues will choose the next majority leader. What should they take away from last night when they vote for the next leader?
What can I take from last night?
What should your colleagues take from last night when they choose the next leader?
Candidate quality is essential. Absolutely essential. And I think we had the best candidates everywhere yesterday.
You've been the majority leader in this situation with narrow majorities in the House and Senate. How challenging do you think it's going to be to keep the Republican Party together if you end up with full control?
Well, you're a bit of a student of history, Burgess. Since senators became popularly elected in 1914, my party's never had more than 55. Democrats had massive majorities during the 30s, during LBJ, during Barack Obama. So obviously the higher we get, the better, but this is not 60 votes, which is what they had at the beginning of President Obama. So I think we did pretty well with narrow majorities during the previous administration. 3 new Supreme Court justices, 54 new circuit judges, comprehensive 30-year overdue tax reform. Yeah, I mean, it's harder, but I think we were successful before with a narrow majority, and I think we will be again.
Senator, looking at the results from last night, what do you take away from the mood of the country, where it is now, where it is headed, and how it lands according to your expectations?
Well, if you're looking for a simple answer, I think it was a referendum on the current administration, in part. People were just not happy with this administration, and the Democratic nominee obviously was a part of it.
In your role as former leader, moving forward, what do you think your level of engagement is going to be directly with the new Trump administration? Again, given your criticisms of the former president.
I'm going to do everything I can to help the new administration be successful.
Would you be in support of Elon Musk and RFK Jr. having positions in the cabinet for the next presidency?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Would you be in support of RFK Jr. and Elon Musk having positions in the presidential cabinet, considering that Elon Musk has been reported to be in contact with Vladimir Putin and RFK Jr. is being accused of sexual assault?
One of the things about advancing age, if you all live as long as I do, you're going to have hearing aids on and have a hard time hearing a question like that. Why don't you come up here?
Florence Banks, noticed. Would you be in support of Elon Musk and RFK Jr. having cabinet positions, considering that Elon Musk has been reported to be in contact?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that subject. Anything else related to what happened yesterday? Yeah.
I'm wondering, President Trump and Senate Republicans sometimes butted heads in the first administration. Do you think the relationship will be smoother this time? What advice would you have to President Trump to dealing with the the new majority in Congress in general?
You know, I had a lot of dealings with him during the previous administration. I think we did a lot for the American people. Yeah.
Do you expect any clashes with President Trump over nominees in case he goes more towards the economic populist route?
I think it's way too early to tell who the nominees are going to be, and I think the Senate will treat them fairly.
Come off this.
Carl?
A lame duck question. Democrats have a lot of judges in the channel here that they could try and push through in these last few weeks. What do you think Republicans should do if that's what happens?
One advantage of being the majority leader is you get to decide what to bring up, and I think if that's what the majority leader wants to do, that's what we'll do, and each one will be voted on.
Now that Republicans have control of the Senate and the presidency, how do you expect some lame duck priorities like appropriations to be handled? Is that going to be punted into the new year?
How do I expect what?
Appropriations and other big lame duck priorities.
Well, I mean, I think getting our work done, which no matter who's been in the majority, we've not been able to do that very well for quite a while. Deciding how to spend the discretionary money that we have, which is not a very big part of what we spend every year anymore, is really important. And I would hope we would put a greater priority than the current Senate has on doing the basic work of government, which is deciding how much to spend and getting it done as close to regular order as possible.
Thank you, sir. I was hoping you could compare the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act extension that Republicans are pursuing now to the Bush tax cut extension that we saw. Are these comparable periods in policy now, and what does the Republican position mean for that?
Well, I can speak for most Senate Republicans. We thought it was a huge success. It produced more revenue than less, and I'm sure virtually all of us would like to see most of that extended. Okay, I think we're through. Good luck to you all. I enjoyed talking to you, and it was a hell of a good day. Thanks a lot.
Well, that is Mitch McConnell, the minority leader of the Republicans in the Senate. Of course, the Republicans about to become into the majority after the elections overnight. He said he was looking forward to getting work done. He said we haven't been very good at that over recent years. Congratulated the candidates across the country, the quality of them. Interesting, he said in the middle of that, I'm still a Reagan Republican. America's role in the world is indispensable. So Mitch McConnell just addressing some of the reporters' questions there live in Washington. Whilst we were watching that, just a line from the Israeli Prime Minister's office. Let me just bring you that because it's an important line. They tell us that Benjamin Netanyahu has had a conversation today with Donald Trump to congratulate him. They say the conversation was warm and cordial, and then goes on to say the two discussed the Iranian threat and the need to work together for Israel's security. So an interesting line that they zero in on. Of course, Benjamin Netanyahu has long talked about the need to address the Iranian threat in his view, given the current conflict in the Middle East. We'll have more on that in the next little while, but let's catch up with more market reaction. Tig Enright is here, and Tig, take us through it.
Yeah, there's a lot to get through, Matthew. Thank you very much. The market's reaction to Donald Trump's victory has been pretty dramatic. Even though many traders had expected this win, it could have far-reaching consequences for the global economy. Let's have a look at the numbers on the markets. The victory sent stocks soaring on Wall Street, with the Dow, the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq all seeing very significant gains. In fact, the S&P 500 has hit a record high. Banking stocks in particular have been rising, and Elon Musk's news. Tesla is one of the biggest gainers, with its shares up by more than 14%. Bitcoin was also a big winner. It passed the $75,000 mark for the first time ever. Here in Europe, a bit of a different story. The main indices did start the day in positive territory, but they gave up those gains as the trading day drew to a close, mainly down to fears that the Trump administration will raise tariffs on imports into the United States. Germany's car makers suffering in particular. That's reflected there in the DAX there, down by 2/3 of 1%. And the US dollar has had its biggest one-day jump in 8 years as investors pile back into the greenback. That's the latest values for the dollar there. Well, let's bring in Ritika Gupta, our North America business correspondent, who's on Wall Street for us. Ritika, let's talk about the dollar first of all. Join the dots for us. What links a Trump win with a stronger dollar?
Yes, Ty, the dollar seeing significant strength after Donald Trump's victory. And a lot of that is really about the trade protectionist measures that he wants to put in place, particularly on higher tariffs. So we're seeing the US dollar gaining against currencies like the British pound, and also particularly against the Mexican peso, which is really leading the losses. Again, they are particularly exposed to any potential tariffs. But there's also a concern about inflation as well. Economists have warned that many of Trump's policies could be reflationary, and if that leads the Federal Reserve to change course and lift interest rates later next year, I mean, that could provide the dollar some more strength, Tig.
Yeah, thank you very much. We should also say those climbs in the stock market most likely down to Trump's plan to cut corporate taxes, which of course will boost many companies' bottom lines. But as Ritika was saying there, trade relationships will be high on the agenda under Donald Trump's leadership, with protecting American goods one of his main election promises. He's already vowed to escalate the US trade war with China by ramping up tariffs on Chinese imports to more than 60% and ending China's most favoured nation trading status. Trump's also said he wants to impose a 10% tariff on all non-US made goods, which could affect many big exporters to the US, such as Taiwan and Germany. Well, joining me now, Marco Forgione, who's the Director General of the Chartered Institute of Export and International Trade. Thank you for joining us today, Marco. I suppose one important caveat in all this is that what he says in the campaign trail won't necessarily translate into reality. But what impact would you foresee if those tariffs, as described in the campaign trail, were to be brought into force?
Well, it's going to have a huge impact, not just within the US, but for all of its trading partners, because President Trump has declared very clearly that there will be tariffs. He's committed to removing income tax within the US and replacing it with tariff-based revenues. And what that means for UK manufacturers and producers is that somewhere between 10 and 20% of additional cost for their products going into the US. Not only does it affect the direct trade, of course, it's then how further does the administration leverage the tariff to put pressure on nations to realign their supply chains and their engagements with countries that Trump feels they don't want to be trading with, such as China. And he's also mentioned countries that are looking to de-dollarize and move away from the dollar reserve. So this is a very uncertain and unstable time.
Yeah, indeed. There's been a lot of commentary as well about the inflationary effect of these tariffs domestically in the United States. Him describing it, as you say there, them being a punishment for countries that he would say are taking advantage of the United States. Many, though, observers simply saying it's Americans who actually pay these tariffs. Based on what he said so far, do you think he understands how tariffs work?
Well, he says his favourite word is tariffs. I think he's very clear about what he's trying to do is to drive investment into the US, to bring manufacturing back into the US, and to have a protectionist environment that stops countries like China being able to undercut American production. So I think he does know what he's saying, and I think we have to take it very seriously that he is going to deliver on that promise of putting America first. The UK trades something in the region of about 190 billion with the US. And those are great products and great services which are now going to be impacted. You mentioned about the inflation. Of course, the inflation within the US, with a 10% increase in tariffs, would run at somewhere between 2 and 4%. But also that then feeds into the whole of the global economy. So this is a really important point for the world.
Marco Forgione there, we'll have to leave it. Thank you for joining us from the Chartered Institute of Export and International Trade. And Matthew, will be waiting to see tomorrow if the US Federal Reserve does cut interest rates as had been expected, notwithstanding all these other inflationary pressures which could be coming into the picture in the months ahead.
Tig, thanks very much for taking us through all of that. Now, one thing we haven't talked about is some of the strategies the candidates used over this long campaign. Both the Trump and Harris campaigns went all in on social media and online platforms to court the youth vote. That includes making TikToks. Here's one the Democratic nominee for Vice President Tim Walz made.
Hey everybody, Governor Tim Walz here in Georgia, if you can't tell, with my friend Parker.
Hey y'all, it's an honor to be here with our next Vice President of the United States, but y'all have to make it happen. And you need to vote all the way down your ballot for reproductive freedom, for gun safety. Young people can be the difference. Y'all get organized on your campus so we can send him to the White House.
Well, Tim Walz was talking there to Parker Short, who's the National Committee representative for Young Democrats in Georgia. He joins me live now on the programme. And thank you so much for your time. We haven't got long, but give me your reaction. Where do you think it went wrong?
It was not a good night for Democrats. I mean, it's hard to sugarcoat it. We lost among major demographics all across the country. The counties which Democrats gained most with, in Douglas County and Henry County, both in Georgia, you know, that does give me a little hope. But I would just say that it's important that the campaigns continue to focus on the issues that matter to the American people. I think Kamala Harris was faced with a very uphill task with 107 days to reach out to the American people, make her platform and herself known, and obviously it did not work. I'm a public policy major. I'm coming to y'all from Duke University, where I'm getting my master's in public policy, and I really think it's important to speak to policies that matter in voters' lives. Because when you look at the ballots, in Florida, which went overwhelmingly for Donald Trump, 57% of voters voted to protect abortion, and more than 60% voted to legalize marijuana. We saw abortion win on the ballot also in Arizona, and a minimum wage in Missouri. I think voters agree on a lot more than our politics allow us.
I've only got about 45 seconds, so 30 seconds if you could. Are you still alarmed by many of the things the Democrat had warned about during the campaign?
I mean, absolutely. I've been involved for this for a reason. Donald Trump is an existential threat to our democracy, and he's proven that before. We just need to keep fighting, stay engaged, and get civically involved. You know, whether that be going to a city council meeting or going to a county party meeting, it's really important that you make your voice heard and you engage locally.
Parker, apologies, it's so brief, but thank you for taking time to speak to us here on BBC News. We're going to take a short break. Let me show you the pictures from Washington because, well, after months of campaigning, all the things that were said on the stump, we had the result overnight. That extraordinary win, that political comeback from Donald Trump. We are yet to hear from the Republican candidate today. We are yet to hear from Kamala Harris as well. We'll bring you all the very latest from Washington here on BBC News in just a moment or two. Don't go away.
Hello there. It's been another grey, gloomy day for most of us. Limited sunshine, best of it northeast England, and the northern half of Scotland has done pretty well. And that's how it's going to look, I think, for the next few days. The outlook, though, very little change to what we've been experiencing this week so far. A lot of dry weather around, but a lot of cloud trapped underneath this blocking area of high pressure, which is dominating the scene across the whole of Europe. But it is drawing up mild air for the time of year right across the UK. And you can see that from the yellow and orange colours there. So as we head through tonight, we hold on to a lot of cloud. A few holes in that cloud, perhaps northern England and into northern Scotland. We'll see some mist and fog. There may be the odd spot of drizzle. Most places will be dry, but mild for the time of year, ranging between 8 to 12 degrees as we start Thursday. So we'll have a lot of cloud again to start Thursday, rather grey and gloomy weather, limited brightness. Again, I think northern Scotland doing best for that, maybe northern and western Wales and the odd glimmer elsewhere. And those temperatures reaching highs at the low to mid-teens, maybe 15 or 16 degrees in the mildest spots. Then as we head into Friday, similar story, a lot of grey weather around with limited brightness. Again, possibly some parts of the north and the west of the UK seeing the best of that, with temperatures low to mid-teens. Now, as we move out of Friday and into the weekend, could see some subtle changes to the weather. These weather fronts trying to work their way in will struggle to push up against this area of high pressure. Saturday's weather front looks like it'll fizzle out as it crosses Northern Ireland. So we could see some spots of rain. Northern Ireland might travel across the Irish Sea into western Scotland, western Wales, but most places will be dry, rather grey and gloomy again, with limited brightness. Probably the best of it across northeast Scotland. Those temperatures again, the low to mid-teens. Now, as we move into Sunday, there's a chance this next feature could have a bit more energy to it, and that might cross the north and west of the country to bring stronger winds and outbreaks of rain. So we could see some shower rain across Northern Ireland, much of Scotland, maybe northern and western England and Wales. And behind it, because we're changing the air mass, we're losing that stagnant air, getting some westerly Atlantic air, we might see more sunshine across the north and the west. We have to stay tuned because this might change. Generally, though, England and Wales rather cloudy, temperatures into the mid-teens. And through the new week, it looks like high pressure builds back in. A lot of dry and settled weather, but turning chillier by the end of the week.
Today we're looking at AI.
Well, initially people thought
it was just sci-fi nonsense, but it's
banking, medicine, education, even my phone.
Oh. Generative AI can now create art, music, even
write his coursework. Yeah, so obviously I'm
afraid about the impact on jobs, but
I wouldn't let a robot do that.
The big conversations begin today on Radio 4. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Revolut looks set to become Britain's newest bank. It's been billed as the future of money. But with complaints it's failed to protect customers from fraud. Is your money safe? Panorama, Britain's newest bank. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Live from London and Washington, this is BBC News. Donald Trump wins the US presidential election, saying his second term in office will be a new golden age for America.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Jubilant supporters celebrate. Donald Trump will be only the second person in history to serve as president for 2 non-consecutive terms. A crushing night for Kamala Harris and her supporters, who left her campaign headquarters in Washington after the party was cancelled. In the next hour, we'll hear from more voters. We'll talk to Democrats and Republicans. We'll assess how Donald Trump might govern and what he might do. We'll also have international reaction from Ukraine, the Middle East, Russia, China and the UK. And we'll show you just how Donald Trump got to the White House. Are Republicans going to win a clean sweep with control of the Senate and House? Hello and welcome to BBC News. Donald Trump has won the US presidential election. He'll return to the White House. An extraordinary political comeback 4 years after he was voted out of office. Well, talking to jubilant supporters, he promised a new golden age for America. His rival, the Democrat candidate Kamala Harris, hasn't spoken publicly yet, but she's expected to address her supporters in the coming hours. Let's get the very latest and start this hour with this report from Jess Parker.
Donald Trump's re-entry onto the centre stage of US politics is now complete.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
4 years after being ejected from the White House, he's on his way back in, to the jubilation of these crowds in Florida.
But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
His running mate was among those invited to absorb the adulation.
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
We are off to the races. We have our first poll closures.
The countdown began overnight. At first, the results were predictable, but then swing states started falling to the Republican.
Here we go. North Carolina projected for Donald Trump.
One by one.
We are now in a position to project Georgia.
By one.
Project Pennsylvania for Donald Trump.
Then the big call.
Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States, winning what had been expected, of course, to be a razor-tight and historic race.
Okay, I'm waving it.
The Democratic candidate, Kamala Harris, met volunteers on election day. But on election night, at her campaign watch party, there was no victory speech. She didn't even appear.
We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
This is the machinery of democracy in America, fed by the votes of millions. Including in Erie, Pennsylvania, a swing county in a battleground state within a divided nation. Darlene, though, can't wait for a Donald Trump return.
We don't need another 4 more years of high inflation, gas prices, lying, close the border, murder. America comes first.
But others dread it.
I don't want an autocrat. I don't want someone who is convicted of a felon to be the #1 person in our political environment.
Donald Trump was convicted in May for falsifying business records.
We will never give up. We will never concede.
Other ongoing criminal cases include allegations he tried to overturn the 2020 election in the run-up to the Capitol riot. He denies wrongdoing. The sun's coming up after a long night leading to this country's next chapter. For Donald Trump's critics, he's nothing less than an outright threat to democracy, someone totally unsuited to America's highest office. Even so, he tapped into many people's concerns about the economy and immigration, once again proving to be a divisive but effective campaigner. His road back to the White House has been dramatic, even dangerous. In July, Donald Trump survived an assassination attempt.
With the COVID, with...
The same month, Joe Biden dropped out of the race for the Democrats after that disastrous debate performance.
I accept your nomination to be president.
Kamala Harris taking her boss's place as the candidate. Now the question for the Democrats, what went wrong?
Where Kamala Harris went wrong is going to be a question that is, a huge amount of introspection for the Democratic Party. But I do think her decisions in the closing weeks of the campaign to focus very, very heavily on all the things she thought were wrong with Donald Trump and not as heavily on why she could rebuild the U.S. economy, that could be one area.
This man's journey has enthused, appalled and fascinated onlookers. But whatever feeling he inspires, this fact remains. Donald Trump will soon once again take charge of the most powerful nation on earth. Jessica Parker, BBC News in Washington, D.C.
Well, you saw Donald Trump speaking last night in Florida. We haven't heard from Kamala Harris. We are hearing that Kamala Harris will speak to supporters at 2100 GMT. That's being reported by the Reuters news agency. So let's go straight to Washington, straight to my colleague Caitríona Perry. And Caitríona, politics, it is a brutal business, isn't it?
It sure is, Matthew, and the Democrats are feeling that pain this morning. Having lost the White House, Donald Trump, with that tremendous comeback, will be the next president of America, taking office on the 20th of January. But also significant to note is that the Democrats have lost control of the Senate. The way things work here for a president to truly have power, they need to have their own party in both houses, both chambers of Congress, the House of Representatives and the Senate. So the Republicans have managed to flip the Senate from the Democrats, and it looks like they're going to hold control of the House of Representatives. So that means Donald Trump will have tremendous power when he takes office to pass through any of those pieces of legislation, any of those policies we've heard him discuss on the campaign trail.
And Caitríona, just in terms of the post-mortems, those, of course, have already begun. But the first clue came with that exit poll, didn't it? 72% not satisfied or angry with the state of America. That really rang alarm bells with Democrats.
Indeed, and that exit poll is in line with the consumer polling that we've seen here in the US for the last couple of years, that is an issue for people here in America, notwithstanding the economic metrics, which look very good on paper. The feeling factor for American people is that they are worse off than they were, and that, of course, the key campaign message from Donald Trump, and it's one that has resonated with voters. But we can talk a bit more about those key campaign messages now with Warren Peterson. He's president of the Arizona Senate and Republican Arizona senator representing one of the districts now, and he joins us. Thanks for being with us on BBC News. Just talking there about that economic message that President Trump-elect as he is now, seems to have been so successful at getting through. We heard time and time again from him that question, were you better off then or were you better off with me?
Yes, absolutely. I think there's no doubt in my mind. That's why he not only won the electoral vote, but he also won the popular vote. The American citizens were sending a mandate to Washington, D.C. to say we are absolutely fed up with this out-of-control spending in Washington, D.C. We're fed up with out-of-control inflation and what's happening with the prices of everything. And they wanted to see, they're fed up with what's happening at the border and crime, and they want it fixed, and they want it fixed quickly.
Now, where you are in Arizona, counting is still underway, but it does look at this point like that will be a victory there for Donald Trump as well.
Yeah, not a doubt in my mind. President Trump is going to also, of course, at this point, he doesn't need the electoral votes, but I believe he'll add Arizona onto his tally of electoral votes as well.
Now, talk to me a little bit about what we've seen in Arizona there, because you had an abortion measure on the ballot as well to extend abortion provisions up until the point of viability, which is considered to be 22 to 24 weeks, up from the existing permissions in Arizona. That measure passed, even though people also voted for Donald Trump. We saw a sort of split ticket there.
Yeah, a couple of things there. First of all, people were able to distinguish between the federal government's role on this issue and the state's role. They were able to recognize that this is now a state's issue. And so really, the federal, President Trump isn't going to be doing anything with it. As far as the campaign and how things went here, it was incredible to see the amount of money spent on this issue and the outspending. It was $17 million in favor of this and only $400,000 against it. There was really a lack of getting out the facts and the messaging. I think there was some misinformation that kind of led to the results, but it is what it is.
Okay, indeed it is. Warren Peterson, Republican state senator there in Arizona, president of the Arizona Senate. Thanks for joining us on BBC News.
Thank you for having me.
Now, I'm also joined by Marjorie Margolis. She's a former Democratic congresswoman from Pennsylvania. Thanks for being with us. It all came down to Pennsylvania again, much focus on that state, and Donald Trump really managing to flip over the victory that Joe Biden saw there 4 years ago. What do you think was the main reason for that?
You know, you got me. I think Warren was right. There was emphasis and a swallowing for the reality that about the border and the economy. Now, the economy is good, but people didn't feel like it. So that was we worked really hard. I mean, I'm from Pennsylvania. I went to working with suburban women. The statistics were amazing. We did door knocking. We did 2,000 doors a minute in this state, and we didn't win it. I was also in 2016. I was with Hillary when she lost, and we were sitting there saying we can't lose Pennsylvania. We did. You know, I don't know. I think Democrats are in a state of shock right now. What I'd like to say is, and I think this, and Kamala will say it too, what we've got to do now is unite, and we've got to figure out how we can, the different sides can get together. And Trump has to make sure, I think, that he stops the negative narrative, that he stops saying that he's going to get rid of his adversaries, that he stops talking about shooting the press, that, you know, he has to clarify where he is going, and I hope that happens.
We heard something similar when Joe Biden was elected in 2020, and indeed his inaugural speech was all about bringing the country together and unifying and coming out of a dark phase. Yet here we are 4 years later, and the country is as polarised as ever, and we hear stories, you know, people like this in Pennsylvania, I'm sure, who don't talk to half of their family because one half of the family supports Donald Trump and one half doesn't. How do you move beyond that?
It's just as far, I mean, I've been doing this for an awfully long time, and I've never seen it this divided. I think it's our job to, I'm head of an organization called Women's Campaign International, and we are hearing from women all over the world that we've just got to stop the negative campaigning. We've got to stop the nastiness. They're very, very concerned about how Trump is going to handle NATO, Ukraine, his relationship with Putin. All of these things have to be put on the table. We've got to talk about them. The Democrats have to make sure that a lot of work that we've done for decades doesn't go by the wayside. The thing that, by the way, the thing that shocked me the most is that dozens of folks, including his secretary, his chief of staff, and his military folks, basically came out against him and said, you cannot put this man back in the White House. So we've got to be very careful that we've got to be responsible for it, that the negative narrative has to stop. We've got to get ourselves together.
And Congresswoman, as you said there, you do a lot of work with women and women in politics and engagement and so on. This is the second time now in recent years that a female candidate has failed at the final hurdle. Do you think, will America be ready for a woman president at any time?
You know, I don't know. I work with pollsters a lot, particularly one who deals with this. And she's shocked that the male vote is often goes unsaid. They're just not ready to vote for a woman. I hope so. Listen, Trump was in this race for a long, long time, and Kamala came in for just over 100 days. And I think she did a remarkable job doing that. But she put herself in the middle of a country that was so divided, and we really didn't know how divided it was until last night.
Well, a lot of questions for the Democratic Party, I suppose. Moving on from here, that's all we have time for at the moment. Marjorie Margolis, former Democratic Congresswoman from Pennsylvania, thanks for joining us on BBC News.
You're welcome.
That's back over to you in studio, Matthew.
Caitríona, before you leave us, I just want to ask you a couple of questions. But before that, let me just put on the screen some pictures, live pictures coming in from Palm Beach in Florida, because they're the scene. Trump supporters enjoying these first few hours after the events of last night. We heard from the incoming president. I'm sure in the coming hours we'll hear from him again. We told you a short while ago that Kamala Harris will address them. There it is on the screen, 2100 GMT. That is being reported by Reuters. The horns hooting, and they found a very, very straightforward and clear path to the White House in the end, despite all of the polling in the run-up. We'll talk about the path to the White House in a moment, but Caitríona, let me bring you back in, because at what stage do we perhaps learn the first few details about transition teams, who Donald Trump might appoint as that key role as Secretary of State, for example?
Well, he's had a transition team in place for a couple of months. That would be fairly standard practice when you're running for president here, that you have a kind of shadow operation, if you like, running alongside that, getting ready, sometimes even advancing as far as vetting people for various roles. And then once you have a decision, as we had in the early hours of this morning, that Donald Trump will be taking over, then it's up to him and his team to start laying out who they're going to slot into those various roles. And of course, Secretary of State, a really, really key role in any administration, but particularly so at this time when the US is involved to various degrees in those two major conflicts that we see at the moment, the war in Ukraine and also the situation in the Middle East. A number of names being tossed around. One that viewers might be familiar with is Mike Pompeo, former congressman, very, very close ally of Donald Trump. And he is someone who has expressed an interest in the past in the job, and maybe someone who has the job itself in the future. Now, what's going on at the moment in the Biden administration is all of those officials who are essentially civil servants working in the various departments are working on folders and documents and emails ready to hand over. I know some of these people have actually been working on them for months already, getting that transition ready, because ordinarily under American law there's a peaceful transition of power. So at midday local time here on the 20th of January, when the inauguration happens, one administration ends and the next begins, and it's supposed to be seamless, and each is supposed to help the other so that there's no gap in service, if you like, and that the United States as a whole can continue moving forward. Obviously, that didn't happen to the same extent in 2020, Donald Trump refusing to attend the inauguration ceremony of Joe Biden. We haven't heard from Joe Biden yet. We haven't heard from Kamala Harris yet. So getting a little bit ahead of ourselves to talk about the inauguration ceremony, looking to see really what Kamala Harris says later today, what tone she takes. Joe Biden is going to speak after her, I'm told, not at the same event, but a little later today. And again, it's up to those, as you heard from the former Congresswoman there, to really set the tone for what lies ahead in this country.
Yes, a couple of final thoughts, because exactly on that, perhaps it's a little early for recriminations, but the post-mortem certainly has started for the Democrats, and that key question, did Joe Biden wait too long before he stepped aside? And what happens now with all of those court cases that Donald Trump was facing?
Well, that is a big question in the Democratic Party, to your first point there about the timing of Joe Biden deciding to step aside. And a number of people have already said to me, and they'd been saying it in advance of today, that he should have stepped aside or not run at all, and that decision should have been made after the midterms in 2022 to give Kamala Harris, or whoever would have ended up as the candidate, a proper run at this campaign. Nevertheless, he's the sitting president. It is the sitting administration. It's very hard to get away from what you're doing on a daily basis, and that's a problem that Kamala Harris faced. She was still the vice president. He was still the president, and you can't criticise the team while you're still on the pitch. So that was a problem that she had. In terms of those legal cases that are facing Donald Trump, well, they go away essentially at this time. He will assume control for the Department of Justice, so he can cease investigations. He will be sitting in the Oval Office again come January. So they may be pushed 4 years down the road. They may go away entirely.
Caitríona Perry live there in Washington. Thanks so much. Well, just concentration and focus in terms of the many, many questions there in the US and Washington. But let's spend the next few minutes looking at the ramifications, the wider implications around the world in terms of US foreign policy. Let's speak to Lise Doucette, our international correspondent there in Jerusalem. And Lise, since we last spoke, we've heard from the Israeli Prime Minister's office that he's had a conversation, Benjamin Netanyahu, with Donald Trump. Just take us through what the readout is actually saying.
This underlines yet again that this relationship between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President-elect Trump is not just a political relationship, not just strategic allies, but they're also a very strong personal friendship. Prime Minister Netanyahu was one of the first to congratulate Donald Trump this morning in a very warm personal message, and now he says it's apparently that he's become one of the first foreign leaders to actually have a telephone conversation with Donald Trump. And the readout, which was given by the Prime Minister's office, was that it was warm and cordial, that he congratulated him. But significantly, he said that they discussed Israel's security and the threat from Iran. So he's putting down a marker already that he's put that on the agenda. And that, of course, has been the big question now. Where does Donald Trump want to take these wars in the Middle East? He boasted in that victory speech in the early hours that he's a president who doesn't start wars, he stops them. During his campaign, he urged Prime Minister Netanyahu to finish the job, if you like, without specifying exactly what that meant. And there is an expectation here, and it's certainly why there's been such every political leader right across the political spectrum has warmly welcomed this election result, because they believe that they will give, Donald Trump will give Israel a freer hand when it comes to these devastating wars in Gaza, in Lebanon, and critically, whether or not they'll be able to hit Iran even harder.
Yes, I thought that was significant because it is the one detail in terms of that discussions about the Iranian threat. That's what the readout said. In terms of the incumbent administration, Washington, of course, were blindsided by the sacking of the defence minister yesterday. Another unknown in these coming weeks and months is what actually happens in terms of the Biden administration's policy, their approach, and their approach to Netanyahu himself.
Yes, it was widely seen here as the opening salvo in this new relationship between Israel and the United States. As some Israeli media said, Prime Minister Netanyahu, in sacking his defense minister, Yoav Gallant, just as all eyes were on including eyes in Israel, on the American elections, was to remind Israelis that policy is made in Israel and not in the United States. And there is an expectation that while Prime Minister Netanyahu was happy to chat with President Biden and occasionally listen to him, he often boasted that he had to say no. He was proud that he said no to President Biden, his ally from a country that he couldn't wage these wars without the financial and military support of the United States. But he repeatedly said that I'd make decisions based on Israel's interest, not on the interests of our most important friends.
Lisa Set live there in Jerusalem. Thanks very much. Well, let's turn from the Middle East to another crucial area in terms of what happens now. Let's head to Ukraine, to Kyiv. Our correspondent there is James Waterhouse. James, we've seen the official reaction, but what sense are you getting behind the scenes about just the level of nervousness and anxiety?
Well, I think there is a growing argument here that, an optimistic argument, Matthew, that the current trajectory under the Biden administration might indeed have been leading Ukraine to lose this war in the long run because of, while sizable, the speed of American aid. And of course, that is a rose-tinted view. But I think, President Zelensky was getting pretty fed up of answering questions from reporters on how concerned he was about a potential Trump second term. That was always going to be a likely scenario for him. And, he traveled to New York a few weeks ago to try and make his case. And, Donald Trump's allies portray him to be a decisive leader. He is someone who likes to get a deal done. And I think for President Zelensky, a political operator in his own right, he'll be seeing this or having to see this as some kind of opportunity. There's always been a channel of communication. We know his team has been in communication with the Trump camp. So the question now goes to what next? Because if there is the threat of American aid halting in some way or slowing, any maneuvering for some kind of concession to Russia still requires the buy-in of Russia itself. And so I think what President Zelensky will be desperate to do is to remind Donald Trump that any kind of concession or proposal of neutrality or a demilitarized zone along the front lines, that just puts Ukraine in Russia's control in his eyes, because it would involve a diminished military for Ukraine. It would involve Ukraine surrendering its political desires of joining the NATO alliance and the European Union. And who's to say Donald Trump might not ramp up support for Ukraine? We just don't know at this stage. And I think, with things going as badly as they are on the battlefield, this could very well alter the course of this war, but we just don't know in what direction.
Yes, there are so many unknowns. The fear, of course, in Kyiv is that perhaps they might be forced to the negotiating table. What we don't know is, again, how NATO is now going to react, whether, of course, more onus is on them. And we don't know how the Biden administration is going to react in these final months.
No, and there is a flurry of diplomatic activity here. We're seeing a lot of American officials working to finalise deals or tie up what is the hundreds of millions of dollars which has been promised in recent weeks. It is hoped that, perhaps President Biden, as a parting shot, will give the green light for Western missiles to be used by Ukraine on targets deep inside Russia. And there's another thing swirling around here, the growing involvement of North Korea. The West and the US has been nervous about an escalation, and yet Russia is potentially using North Korean troops on the front lines. It's already using extensive ammunition and missiles which are being used on Ukrainian targets. So the argument Ukraine is making, and the consideration Joe Biden might make on his way out and Donald Trump on his way in, is, well, look, the escalation is already happening. It is for us, America, to decide just how well Ukraine does in this war and whether it should be given the opportunity to survive without making such damaging concessions to Russia. So Ukraine is constantly playing for what is at stake and what is available, but these are such turbulent political times in the face of a constant, grueling, attritional, full-scale invasion for Ukraine.
James Waterhouse, live there in Kyiv. Thanks very much for that. Well, the Kremlin has said it would judge Donald Trump on his actions and that President Putin had no plans to congratulate him. Relations between Russia and the US are at an all-time low, with Moscow angered by Western support for Ukraine. Well, here's our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg, who sent this from Sochi.
Well, it feels like the Kremlin is going out of its way to give the impression that it's not excited at all by Donald Trump's victory. A Kremlin spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, said that, as far as he knows, Vladimir Putin has no plans to congratulate Donald Trump. He said America is an unfriendly country which is involved directly and indirectly in a war with Russia. Now, I think this pouring cold water onto the Trump victory is partly the result of what happened in the first Trump term, when the Kremlin had very high hopes that Donald Trump would improve US-Russian relations. It didn't work out. Having said that, there is no doubt that what Donald Trump said on the campaign trail will have been much appreciated by the Kremlin. He didn't criticize Vladimir Putin, unlike Kamala Harris, who called Vladimir Putin a murderous dictator. And he seemed to question the scale of US military assistance to Kiev. So that will have gone down well with the Kremlin. Certainly here in the mountains above Sochi at the political discussion club I'm at right now, political pundits, political scientists seem to be very happy that Donald Trump has won the election and looking forward to him coming back to the White House. One quite prominent political scientist with Kremlin connections told me that he thinks that under Donald Trump, the United States will retreat from its status as a global superpower.
Well, that was Steve Rosenberg. Let's talk live now to John Bolton, former National Security Advisor for Donald Trump. John, welcome here to the programme. Great to have you here on BBC News. Your reaction to everything we've seen over the last 12 hours or so?
Well, I think the reaction in Russia that they've put out publicly is probably a bureaucratic reaction. I think they're absolutely delighted in the Kremlin that Trump has won. I think they're delighted in Beijing as well. They're probably just making it clear they're going to restrain themselves so that they can't be accused of tipping their hand too quickly. But I think it's I would not be surprised if Putin called Trump or Trump called Putin sometime in the next couple of weeks, and They agreed to get together maybe even before Trump is sworn in. I think Putin believes that he knows how to play Trump, and I think he intends to use that to the extent he can to Russia's advantage.
You said before that he almost thinks he's a mark. You think he's that much under the sway of Vladimir Putin, do you?
Well, I don't know how much under the sway he is, but I think Putin believes he knows how to play him. He can flatter him. I think he knows the ways to get him to move in the right direction. I think the reason that they are wary is they don't know who the advisors around Trump will be. And their hope would be that that they could perhaps get Trump in a one situation with Putin where the advisors couldn't interfere. I think the reason they were disappointed in the first term with the amount of sanctions that the United States imposed on Russia, they blame on the advisors. They don't blame on Trump. And to a very real extent, that's right. We did put a lot of sanctions on Russia before, during, and after my time there, but typically with Trump screaming and complaining the whole way until he finally agreed to it.
I'll come back to that advisor's point in a moment because it's important. But just a simple question, first of all, how do you think Donald Trump will govern in this second term?
I think he will govern just as chaotically as he did in the first term. Trump, I repeat myself here because I think it's important. Trump doesn't have a philosophy. He does not have a philosophy, certainly not in the national security space. He doesn't think in normal policy terms. He doesn't say, my objective is X and I'm going to do A, B, C, and D to get there. He's episodic, anecdotal, transactional, meaning he views events as separate from one another and addresses each question as a discrete issue. And the prism that he views things through doesn't differentiate between what's in the best interest of Donald Trump and what's in the best interest of the United States. He functionally doesn't see any distinction. So when you ask, well, what is Trump going to do about Ukraine? It's not the answer that a normal policy decision maker would give. It's going to be, in this case, I think his interest is get this war over with, get it off the table as soon as he can after he takes office, because he just doesn't want to deal with it.
Now, last time, you will know that people talk about adults being in the room to restrain him, people like John Kelly, the Chief of Staff, and others, the generals. Do you share the worry that perhaps this time around the guardrails will be off?
Well, I don't think it's a question of guardrails, really, and I think it doesn't describe exactly what was going on, at least from my point of view. Maybe some people thought they were the adults in the room, but it's the responsibility of the president's advisors. I'll just take national security and limit it to that, to try and make sure the president has the information that he needs to make effective decisions, whether it's pleasing information or displeasing, and to make sure the president has all the options that are realistic presented to him so he can pick and choose among them. Obviously, the final decision is the president's. The difference between doing that on the one hand and the kind of staff that the president may have in the second term is that Trump wants people who are going to say, yes, sir. They're not going to say, but consider these factors, or what about this option? This isn't playing the president. This is serving the president. And people who simply say, yes, sir, don't serve the president. They don't serve the country.
And of course, this time around, he is likely to have control of the Senate and the House, so considerable powers. You touched on Ukraine. Let me ask you about Iran, because Israel's Prime Minister's office put out a readout saying they'd had a conversation in the last couple of hours, that they discussed the threat from Iran. What do you think Donald Trump's instincts are on Iran?
I think what this is a conversation between Netanyahu and Trump?
Yes.
Oh, God. Well, Netanyahu then gets the prize for the first foreign leader to call Trump, and other foreign leaders should take note of that and should get on the phone in sometime this afternoon, American time. Look, I think Trump probably said, I want this off the table by January the 20th. And I think he basically said to Netanyahu, do what you need to do to make that happen. That doesn't mean Netanyahu understands what he's supposed to do to tell Hezbollah and Hamas to stop fighting. But what I think Israel may take advantage of is the transition period between the election yesterday and the inauguration, which is not until January the 20th, and address the Iranian nuclear weapons program. I think somebody should destroy that program, and I think Trump would be just as happy if the Israelis did it and eliminated it as an issue.
Just a final really quick thought, because he won not just electoral colleges, but the popular vote as well this time around. He campaigned right at the end saying he can fix everything in a sentence. What do you actually think is likely to happen?
Well, he certainly can't do that. I think one of his primary objectives is going to be retribution against his political enemies, which will test our constitutional system, and hopefully it will withstand, but it will cause enormous controversy for 4 years.
John Bolton, as I say, great to have you on the programme. Thanks for talking to us here on BBC News.
Thank you.
Well, let's turn from that to another of the issues. So many different areas where people are trying to take stock. Let's talk climate change now. Matt McGrath, our environment correspondent, joins me live now from Cardiff. And Matt, as we've been saying, it is a situation now with people in capitals, other people in areas like yours, trying to work out now what is likely to happen.
Absolutely, Matthew, and I think we have a fairly good indicator from President Trump's first term, where he took the United States out of the Paris Climate Agreement, the world's prime way of dealing with climate change. Now, he was a little stymied in his actions in that time because the UN rules meant he couldn't really leave for 3 years. This time round, he doesn't face those rules, and he can leave in January if he so desires and be out 12 months later. And that kind of freedom, I think, will permeate his actions in terms of how he sets up to deal with climate change and also on energy, where he's given strong signals that he wants to ramp up US energy production, US fossil fuel production significantly in his term.
We have that COP gathering coming up pretty imminently. Where do you think it leaves that with the stated objectives?
It's very difficult. I think President Trump will be the talk of the town. He'll be discussed in every one of the negotiating rooms, even if he won't be there. The key elements for this COP coming up were to agree a new financial figure, a new cash pot, if you like, to help developing countries to move away from fossil fuels and also to cope with the impacts of climate change, and also to put on the table new climate curbing plans to cut greenhouse gases. Both of those objectives look in difficulty now because the United States, even though it will be President Biden's team who will be in Baku in Azerbaijan, any commitment they give will have to be honoured by President Trump, and they know that he's not going to necessarily do that. So I think it makes for a very difficult conference next week. We may see a galvanizing of leaders. Other leaders may step up to say we're not going to walk away from this either. We've seen that in the past. But I think without the United States there in terms of getting agreement on money and getting agreement on new targets, I think it'll be quite a difficult meeting.
Matt McGrath there in Cardiff. Thanks very much. Let's go straight back to the Let's head back to Florida. Will Grant is our correspondent there. And Will, you were there listening to President Trump before the results came in, listening to President Trump after the results came in. In terms of what he has said and outlined, do Americans think they know what they're going to get?
Well, look, I mean, when he basically addressed his watch-along party with that jubilant speech, you know, among those who turned up to celebrate his win, I mean, one of the things that he referred to was healing the nation. That suggests a sort of conciliatory tone, but to be honest, he's won so clearly. The truth of the matter is that this is a mandate for his worldview, and I think there's a lot of people on both sides, those who voted for him and those who didn't, who suspect that what he believes that this margin of victory gives him is the freedom to enact essentially everything that he's been saying on the campaign trail. That might be to do with the deportation of millions of undocumented immigrants in the country. It will be on border security. It would be the things he's been talking about on tariffs over taxes and so on and so forth, clamping down hard on crime, the economy, which of course was the absolute major plank of his platform. So you know, everybody is still digesting this, but certainly from Donald Trump, this has been a big mandate that he now has for that offer that he put in front of the American people, which has been supported so very, very clearly.
Yes, it's interesting because in the run-up, in those final weeks and days, we were all looking at the various issues that might tilt this election. I was just reading one of his close advisors saying in the end it was the 3 I's: immigration, inflation and incomes for ordinary Americans. So all of those other things that were much discussed, threats to democracy, the power of the female demographic, swept away by just basic concerns about the economy.
And, you know, we were seeing that when we were speaking to people on the campaign trail as well. I mean, particularly in Pennsylvania, I spoke to a lot of people in the queues for his events and so on. Latinos who were supposedly going to be put off by that language at the rally in Madison Square Garden. None of it was hitting home. They were always referring to the cost of living, how expensive things were, the high inflation, the fact that groceries in the supermarket were hurting them so hard. So I think that is, you know, correct analysis. Of course, too, there were issues, for example, here in Florida among Latino voters, where he was very popular as well. He would talk about being hard on border security, clamping down on undocumented immigration. Those who came in the right way feel that undocumented immigration should be clamped down on. So they may have made it into the country themselves, but that doesn't mean that they think that everybody should have a pass. So that was popular. And of course, the abortion issue. Again, the Latino vote here is very conservative and very Catholic, very Christian. So that chimed well. So look, he's done well in a whole range of ways, which, as you say, I think the Democratic Party, which is going through a moment of clear and deep introspection today, basically underestimated.
Well, Grant there in Florida, thanks very much. Well, let's cross to the White House. Our reporter Rowan Bridge is there, having been in Virginia all through yesterday talking to voters, but Will talking about the post-mortem for the Democrats, and that's already underway.
Yes, very much so. I think that, you know, in the aftermath of any election defeat, the victor always looks like they had the best plan in the world, and the defeated party end up in what looks like a bit of a sort of circular firing squad where blame is cast around and reasons for losing the election are sought. I think, as you said earlier, I think part of the problem was she faced a massive headwind with the issue of inflation. Immigration, again, was a massive issue, and I think both of those things really played against her in this election. We're expecting to hear from Kamala Harris at some point this afternoon, and I wonder if she might address what she thinks the reasons are for her defeat and where she thinks the Democratic Party should go from here. But I think, as Will said, there's going to be a period of deep introspection around it. There is also, amongst ordinary voters, a very different perspective on all of this, depending on the prism that you look at American politics through. For the Democrats that we've been speaking to this morning, there is a sense of fear, is a word that you heard used, about what the future may hold under Donald Trump. For the Republican supporters of Donald Trump, and there are many in this state of Virginia in the more rural areas, for them, they were energized by Donald Trump's victory. They see this as a way to take the country in a different direction and a new golden age, as they would see it, under Donald Trump. But you really got a sense of that political division, that split within this country, when I spoke to voters at a diner this morning.
It's hard to get my brain around the fact that we've elected this fool. And for me, I'm a retired lawyer, and he took an oath of office, which, as a lawyer, any American should think that's really important when you take an oath of office to preserve and protect the Constitution. And then he sat in the Oval Office for 4 hours on his hands while people were attacking our Capitol and threatening to kill his own vice president. That's breaching the sacred oath of office.
I am thrilled, I'm excited, I'm happy. Finally, we are getting the U.S. back. I cannot express how happy I am. I didn't sleep at all. It means safety, prosperity, and also not only for America. There is expression, if America coughs, the rest of the world gets a cold.
He has given us a higher quality of life. As a small business owner, the reduction of restrictions on business, and that helps me, you know, as a small business owner. And also just like advocating for the African American community. I've seen what kind of president he's been already.
This has been a very polarising and difficult campaign, and Donald Trump is a perhaps uniquely polarising character within American politics. But he will take the mantle of president in January, and he will have the job of trying to bring this country together after what have been a divisive several months of political campaigning in this country.
Rowan Bridge, outside the White House, thanks very much for that. Well, for weeks and months we've been looking at the polls. They were so incredibly tight going in to results day yesterday. So how did Donald Trump actually do it? Well, Lewis Vaughan-Jones has been analysing Donald Trump's path to the White House.
Matthew, thanks for that. Yes, let's look at exactly that. Why didn't we get a scenario where things were very, very close and there were recounts and delays and talks about it might be days, even weeks before we know the result? Well, that didn't happen. Let's take a couple of states as an example. So Georgia, one of those swing states, thought it could go either way. In the end, the difference, 48 to 50, not hugely close in the big scheme of things. Another example, let's look at North Carolina. A good showing for Donald Trump here. You see 51% of the vote compared to 47.7. So not on a knife edge as many of the polls predicted. The other reason why we didn't have big delays and recounts was effectively the order in which the evening played out. So let's take a look. These grey states here, these are the 7 swing states where basically going into it, both sides thought they had a good chance of winning. Pretty quickly, we had North Carolina, Georgia, that we've already looked at, go for Donald Trump, and relatively comfortably. Next, it was Pennsylvania. That's a crucial state because they've got 19 electoral college votes. That's the most out of all the swing states. And of course, the system here is you get 270 electoral college votes by collecting them from the states, and then you win. At this point, Donald Trump was on 266, so still short. But from now on, it looks very, very challenging for Kamala Harris to win. She needed to win this, basically this band here, blue wall states. It was her simplest way of winning. With Pennsylvania gone, that looked very unlikely. Then you had Wisconsin, that took over the line, and now we have Alaska as well, and that's how it played out. So we still have a bit of grey, as you can see. Not all the states the results are in, but these are the 7 swing states in a different way of looking at them. All red for Republican, all red for Donald Trump. The first 4 there, we have the projections, Trump projection winner, and these 3 were still waiting, but you can see Trump is ahead in those 3 as well. And just a final point, another moral victory, I suppose, for Donald Trump. The way you win is by gathering these electoral college votes, and sometimes you can become president that way and not actually get the majority of votes from all Americans across the country. Not the case this time. Kamala Harris, 66.5-ish million votes so far. Donald Trump, 5 million votes or so ahead, 71.5 million votes for President-elect now, Donald Trump.
Lewis, thanks so much. We've been going through various international reaction. Let's turn to UK politics because our correspondent Ben Wright just explained to me a little earlier the reaction from Westminster today.
Now, as far as Keir Starmer goes, of course, during the course of the US election campaign, he was asked again and again who he would like to win, and of course said that this was entirely a matter for the American people. But there is no doubt that the Labour Party, the Democrat sister party, wanted Kamala Harris to win this. And frankly, in the last weeks and months, it was hard to find a Conservative MP who didn't want Kamala Harris to win this. So, you know, I think this is clearly difficult for many politicians here to get their heads around. They're trying to work out what the implications could be. I should say Nigel Farage, the leader of Reform UK, he is delighted and has urged the Prime Minister to roll out the red carpet for Donald Trump once he's in the White House. But of course, this featured at Prime Minister's Questions today, where Kemi Badenoch, the new Conservative leader, was making her debut, asking questions of Keir Starmer. And the Prime Minister began by giving his response to Donald Trump's victory.
Mr. Speaker, can I begin by congratulating President-elect Trump on his historic election victory. As the closest of allies, the UK and US will continue to work together to protect our shared values of freedom and democracy.
I come to the Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary met him in September.
Did the Foreign Secretary take that opportunity to apologise for making derogatory and scatological references, including, and I quote, "Trump is not only a woman-hating, neo-Nazi sympathising sociopath, he is also a profound threat to the international order"? And if he did not apologise, will the Prime Minister do so now on his behalf?
The Foreign Secretary and I did meet President-elect Trump just a few weeks ago for dinner for about a couple of hours, and we discussed a number of issues of global significance. It was a very constructive exercise.
So some party political knockabout there around the election of Donald Trump, and I really think that this moment, this election, will define a lot of the politics that we see unfold here in the coming months and years, because there are huge questions about what this means for global trade, of course, the impacts here, European security, the war in Ukraine. That was something that the Lib Dem leader, Sir Ed Davey, wanted to ask Keir Starmer about. So this really is a US election that will have ramifications here at Westminster.
It was interesting listening, though, to that clip, Kemi Badenoch, what she was saying, given that a former Tory leader, William Hague, only a couple of days ago described Donald Trump as being a nasty individual who was a threat to the world. So you can see different politicians with different views from the same party. But aside from all of that, is the most likely way forward less of a special relationship with America and more a sort of transactional relationship?
I think so, Matthew, but in a way, the so-called special relationship, the Anglo-American alliance, a term first used by Churchill in Missouri just after the end of World War II, has always been, to an extent, transactional. It's always been a bit lopsided. There is a senior partner in this relationship, and it's the United States, and it's been through difficult times and times of friction before. You know, there was a proper argument between Lyndon Johnson and Harold Wilson about Vietnam. Harold Wilson did not want Britain to be involved in that at all. Even Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, who had a very close relationship, they were great political allies. They fell out over Grenada. There was tension too about the Falklands. So, you know, this has been a bumpy relationship for decades. It has not always been smooth, but we are entering, I think, a totally new phase when it comes to what we like to call the special relationship. And I think the next Trump presidency, working with a new Labour government here, despite the work that has gone in behind the scenes in recent months, David Lammy in particular, trying to build bridges, make connections with people who are going to be very senior in the next Trump administration, particularly J.D. Vance. I think that relationship is going to be tested, perhaps like never before.
Well, that was Ben Wright at Westminster for us. As we've been showing you on the screen, we are due to hear from Kamala Harris at 2100 GMT. That is what the Reuters news agency is reporting. That will be the first time we've heard from the Democrat candidate. Let me show you the last time we actually physically saw her. This was Kamala Harris talking to various campaign workers on the phone, but of course officials at her celebration party last night coming out to the microphones and saying she wasn't going to speak, and we haven't seen Kamala Harris through the course of the night or today, but 2100 she is due to address her supporters, so we will carry that live. Let me show you the pictures from Donald Trump. We saw him, of course, last night promising a new golden age for America, an extraordinary political comeback. He becomes only the second president after Grover Cleveland in the 19th century to have two non-consecutive terms in office. Let me show you the live pictures from the White House. Well, the Trump Tower first, because a lot of focus on that. But let's hop from New York to the White House, because, of course, as well as winning the White House, the Republicans due to have control of the Senate and the House. Huge amounts of power for Donald Trump. Thanks so much for watching BBC News. Much more in the coming minutes.
Hello there. It's been another grey, gloomy day for most of us. Limited sunshine, best of it northeast England, and the northern half of Scotland has done pretty well. And that's how it's going to look, I think, for the next few days. The outlook, though, very little change to what we've been experiencing this week so far. A lot of dry weather around, but a lot of cloud trapped underneath this blocking area of high pressure, which is dominating the scene across the whole of Europe. But it is drawing up mild air for the time of year right across the UK. And you can see that from the yellow and orange colours there. So as we head through tonight, we hold on to a lot of cloud. A few holes in that cloud, perhaps northern England and into northern Scotland. We'll see some mist and fog. There may be the odd spot of drizzle. Most places will be dry, but mild for the time of year, ranging between 8 to 12 degrees as we start Thursday. So we'll have a lot of cloud again to start Thursday, rather grey and gloomy weather, limited brightness. Again, I think northern Scotland doing best for that, maybe northern and western Wales and the odd glimmer elsewhere. And those temperatures reaching highs at the low to mid-teens, maybe 15 or 16 degrees in the mildest spots. Then as we head into Friday, similar story, a lot of grey weather around with limited brightness. Again, possibly some parts of the north and the west of the UK seeing the best of that with temperatures low to mid-teens. Now, as we move out of Friday and into the weekend, could see some subtle changes to weather. These weather fronts trying to work their way in will struggle to push up against this area of high pressure. Saturday's weather front looks like it'll fizzle out as it crosses Northern Ireland. So we could see some spots of rain. Northern Ireland might travel across the Irish Sea into western Scotland, western Wales, but most places will be dry, rather grey and gloomy again with limited brightness. Probably the best of it across northeast Scotland. Those temperatures again, the low to mid-teens. Now, as we move into Sunday, there's a chance this next feature could have a bit more energy to it, and that might cross the north and west of the country to bring stronger winds and outbreaks of rain. So we could see some shower rain across Northern Ireland, much of Scotland, maybe northern and western England and Wales. And behind it, because we're changing the air mass, we're losing that stagnant air, getting some westerly Atlantic air, we might see more sunshine across the north and the west. We have to stay tuned because this might change. Generally, though, England and Wales rather cloudy, temperatures into the mid-teens. And through the new week, it looks like high pressure builds back in. A lot of dry and settled weather, but turning chillier by the end of the week.
Witness the magic when experience meets raw talent.
There has to be a moment where I can say, wow, this is beautiful. It's about thought.
Renowned icons with emerging artists on a unique learning journey.
If you do it with conviction.
Yeah. So take that further.
From mentor to protege.
Everything what I tell her is doing right away.
Why do you do that?
That's great.
Watch a legacy unfold.
They really are here to help us.
Arts in Motion. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Ukraine is just about holding the front here while the Russians have launched this fresh assault.
Everywhere you look, there are uprooted trees, there are bits of building, and the destruction is just in every direction.
Incendiary drones were dropped here. We know this was the military junta because the rebels don't have that kind of weaponry.
When you can hear the tear gas canisters being lobbed at the protesters.
There when the story breaks. BBC News. Follow on the app.
At 6, he's back. America re-elects Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States. He says America has given him an unprecedented and powerful mandate, with his Republican Party also retaking control of the Senate.
This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
CBS News projects that Donald Trump will be the winner of the state of Pennsylvania. That is a state.
This, one of the key swing states that helped secure victory on a night of high drama. No sign of Kamala Harris since yesterday's drubbing, her shocked supporters leaving a planned Democrat victory party as the results emerged.
Here in West Palm Beach, Donald Trump is preparing for his second term in the White House with that resounding mandate behind him.
Well, throughout the program, we'll have reaction and analysis from across America and around the world. What does a Donald Trump presidency mean for us all?
And coming up on BBC News, Arsenal captain Martin Odegaard's back from injury, but will he make the starting lineup as his side prepare to play Inter Milan in the Champions League?
A very good evening to you from Washington, where Donald Trump has comfortably won the race to become this country's 47th president, in what's been described as one of the most dramatic turnarounds in political history. We'll be looking at his fortunes over the last few years, how he's managed to become the 47th president and eke out a victory that many people believed would be too close to call. In fact, he won very handily indeed. Many, in fact, thought there'd be legal wrangling, that we wouldn't know the result for some time. None of that actually managed to come to pass. Not only did Mr. Trump sweep home in the crucial swing states he needed to win, but he also won the popular vote, describing his victory as magnificent. His Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris, was swept aside and has yet to say anything publicly about her defeat. This was what the electoral map of the US looks like today. The blue shows Democrat states and red Republican. The magic number in the Electoral College system that the candidates had to reach to claim victory was 270. And as you can see, Donald Trump has already crossed the line, even though some states still haven't declared. In terms of the popular vote, Donald Trump currently stands at 51%, with Kamala Harris at 47%. As I say, tonight we'll be assessing how he's managed to turn around his political fortunes from convicted felon to becoming once again the most powerful man in the world. We'll also be looking at what went wrong for Kamala Harris's campaign and what Donald Trump's victory means for the rest of the world. But first, let's join Gary O'Donoghue, who was at Donald Trump's campaign headquarters last night as the results came in and who's now in West Palm Beach, Florida. Gary.
Clive, America wakes up to a new reality today. Come January the 20th, Donald Trump will be back in the White House for a second time. He's promising a mass deportation of migrants, huge tariffs on foreign goods, and ending the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. But that is for next year. For the moment, half of America is celebrating what was an extraordinary night.
As the results rolled in, they began to believe, bit by bit, that they could win.
What do you think?
I think it was freaking awesome! Woo!
When the key swing state of Pennsylvania was called for the former president, they could barely contain themselves.
We did it, man! I'm not just happy, I am ecstatic.
We are so back! We're so back! This country's saved! This is an extraordinary political comeback. The former president and now future president has overcome scandal, court cases, even a brush with death from an assassin's bullet. And the country has sent him back to Washington and the White House for another 4 years. He's promising a new golden age for America.
The party atmosphere grew and grew as the alcohol flowed.
Please welcome President-elect Donald J. Trump.
But it wasn't until after 2 a.m. that they got the chance to see their next president in the flesh, flanked by his whole family and his key lieutenants.
I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Tonight has become a very different night to the one we expected. Donald Trump, victorious, without dispute.
The result came quicker than anyone or the polls had expected. It was a very different picture at Kamala Harris's HQ in Washington.
So you won't hear from the vice president tonight?
As the reality sank in, the party atmosphere evaporated. Donald Trump won this campaign by hugely improving his support among Hispanic voters and a significant rise among black voters too, especially men in both communities. while the vice president failed to match Joe Biden's support among women in 2020 and was held responsible by voters for years of rising prices in the shops and the highest levels of illegal migration at the southern border in decades. Donald Trump celebrated his victory with some of his key supporters, such as the world's richest man, Elon Musk. The scale of this victory was underlined by the man who will be Donald Trump's vice president.
I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Despite what the polls had indicated, this was no narrow victory. Donald Trump goes back to the White House for a second time, having won big. Gary O'Donoghue, BBC News, Florida.
Well, it's 4 years since Donald Trump left the White House, with many suggesting his political career was over. Just a few months ago, he was convicted of business fraud over payments to the adult film star Stormy Daniels, and he's still facing several other possible prosecutions. But despite all of that, Donald Trump is now set to be sworn in as America's next president on Inauguration Day, January the 20th, next year. So, how did he manage to turn around his political fortunes and rise once again to the highest office in the land? Here's Sarah Smith.
From the mutinous glare in this infamous mugshot, an iconic image of defiance, to the bold, clenched fist thrust in the air, showing that nothing can hold him back, it was all leading to this, the most dramatic comeback in American political history. 4 years ago, refusing to accept defeat, he summoned his supporters to Washington and sent them to the Capitol.
We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Who's out?
The January the 6th riot destroyed Donald Trump's reputation. It could have exiled him to permanent ignominy. Appearing in court charged with a felony crime might then have killed his political career. But it resurrected it instead. His supporters believed he was being victimized by the Biden administration.
They're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way, and I always will stand in their way.
The breaking news, Donald Trump guilty.
A watershed moment in this nation's
His conviction only further cemented his support. He's now the first criminal felon to be elected president.
Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
One simple question got right to the heart of the matter for all the people who felt much better off when he was in charge.
No matter how you spin it, you know, like some of us are working 2 to 3 jobs and not getting a lot of that family time because, you know, we have to put food on the table.
On immigration, he captured, as well as stoked, fears over the record levels of illegal immigrants streaming into America. In one sentence, he demolished Joe Biden's candidacy.
On the total initiative relative to what we can do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
And defied death when he could so easily have been killed at a campaign rally, but came up fighting, driven by raw political instinct. He was then worshipped by supporters who saw divine intervention at work.
To elect Donald J. Trump.
He looked utterly unstoppable, but not unflappable.
People start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
Calculated jibes from his new opponent knocked him off script.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
But voters seem uniquely willing to forgive outrageous statements when they come from Donald J. Trump.
Does Donald Trump say some crazy stuff? Absolutely.
Does that bother you?
Well, it does, but it doesn't.
I don't know if it would be the more outrageous things he says, but I think people like that he's honest.
He's a showman in a way, right? So he's a funny guy, don't get me wrong, or some of his jokes a little on the edge, certainly, but everybody enjoys a good laugh.
His bizarre and erratic behavior.
So play YMCA. Go ahead. Let's go. Nice and loud.
Dancing, not speaking, for 40 minutes on stage.
Is that better? Is that better?
Or crass gestures when the mic wouldn't work. All formed part of the transfixing Trump show. And it worked. he performed his way right back into the White House. Sarah Smith, BBC News, West Palm Beach.
Well, in the run-up to polling day, all the focus was on the 7 key swing states. Now, this is where the election would be decided. With speculation, it would be close. It might even take days to declare a winner. In fact, it was just a few hours before Georgia and North Carolina declared for Donald Trump, followed by Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. And in the last few minutes, we've just heard that Michigan has been called for Mr. Trump, and he's leading in Arizona and Nevada too. The biggest prize was Pennsylvania, worth 19 electoral college votes, won by Joe Biden handily 4 years ago. From there, Tom Bateman looks at what might have persuaded many voters to switch to Donald Trump this time round.
At the steps where Kamala Harris made her final pitch, now they're packing up, defeated, and she's going home.
I voted for Kamala too as well, but I already figured Trump was going to win just due to the campaigns. I just felt like her campaigns wasn't strong enough. And also just being as though they don't want to see a woman leading in the office.
Trump outperformed Harris, particularly among men. Peter walks Coco here every day and struggled, he says, as inflation surged under Joe Biden.
Yeah, I like being able to afford groceries. I like being able to pay for gas. I like that Trump wants to do away with income tax and replace it with tariffs and make us a much better country again.
These steps are famous from the movie Rocky. A plucky underdog takes on a heavyweight champion. But Harris just couldn't break through in this critical swing state, which her side only scraped a win 4 years ago.
Kamala Harris was trying to outperform Joe Biden in this city and therefore across the state. But in the end, Donald Trump ate into those margins, even taking voters from Harris here in Philadelphia.
But mostly concerned just right in this moment for women, for my LGBT community, for my trans friends. I'm very concerned about the future for us,
I feel like waking up, especially as a woman, I mean, my husband is distraught, but I was like, can we put it aside for a minute? Because I need that love and support.
When people said during the campaign that Trump was going to be a danger to democracy, what did you think?
He's a good leader, but he's not a dictator. He's not a Nazi or a communist or anything. That's just, it was uncalled political rhetoric, if you ask me.
In the end, Donald Trump built on his base in the rural Rust Belt and even advanced in Democrat-voting Philadelphia. And his fans are now hailing a knockout blow. Tom Bateman, BBC News, Pennsylvania.
Well, in January, the ceremony for Donald Trump's inauguration as president will take place here in Washington. Let's talk to Sarah Smith live in Florida now. Sarah, one wonders what happens now.
Yes, well, Donald Trump made many radical and controversial proposals through the course of this campaign, and now he has the mandate to be as bold as he likes. And so that means swift, drastic action to close the U.S. southern border and try to end illegal immigration. And he's also said that he plans to try to deport up to 15 million undocumented migrants living in the U.S. That could even mean building camps to detain people whilst he tries to deport them. Now, people weren't always sure exactly how seriously to take some of the things that Donald Trump said at his campaign rallies, but there were proposals about which he was absolutely clear. That includes imposing 20% import tariffs on goods coming into the US, even more on some, and his plan to use the justice system to target his political opponents, people he considers to be his enemies. He wants to investigate, prosecute, possibly even imprison some of them. He's even talked about using the military to go after the people he describes as the enemy within. In his first term, he was somewhat constrained by the aides and officials around him. This time, he will make sure that he is surrounded by loyal, like-minded staff who won't try to stop him. And thanks to a recent Supreme Court ruling, he knows that he has almost total immunity from prosecution for anything he does as president. And he believes he has a strong mandate from the American voters to implement the things he promised he would do, and one assumes now intends to.
All right. Sarah, thank you. Sarah Smith, our North America editor there in West Palm Beach, Florida. As the counting went on overnight in those all-important swing states, it became clear to Kamala Harris's supporters that any chance of victory was slipping away. Many were tearful, having gathered for a victory rally, but leaving heartbroken. Despite high-profile celebrity endorsements and a formidable ground operation and lots of money to try to get their voters to the polls, the Harris campaign failed. She's due to give a concession speech in a few hours' time here in Washington, D.C., a heavily Democrat area, of course, where she won more than 90% of the vote. The rest of America had a very different idea. As America wakes up to Donald Trump's victory, the dream many had of a first woman president is over. A group of early morning joggers hit the road, one Democrat among them, shocked by the election result.
It's really scary to know what's going to happen next, and I think just feeling a lot of uncertainty and nervousness about the future.
And at the venue for Kamala Harris's overnight election watch party, there's a mournful silence. The morning after, the balloons are still up. The barriers are also in place because there should have been a victory party here at her old university for Kamala Harris. Now it's awake. I can see you have been crying.
I have been crying. I definitely have been crying.
We came across student Anna Wiggins, distraught and bewildered. How awful was it last night?
I think I found out about the results around like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was so crushed because letting Trump win is a vote for racism. It's a vote against women. I'm so scared. I'm terrified for this country, and I'm so hurt that America let this happen in the first place.
So why did America reject Kamala Harris?
Welcome to the Eras Tour.
Her endorsements were big and famous.
I'm supporting Kamala Harris for president.
Every single vote, every one is going to matter.
Are you ready for it?
But did any of this speak to the concerns of ordinary Americans? From rural areas to urban centers, from the Rust Belt to the Sun Belt, millions felt their country was on the wrong track. Donald Trump felt their pain.
My message to Americans tonight is simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't. We don't. And we won't. We won't. We do not have to settle for weakness, incompetence, decline, and decay.
I'm sad, and we are all sad, but at the end of the day, we don't have time for solace. You got to get up and go work.
One Democratic strategist admits Republicans asked the questions Kamala Harris didn't.
So he asked people 3 things. How do you feel about immigration? How do you feel about crime? And are you better off? Is the economy better? And so people said no to those things. I don't think that's true.
But elections are about instincts and feelings
I know,
as
Clive.
well.
I agree. But look, at the end of the day, at some point we have to look at some realities.
The first decision I made, the nominee in 2020, was selecting her as my vice president.
One reality is that Kamala Harris was fatally tied to an unpopular president. And during the campaign, she failed to make a decisive break from her boss.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
She seemed tin-eared, not only turning off moderate Republicans, but also Democrats too, black men, Latinos, younger voters.
There's a problem with the messaging. Some of it has to do with religion, some of it has to do with tradition, some of it has to do with masculinity. And so I don't know what we do yet, but we've got to figure out a way to move forward. But I don't think this is a time for the party to capitulate and move back from the progress that we want to push forward.
That post-mortem on the structural realignment of the political map we've all just witnessed begins now, as Donald Trump prepares for a second term, given a second chance. Well, many world leaders have congratulated Donald Trump on his victory. Ukraine's President Zelensky said he hoped the new president's approach could bring peace in his country a little bit closer, while Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu praised the win as a new beginning. European leaders were also quick to offer their congratulations, although there is some private concern about what the victory could mean for European security and the world economy. Well, Jeremy Bowen, our international editor, has this assessment.
During his first term, Donald Trump often alarmed his allies with sometimes impulsive and naive overtures towards the world's strongmen, here with Kim Jong-un, the ruler of North Korea.
And then we fell in love, okay? No, really. He wrote me beautiful letters.
Trump always wants to be the biggest man in the room, but he'll face more complicated challenges now than the first time round, since the summit in Finland in 2018, when he met Russia's President Putin. America's authoritarian rivals are now forming an axis. Putin couldn't fight the war in Ukraine without help from North Korea and China. Trump might find the plan he pushed repeatedly during his presidential campaign this year to end the war simply doesn't work.
I will have that war finished and done and settled before I get to the White House as president-elect. I will get that done.
Ukraine's President Zelensky couldn't fight on against Russia without American military aid. Zelensky will fear Joe Biden's arms supplies might be replaced with Trump's arm twisting to concede land to Russia to make a deal. On social media, Zelensky offered congratulations and appealed to Trump's self-image as a strong leader. For Ukraine, peace through strength is another way of asking for more weapons. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine has also taught America's Western European allies a hard lesson, that without U.S. military power, they would struggle to defend themselves. Trump will redouble the demands of his first term, that the Europeans need to spend more on defense. If not, he might threaten once again to take the U.S. out of NATO. From the Middle East came congratulations from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on what he called history's greatest comeback. Israel needed a lot of American help to defend itself against Iranian missiles. The Israelis couldn't fight on multiple fronts without U.S. military and diplomatic support. President Biden would not use that leverage to insist on a ceasefire. Middle East watchers here in Washington believe he might want to impose an American agenda on Israel's.
The Middle East is also on the edge of drawing America into another major war in the Middle East. And I don't think Donald Trump, based on his record, wants that. So it's not that he cares about Palestinians or cares about Lebanon or cares about Iran. He may very well not agree with the theory of the case that Bibi Netanyahu has, which is to expand the war and, if need be, draw the United States into it.
China will be a major challenge in the second Trump term. Since his state visit to President Xi Jinping in Beijing in 2017, China has made bigger strides towards rivaling America as the world's strongest power. On the eve of the election, Trump repeated his plan to put a big tax on imports from China and others, also known as a trade war.
And I'm doing the same thing with China. We're going to tariff the hell out of them.
Longer term, a real war is another risk, with growing military tension between China and Taiwan. Before he leaves office, Donald Trump might have to decide whether America will fight to defend an island 7,000 miles away across the Pacific that's only 100 miles from the Chinese mainland. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Washington.
The global view there from Jeremy. What about the view from the UK? Well, Sir Keir Starmer also congratulated Donald Trump on his win and said he would work with the president-elect to ensure the special relationship between the two countries continued. In the Commons, the new leader of the Conservatives, Kemi Badenoch, asked the Prime Minister to apologise for previous comments by his Foreign Secretary describing Donald Trump as a neo-Nazi sympathising sociopath. Here's Chris Mason.
Having access to the White House, being heard in Washington, a long-standing must-have of UK foreign policy. This a gathering in July, President Biden inviting the Prime Minister and others for dinner.
Can I first of all welcome the Leader of the Opposition?
Here at Westminster, it was also a day for promotions, Kemi Badenoch making her Commons debut as Conservative leader, and the Prime Minister reacting to this morning's news.
Mr. Speaker, can I begin by congratulating President-elect Trump on his historic election victory. As the closest of allies, the UK and US will continue to work together.
And Kemi Badenoch's sentiments were similar.
So I would like to start by congratulating President-elect Trump on his impressive victory this morning.
But hang on, she and others have pointed out. Compare and contrast the Foreign Secretary's gushing congratulations to Donald Trump today, we look forward to working with you in the years ahead, with what he said in 2017, saying he'd protest on the streets if the president turned up, and saying he was a racist Nazi sympathiser. And that's not all.
And I quote, Trump is not only a woman-hating neo-Nazi sympathising sociopath, he is also a profound threat to the international order.
The Foreign Secretary and I did meet President-elect Trump just a few weeks ago for dinner for about a couple of hours, and we discussed a number of issues of global significance. It was a very constructive exercise.
Sir Ed Davey.
The Liberal Democrat leader claimed today was a dark, dark day for people around the world.
President-elect Trump praised Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, and I quote, he called it genius. He also said he would encourage Russia to do whatever the hell they want to NATO allies.
Nigel Farage's view was rather different. It was of Florida. He was at Donald Trump's victory party. Speaking to GB News, where he works as a presenter, he had this offer for the Prime Minister.
Clearly, what the Labour government need to do is to roll out the red carpet. There is a fantastic opportunity ahead of us. And all I can say, as somebody who was a personal friend of his, has backed him all the way through his career, you know, if I can help broker a little bit of peace between the two, I'd be very happy to help.
Well, welcome.
The next time the Prime Minister is here in the Oval Office of the White House, it'll be Donald Trump extending his hand. Brash controversy and wild unpredictability. The new normal again. Now, talking to MPs today, some are pleased with the election of Donald Trump. Most, though, are rather fruity in their descriptions of the president-elect, ranging from mild concern to, frankly, outright horror. Others reflect on what his victory says about the failure of conventional politicians to talk to and understand millions and millions of people who were drawn to Mr. Trump. Now, what we can expect, and Westminster is preparing for, is plenty of noise and turbulence. That is kind of the Donald Trump way, isn't it? But then, crucially, there is policy. There is the question of Ukraine that Jeremy was talking about. There is climate change. And then there is trade. What about this suggestion from Donald Trump of the imposition of massive tariffs, import taxes? And what might that mean for Sir Keir Starmer's desire to really turbocharge economic growth? So many implications to ponder tonight.
Indeed, Chris. Thank you for that. Chris Mason there, our political editor, live at Westminster. On the financial markets, the dollar surged against the pound and euro on the back of Donald Trump's victory, as investors bet on lower taxes and higher interest rates. But borrowing levels for the US government also rose, and there are concerns, as we've been hearing, about Mr. Trump possibly sparking a global trade war. Faisal Islam is in central London for us. Faisal, interesting times potentially for the global financial outlook.
Clive, it's a huge moment for the world economy. Immediately, we have seen this reaction in world markets. The dollar, the value of the dollar in world markets was up sharply. US stock markets were up, one to an all-time high, too. And within that, rather intriguingly, the value of the electric car maker Tesla went up by 110 billion, and its part owner Elon Musk, a key supporter of Donald Trump, his stake went up by $14 billion. And this is part of, if you like, the Trump trader relief rally, because we're no longer in limbo. But now we have the focus on what Trump will actually do. And first, those big tax cuts against an economy where borrowing is already ballooning is likely to increase that debt by several trillion. And you're seeing a reaction in the markets for US government debt, the effective interest cost of borrowing going up. Also a reflection that potentially inflation will be higher and interest rates will be higher. And these markets can seep into other markets like here in the UK, where there could be an impact in terms of lower than expected fall in interest rates. But then there is that big thing on trade. Will Donald Trump essentially lead to a global trade war? He seemed to suggest that by the imposition of not just a tariff against enemies in certain sectors, but against kind of everybody, everywhere, in all sectors, worth $500 billion potentially, not just against China, but also against Europe. So there is a risk, not a certainty, of a transatlantic trade war, and that does raise questions about what the United Kingdom would do, whether to gang up with the Europeans to try and persuade Trump not to do this, maybe go with the Americans, maybe try and be peacemaker, maybe try and sit this out and risk being caught in the crossfire. There could be an impact on inflation and growth in the UK and around the world.
All right, we'll see what happens. Faisal, thank you. Faisal Islam, our economics editor there. We're going to move away from the US election and take a look at some of the other stories in the pipeline now. And the Prince of Wales has told the BBC that his wife is doing really well following her cancer diagnosis earlier this year. Prince William was speaking in Cape Town ahead of tonight's Earthshot Prize ceremony. The competition is an annual award giving £1 million to the 5 most environmentally innovative projects.
The Earthshot encompasses urgent optimism. That's what we're here for. And as I think you'll see tonight, the amount of youth from Africa who will be in here, they'll be letting you know and letting everyone know that it matters to them. And without them, you know, the future is looking pretty bleak.
Our audiences would want to know, how is the princess?
She's doing really well, thanks, and hopefully she's watching tonight and sort of cheering me on. But no, she's been amazing this whole year, and I know she'll be really keen to see it tonight be a success.
3 men have been arrested on suspicion of manslaughter and the production of cannabis after an explosion at a house in Newcastle last month. A man and a 7-year-old boy were killed in the explosion. 2 men in their 30s and another in his 50s remain in custody. A GP who tried to murder his mother's partner in a row over inheritance has been sentenced to more than 31 years in prison. Dr. Thomas Kwan, who worked in Sunderland, disguised himself as a community nurse to inject his victim with a fake COVID jab, which was in fact poison. As a result, Mr. O'Hara contracted a life-threatening disease. And the former Manchester City footballer Benjamin Mendy is to be paid most of the £11 million in wages he missed out on after he was charged with and then acquitted of sexual offences. City stopped paying him between September 2021 and the end of his contract in June 2023. The judge at an employment tribunal said City were entitled to withhold pay for a period of about 5 months when he was held in custody. Okay, let's go back now to our top story and Donald Trump's victory. Let's talk to Sarah Smith, our North America editor again, who's in Florida. Sarah, it was a resounding victory. It wasn't even close. What can we take away from that?
Well, it might be tempting at first look to think that American voters responded to some of Donald Trump's racist and sexist language, some of the violent rhetoric he used during the campaign, some of his more extreme ideas. But actually, talking to voters all the way through this campaign, what I found was that a lot of people were supporting him. Most people who supported him, in fact, were doing so despite all of that outlandish behavior, not because of it. They were just very simply not happy with the economy, not happy with the direction the country was going in. He told them that he would fix it, and they believed him. The Harris and Biden administration also had really not done enough to tackle what were record levels of illegal immigration. And that was something that was very concerning to a huge number of American voters. They didn't see anything being done about it, and they really trusted Donald Trump to grapple with that issue as well. Now, the Democrats, of course, throughout this campaign were warning that he would try to rule as an autocrat and that he would undermine American democracy. Well, those warnings sounded rather hollow to people who simply said that rising prices under their government meant that they were struggling to make ends meet. And you had Kamala Harris campaigning with the slogan saying, "We won't go back." Now, of course, she was talking about women's rights and civil rights, but actually a lot of voters listened to that and said, you know what, we do want to go back. We want to go back 4 years to when Donald Trump was in the White House and we felt considerably better off. They know him. They know what he is like in government, and they have chosen to go back to that for pretty simple kitchen table reasons.
Yeah, it's all about the economy, stupid. I mean, the country is clearly divided. We've all seen that, no question about it. But one wonders, can Donald Trump bridge the divide between communities between those on either side of the political divide?
Well, and one wonders if Donald Trump wants to, because he has this clear, secure victory. He has enough of the country behind him to back him in what he wants to do. Is he interested in reaching out to people who fundamentally disagree with his ideas, with his worldview, and with his way of doing things? Because it's really interesting to think about, isn't it? I mean, he has won so many of these states, a really resounding victory in the Electoral College. But if you look at all of those key swing states we were talking about for so long, very small margins of victory there. So it looks like he's won big, but this is still a deeply, deeply divided nation.
Indeed it is. Sarah, many, many thanks to you. Sarah Smith, our North America editor there. And there's more analysis on the election on BBC Americast, available on BBC Sounds. And it's available whenever you want it too. Time for a look at the weather now. Here's Louise Leah. Hi, Louise.
Hi there, Clive. Quite a misty, murky day for many of us today, but for some, it was mild and there were some brief glimpses of sunshine. In fact, in the far northwest, in Northern Ireland, parts of northwest Scotland, we had temperatures 17 or 18 degrees as a maximum, above the average for the time of year, and we're going to keep that warmth through the night tonight. Take a look at this. Out to the west, temperatures holding up between 11 and 13 degrees. That 13 in Stornoway, well, the average in November is 3 degrees, so incredibly mild at night to come. We're still under the influence of high pressure, but a little bit more of a breeze driving in this mild air from the south. But the stronger wind tomorrow means that hopefully western areas might see a little more in the way of sunshine. So some breaks in the cloud across parts of North Wales and certainly into the far north of Scotland. Misty, murky start in the southeast. Hopefully that will lift, but to low grey cloud. And once again, those temperatures pretty respectable for this stage in November. We're looking at highs of 15, possibly 16 degrees in the far northwest once again. Into Friday, it's almost a repeat performance. Again, we will start off with cloudy skies, freshening breeze breaking up the cloud out to the west and once again into northern Scotland, and those temperatures a similar story. But there is the potential for a subtle change as we move into the weekend. A weather front will start to push in from the Atlantic during Saturday and into Sunday. It potentially could bring a little bit of showery rain on Sunday. Hopefully behind it, it will help break that cloud up and we'll see some sunshine on Monday onwards. But into the weekend, don't expect that much in the way of change to the story or the feel of the weather. Back to you.
All right, Louise. Thank you, Louise Leah there. That's it from us here in a very sunny Washington on a momentous day, of course, for American politics. After Donald Trump defied his critics and comfortably secured a second term as the American president. Despite polling suggesting this would be one of the closest ever U.S. elections, in the end, he won comfortably, beating Kamala Harris, and will take office as the 47th president in January. I'll be back at 10, but we'll leave you now with some of the key images of the election campaign. Have a very good evening.
Polls are now closed across all 50 states. Former President Donald Trump and Republicans are having a very good night.
People are getting more and more anxious.
Well, it's the converse here because people are getting increasingly excited.
Fight! Fight! Fight!
This is a pretty bleak picture for the Democrats.
They haven't conceded defeat, but they all but have in the way that they've closed down this event tonight.
Breaking news overnight, CBS News can project that Donald Trump has been elected 47th President of the United States.
It is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Hello and welcome to Sports Day. I'm Jane Dougal. The last time Arsenal played Inter Milan in the Champions League was 21 years ago. That ended in a win at the San Siro. Can they do it again tonight? A very happy Ruben Amorim, but what will the win over Manchester City mean for the United head coach-elect? And another boss in waiting, Trump was re-elected as US president, but how will that impact on sport? Welcome to the programme. It was a cracker last night in the Champions League, wasn't it? With that significant loss for Manchester City, can we expect similar shocks tonight? There are two English teams in action in the competition. Aston Villa have travelled to Brussels, where their match is already underway, while Arsenal are in Italy to take on Inter Milan in 90 minutes' time. They've travelled without Declan Rice, but they will have their captain Martin Odegaard available again after being out since September. Manager Mikel Arteta says this is going to be a mouth-watering match.
We are blessed to be where we are. You know, we're going to play this competition, we're going to play 70 games, we're going to have injuries, we're going to have defeats like many other teams. And it shows where we are and then how good we're going to be to react and be ourselves. My blood is pumping. You know, this is the kind of game that we want to play, to come to Milan to play Inter, that 2 years ago they were the final in the Champions League. They won the Scudetto last year, and to come here and show the team that we are in right now and the ambition that we have.
It's not been the best time for Arsenal. After defeat away to Newcastle United on Saturday, they then have a challenging week on the road. They go to Chelsea on Sunday, and of course before that is tonight's match in Italy. Well, to analyse that, outside the San Siro for us is John Murray and Matthew Upson.
So tonight, Arsenal come here to the imposing Giuseppe Meazza Stadium, San Siro, the home of the Italian champions. And they come here, Matt, in the week that Edu has resigned. Their form in the Premier League, 1 point from their last 3 matches. They come here without Declan Rice, and they play Chelsea at Stamford Bridge on Sunday. It is a testing time for them, is it not?
Tough week. Very, very tough week for Arsenal, and I absolutely agree. It's hugely testing. This is going to really test the resolve of this group of players. They have been on a poor run, and they've now got to come here and perform at what will be a very difficult game against a really good Inter side. And as you mentioned, big game at the weekend. So the squad's stretched right to the limit at the moment with injuries and what have you. So, you know, Mikel Arteta's got a lot of work to do.
We weren't expecting this, were we? I'm not sure many were expecting it.
No, not at all. I mean, Arsenal had a difficult season. The fullback positions, just to start with, have been rotated all the time through injury. Then obviously lost Saliba a little bit with suspension. Martin Odegaard is a big, massive problem for Arsenal, not having him in the team. So they've had to adapt. And I think, you know, credit, they've had some decent results without him. But of late, obviously, it's been very difficult.
Yeah, Martin Odegaard is here, the captain. He's not played since August, but yesterday was his first full training session. So I think you'd have to say it would be doubtful he would start this match. But Arsenal unbeaten in the Champions League, Inter unbeaten in the Champions League. And if it stays like that for Arsenal after tonight, they will be very happy on the way home. So you'll hear it with us on 5 Live and BBC Sounds from 8 o'clock.
John Murray there with Matthew Upson. Well, as we mentioned already, underway in Brussels, Aston Villa are up against Club Brugge. It's half-time, 0-0 between the two sides. There's been chances for both sides. Shots just going wide there. But can Villa keep their 100% record in the Champions League so far? We'll keep you up to date. Earlier, I spoke to European football journalist Julien Laurin and began by asking him if he thought that Arsenal's captain Martin Odegaard being available would be a bit of a boost for them against Inter.
Massive boost tonight. I don't think he's ready yet to start and to play 90 minutes, but just to have the captain back in the squad, on the bench, as another option, coming off the bench if needs be. It's a big game away at Milan against Inter, who can be hot and cold as well, but big game for Arsenal, especially after 3 games now in a row without a win. It starts to be a difficult situation now for Arteta. He needs to find solutions to turn things around.
Well, you never know, there might be some surprises in store tonight, as there was last night, when we saw Manchester City lose their 3rd consecutive match, and quite convincingly, Sporting playing incredibly well.
Yes, first time in 6 years, I believe, that they lose 3 in a row. For Guardiola, very unusual to concede 4 goals. I think this is only the 3rd time it happens in his City career. So well done to Ruben Amorim, who's obviously coming on the red side of Manchester. Well done to Sporting. We knew they were a good team. We know Gyökeres is a very good striker. But the way they dismantled City in that second half, especially the start of that second half, was very impressive and in a way very worrying from a City point of view, because there's clearly issues more than Rodri, really. Rodri not being there is a problem. But there's more than that, and Pep will have to sort it out.
Yeah, fans will be worried, but the United fans might be thrilled. I mean, we've got to remember as well that Victor Gyökeres was playing for Coventry not that long ago. But the way that Amorim seems to have brought the best out in his players, should United fans be excited?
I think if you're not excited now as a United fan, you will never be excited for me, because he's a very, very talented young coach. And yes, I think, like he said last night, his United team will play differently to his Sporting team, not the same squad, not the same league, all of that. But he's got something very special in him.
He was playing it down a little bit, wasn't he?
Yeah, he has to, I guess.
Managing expectations. And I guess we should probably do that with some of the other results. Convincing win for Liverpool and for Celtic as well. But the way that the Champions League is now, it's difficult to get excited.
Yeah. Oh, just don't get too carried away, I think, because Celtic have had a good start apart from the Dortmund heavy defeat. But apart from that, it's 7 points, and I think they would be very happy with that. They would have signed up for that after 4 games. For Liverpool, the Arne Slot miracle continues. I don't know, the first half was quite even. The second half, they just blew by Leverkusen and Xabi Alonso away. So incredible from them, and they continue this incredible form.
And Julien Laurent will be on the BBC's Champions League highlight show at 10:50 on BBC One. Now, elsewhere, former Manchester City defender Benjamin Mendy will receive the majority of his unpaid salary from the Premier League club. The France international was cleared of rape and sexual assault last year, having first been charged in August 2021. He was suspended without pay until he left City in June of 2023. An employment tribunal judge ruled that City were entitled to withhold his salary while he was in custody, but that an FA suspension meant he was unable to fulfil his contractual obligations otherwise, and he should therefore be paid. Well, in a statement on social media, Mendy said, having had to wait for 3 years for my wages, I am delighted with the decision and sincerely hope that the club will now do the honourable thing and pay the outstanding amounts. Without further delay, that's so I can finally put this difficult part of my life behind me. Manchester City have said they will not be commenting. Time for a quick look at some of the other sports news stories making the headlines. Arsenal women are being forced to move their Champions League game against Bayern Munich away from the Emirates. The game was scheduled for Wednesday the 18th of December, but that clashes with the men's League Cup quarter-final with Crystal Palace. The club have been selling Bayern tickets since September. The third and deciding one-day international between England and the West Indies is underway in Bridgeton, Barbados. England have been put into bats and they've got off to the worst possible start, losing Will Jacks, Jordan Cox and Jacob Bethel. They're currently 24 for 3 after 9 overs. British number 2 Cameron Norrie is through to the quarter-finals of the Moselle Open in Metz. He beat France's Luca van Assche in 3 sets. It's the first time since Wimbledon he's had back-to-back wins on the main tour. Norrie will face Zizou Berge of Belgium next. There's been defeat for one Trump today. Snooker's world number 1, Judd Trump, has been knocked out of the last 16 of the International Championship in Nanjing. He lost 6-4 to China's Zhu Zi. It's the first time this year that Trump's failed to reach the quarterfinals of the tournament. The International Olympic Committee says Algerian boxer Iman Khalif is preparing legal action over fresh media reports that have led to more questioning of the boxer's eligibility to have competed in the female category at this summer's Paris Olympics. The reports, which the IOC says are about unverified documents whose origin cannot be confirmed, have led to renewed controversy over the gold medal that Khalif won. The IOC has repeatedly defended the boxer's right to participate in the female category. Khalif won women's welterweight gold in Paris a year after being disqualified from the World Championships for reportedly failing gender eligibility tests. The World Championships were run by the Russian-led International Boxing Association, which was later stripped of world governing body status by the IOC over integrity and governance issues. To rugby union now, and the British and Irish Lions have unveiled their shirts for next year's tour of Australia, revealing they will wear a darker shade of red. The shirts also features a pattern woven into the fabric, symbolising the union of 4 nations and an old-fashioned grandad collar. Well, the shirt is unisex and will also be worn for the first ever Women's Lions Tour in 2027. World Cup winner Maggie Alfonsi was at the launch and said she would love to be playing in it.
It's incredibly important to be part of such a historic team, a historic jersey, historic legacy is important as a woman, because it's something that I've always watched. I've always watched Lions. I've had the privilege to observe them, and I've got a son and a daughter, and now both my son and daughter could one day play for the Lions. So to think come 2027 they're going to have their first tour to New Zealand, and we are going to be part of this is really special. And Haldon are doing a great job trying to make sure we bring it to life. Yeah, come 2027, I'm very excited, but I wish I was playing. I'd be quite old by then. But to be able to know that that is going to be a reality is going to be exciting. And actually, we'll be talking about what players we think could play there. Ellie Kildun is walking around. I think, she could totally be in that squad. But we're in a stage now where we're bringing it together. Even when we talk about the jersey, it's about the players. But when we talk about the fans, it's a unisex jersey. And we're bringing everyone together. And that's what we're all about. How do we try and bring a community together to be the very best?
And there's some players kind of outside of England who are so dominant who are putting up their hand. I thought Aoife Wafer, for instance, at Ireland was great. Yeah. WXV. It's nice to see that that'll be all kind of composite team rather than just England and a few others.
Yeah, and that has been the biggest, concern about the Lions. The assumption has been it's going to be England and maybe one or two others. I think the reality is when you look at the Six Nations now, competition is across the board. Ireland are always pushing. Ireland, we all know, beat New Zealand most recently in WXV1, and there'll be some big contentions come 2027 that potentially could be in that squad. Scotland as well. The list goes on. Wales obviously going through a bit of a development, but I do feel come 2027 we'll have lots of talent across the board, and it won't just be an England squad. It will be very much a home nations team.
Maggie Alfonsi there. Now, you might have seen there was an election result in America overnight. Well, we are asking, what impact will Donald Trump's return to the White House have on sport? The USA is one of 3 countries hosting the World Cup in 2026. And also the new president-elect has promised to sort out the rift between golf's Saudi-backed LIV players and the DP World Tour. Well, Joe Linsky has been speaking to one US commentator about what we can expect.
Alex, you're a golf expert based in the US. Donald Trump has said this morning he wants to heal the country in the United States. Can he find a way to heal the sport of golf?
He's indicated that he wants to do that as well in different times that he's talked about it. Yesterday, which would have been Tuesday night, Bryson DeChambeau, U.S. Open champ, certainly LIV participant, was on the podium with him in West Palm Beach.
Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he?
So there's a good relationship there with him, with Koepka, with Dustin Johnson. So though he's got a lot on his plate, I do think that he will be focused, when required to be focused, on trying to help both sides. But I'm not sure what he can actually do.
I think that's the key question, isn't it? We saw Rory McIlroy have those sentiments this morning in an interview.
Obviously, Trump has a great relationship with Saudi Arabia. He's got a great relationship with golf. He's a lover of golf, so maybe. Who knows?
What influence does the US president have over these negotiations?
Basically none, right? I mean, there's nothing the president can physically do and say, Yasser, do this. But what he can do, he could maybe get the Justice Department have a different focus on how they will look at the PGA Tour PIF deal.
On a slightly different note, you're at the Olympics in the summer covering the golf there. In Paris, we saw Emmanuel Macron be a very visual presence at those games. Do you think those global events, the LA Games towards the end of his presidency, the FIFA World Cup, do you think they're as important to President Trump?
I think the Olympics are important to everybody. The World Cup is important much more important to the U.S. now than it would have ever been before. And so I think Trump will be involved because, let's be honest, where there's a focus and there's a camera, he will be there.
Joe Linsky reporting there. Right, before we go, let's give you a reminder of our top story. 2 English teams in action in the Champions League. Aston Villa have travelled to Brussels. Their match is 50 minutes in. It's still 0-0 between the two sides, although there have been chances for both that have gone wide. Meanwhile, Arsenal are in Italy to take on Inter Milan. That match kicks off in an hour's time. We do have team news for you. We already knew that they travelled without Declan Rice. He took a knock in their defeat to Newcastle, but they do have captain Martin Odegaard available. He is on the bench for them. A boost for them to have him back in the squad, but he doesn't make the starting lineup. And we already knew as well that Bukayo Saka will lead the team out as captain in an hour's time. You can keep up to date with that match and all of the others in the Champions League on the BBC Sport website. But that's it from us on Sports Day. Bye-bye.
Hello there. It's been another grey, gloomy day for most of us. Limited sunshine, best of it northeast England, and the northern half of Scotland has done pretty well. And that's how it's going to look, I think, for the next few days. The outlook, though, very little change to what we've been experiencing this week so far. A lot of dry weather around, but a lot of cloud trapped underneath this blocking area of high pressure, which is dominating the scene across the whole of Europe. But it is drawing up mild air for the time of year right across the UK. And you can see that from the yellow and orange colours there. So as we head through tonight, we hold on to a lot of cloud. A few holes in that cloud, perhaps northern England and into northern Scotland. We'll see some mist and fog. There may be the odd spot of drizzle. Most places will be dry, but mild for the time of year, ranging between 8 to 12 degrees as we start Thursday. So we'll have a lot of cloud again to start Thursday, rather grey and gloomy weather, limited brightness. Again, I think northern Scotland doing best for that, maybe northern and western Wales and the odd glimmer elsewhere. And those temperatures reaching highs at the low to mid-teens, maybe 15 or 16 degrees in the mildest spots. Then as we head into Friday, similar story, a lot of grey weather around with limited brightness. Again, possibly some parts of the north and the west of the UK seeing the best of that with temperatures low to mid-teens. Now, as we move out of Friday and into the weekend, could see some subtle changes to weather. These weather fronts trying to work their way in will struggle to push up against this area of high pressure. Saturday's weather front looks like it'll fizzle out as it crosses Northern Ireland. So we could see some spots of rain. Northern Ireland might travel across the Irish Sea into western Scotland, western Wales, but most places will be dry, rather grey and gloomy again with limited brightness. Probably the best of it across northeast Scotland. Those temperatures again, the low to mid-teens. Now, as we move into Sunday, there's a chance this next feature could have a bit more energy to it, and that might cross the north and west of the country to bring stronger winds and outbreaks of rain. So we could see some shower rain across Northern Ireland, much of Scotland, maybe northern and western England and Wales. And behind it, because we're changing the air mass, we're losing that stagnant air, getting some westerly Atlantic air, we might see more sunshine across the north and the west. We have to stay tuned because this might change. Generally, though, England and Wales rather cloudy, temperatures into the mid-teens. And through the new week, it looks like high pressure builds back in. A lot of dry and settled weather, but turning chillier by the end of the week.
Live from London, this is BBC News. Donald Trump wins the US presidential election, declaring his second term will usher in a new era of prosperity for America. A crushing defeat for Kamala Harris and the Democrats. In the last few minutes, she's called President-elect Trump to congratulate him on his victory. The dollar saw its largest gain in 8 years, and US stocks soared to record highs on Wall Street, but European markets remain more cautious in their reaction.
I'm Katrina Perry in Washington. Over the next few hours, we'll be looking at what a second Donald Trump presidency might look like and what it means for the United States.
Hello and welcome to BBC News. I'm Marianne Mashiri. Well, the US Vice President Kamala Harris has, in the last few minutes, called Donald Trump to congratulate him on winning the 2024 presidential election. One of her senior aides has said this after a bitter and contentious race. The aide said Ms. Harris discussed with Mr. Trump the importance of a peaceful transfer of power and being a president for all Americans. Well, Donald Trump's victory has been described as one of the most dramatic comebacks in American political history. Kamala Harris didn't speak publicly last night, but the White House says she'll give her concession speech in around a couple of hours' time. Well, in the past hour, the BBC's broadcast partner, CBS, has called the swing state of Michigan for Mr. Trump, taking him to 291 electoral college votes, 21 more than he needed to win. In terms of the popular vote, or voters across the country, Donald Trump currently stands at 51%, Kamala Harris at 47%. Well, on this programme, we'll be assessing how Donald Trump turned around his political fortunes from convicted felon to the most powerful man in the world once again. We'll also be looking at what Donald Trump means in terms of his victory for the rest of the world. I'm joined now by Katty Kay, my colleague in Washington. Katrina, it's been a very, very busy 24 hours or so for you. And here you are back on the programme. And I've got to ask you, what has the reaction been in the United States to the Trump victory?
Well, it depends whether you're a Republican or a Democrat at this point, doesn't it? The Republicans are ecstatic, particularly Trump supporters. Of course, not all Republicans are Trump supporters, but as we saw in those results that you just read out there, Mariam, huge support for Donald Trump. He's managed to turn over those states that Joe Biden won in 2020, and not just by a little bit, but by quite a lot, winning the popular vote as well, something that Republican presidents have not been able to do for decades. So great response if you're a Donald Trump supporter. The Democrats, though, are in absolute shock today. They don't know what happened. They thought this would be a tight race for sure, but they did not think that Donald Trump would do this great sweep. You announced Michigan there, but it looks like he's going to probably take Nevada and Arizona as well. So these 7 states, these must-win states that we've been talking about for weeks, it looks like Donald Trump is going to take all of them, which for the Democratic Party is something that they just can't understand. They poured so much money into this campaign. They had Kamala Harris and Tim Walz on the ground so much, thousands and thousands of volunteers in all of these key states, and it seems to have come up short for them. And not only that, but some key demographics that were traditionally Democrat voters seem to have moved to the Republican Party. Well, Gary O'Donoghue, who is in Florida, our senior North America correspondent, spent the night at the Donald Trump victory party in Florida, and he has this first report.
As the results rolled in, they began to believe, bit by bit, that they could win.
What do you think? I think it was freaking awesome! Woo!
When the key swing state of Pennsylvania was called for the former president, they could barely contain themselves.
We did it, man! I'm not just happy, I am ecstatic. We are so back! We're so back! This country's saved!
This is an extraordinary political comeback. The former president and now future president has overcome scandal, court cases, even a brush with death from an assassin's bullet. And the country has sent him back to Washington and the White House for another 4 years. He's promising a new golden age for America.
The party atmosphere grew and grew as the alcohol flowed.
Please welcome President-elect Donald J. Trump.
But it wasn't until after 2 a.m. that they got the chance to see their next president in the flesh, flanked by his whole family and his key lieutenants.
I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Tonight has become a very different night to the one we expected. Donald Trump, victorious, without dispute.
The result came quicker than anyone or the polls had expected. It was a very different picture at Kamala Harris's HQ in Washington.
So you won't hear from
the vice president tonight.
As the reality sank in, the party atmosphere evaporated. Donald Trump won this campaign by hugely improving his support among Hispanic voters and a significant rise among black voters too, especially men in both communities. While the vice president failed to match Joe Biden's support among women in 2020 and was held responsible by voters for years of rising prices in the shops and the highest levels of illegal migration at the southern border in decades. Donald Trump celebrated his victory with some of his key supporters, such as the world's richest man, Elon Musk. The scale of this victory was underlined by the man who will be Donald Trump's vice president.
I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Despite what the polls had indicated, this was no narrow victory. Donald Trump goes back to the White House for a second time, having won big. Gary O'Donoghue, BBC News, Florida.
Well, Gary has been at the Trump campaign headquarters, that victory party there, for the last 24 hours. He's still in Florida. He's near Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago base. And a little earlier, I spoke to him and asked him to sum up the mood there for us.
I think everyone's probably sleeping it off by now. It was a pretty late night. The former president, didn't start speaking till well after 2 a.m. And that had come after a whole series of last-minute rallies across a number of states. So I think the campaign was exhausted. I certainly spoke to one of their advance team and said they'd been on the road for weeks and weeks and weeks, and they were kind of glad that it was over. So I think this is the moment where they will pause just for a few minutes before that whole process of the transition and the landing teams that Ron was speaking about there will begin, because it is an enormous job to do between now and January the 20th, when his inauguration will take place. Huge a number of posts to fix and to get that whole process underway. And bear in mind, they want to do it differently this time. They felt that they were caught off guard in 2016, that they were too slow, that they were gamed a little bit by the system, and they're determined not to be put in that position again.
So as he prepares to go back into the Oval Office, who might President-elect Donald Trump hand those key administration roles to, the team that he'll have around him in office? Well, some analysts expect the important job of Secretary of State could go to Cuban-American Senator Marco Rubio. And we'll speak now to his former Chief of Staff in just a moment. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's defeated opponent, Kamala Harris, has just phoned him to concede and to congratulate him. The Democrats were heavily defeated in the so-called Blue Wall, including the key state of Pennsylvania. And live from Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania, we can speak to Sam Hens-Greco, chair of the Allegheny County Democratic Committee, and alongside him, Matt Terrell, who is former Chief of Staff to Senator Marco Rubio's presidential campaign. Great to have you both with us here on BBC. Matt, we've spoken a lot over the last few weeks in the run-up to this election. You'd expressed confidence all the way along. Did you expect the result to be as strong as it was last night?
Well, certainly it's a big win for President Trump. I don't know if everyone was expecting it to be that big of a win, not just in terms of the Electoral College, but the popular vote. And in addition, of course, control of the Senate, and it looks like likely the House of Representatives going to the Republicans as well, at least as it appears to be where it's trending at this stage in the process. But it's absolutely a big win for President Trump. We saw him make gains and increases in votes among key voting blocs that he needed to win this race, not just his political base, but Hispanic voters, young voters, black voters, doing far better among those key voting blocs than he did just 4 years ago. Clearly a big win for the Trump campaign, and we'll see him take the oath of office here in Washington in January.
And Sam, talking about those key voter blocks, many of them were in those urban centres like where you are there in Pittsburgh, a place that the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris, had put so much time and money into. What went wrong?
Well, the irony is nothing changed in Allegheny County from where we are. Our numbers are almost exactly the same numbers from before. We had a little smaller of a turnout. Mr. Trump received a few less voters. Kamala Harris received also fewer voters than President Biden 4 years ago. So in our neck of the woods, really, actually, nothing really changed, which was quite remarkable when you look at those numbers. Obviously, across the state, that was not true with at other pockets in the other state.
And looking more broadly at the state, what was it about what Donald Trump was offering that the people of Pennsylvania just preferred to that of what Kamala Harris was offering?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm sorry. I mean, quite frankly, I mean.
Well, I guess if you knew that, the result might have been different for you. Yeah.
Exactly true. I mean, there'll be a lot of, analysis. There'll be a lot of second guessing. Obviously, it'd be a lot shorter answer if you said what went right yesterday, because not much went right. So, look, I 44 years ago, I was a young intern with President Carter's campaign in 1980 when we had a similar night. I know that feeling, but I also know there's work ahead that we need to do with the party to re-engage with voters, to convince them that, we are the party that gets things done. I think President Biden's years in office were quite substantial. I think, Donald Trump's going to inherit a very good economy. Inflation's down, employment is down, consumer confidence is up. There's a massive investment in infrastructure and in manufacturing. Those things take time to sort of develop. So Donald Trump is being given a big gift from the Democrats going forward. There'll still be problems that have to be addressed,
that is the thing with the economic policies, isn't it? I mean, you put them into place, but they often take several years for the impact to trickle down, be that good or bad. Matt, we heard from Donald Trump last night in his victory speech talking about healing, talking about, bringing the country together, uniting, similar words that we heard from Joe Biden, in fact, when he was elected 4 years ago. But we have an America now that is as polarized and, as uncomfortable, some of those conversations. There's a lot of very upset people in the country today. How does Donald Trump do that healing that he's talking about and be a president for all when things got so nasty in the dying days of the campaign?
Well, certainly it's going to be through speeches like he gave last night, put in words that are aimed at unifying the country, but also through action. And look, the reality is, I think what you're going to likely see here is him take on key policies day one of his presidency that all Americans care about. The reality is all Americans care about inflation. All Americans care about security and safety and the border. These are issues that he won on, and now they're going to be issues he governs on. And the biggest thing is going to be tackling those core issues that all Americans can get behind. Now, they may disagree on every approach that he takes, but the bottom line is right now, Americans were united in their belief, the majority at least, united in their belief that the country is going in the wrong direction. You had over 70% of Americans believing the country is on the wrong course. That's one of the many reasons why President Trump won this race. And in addition, Americans had deep concerns about the costs, rising costs of housing, healthcare, food, and fuel. They had deep concerns about border security, safety. So look, I think if he focuses in on the policies and solving the problems that he addressed in this campaign and tackling those starting day one of his campaign, of his administration, that's going to be the biggest and best path forward for him to help unite the country.
Okay, and Sam, we're expecting to hear from Kamala Harris in just under 2 hours' time. What does she need to say to do her part in bringing the country together? And for that matter, if we hear from Joe Biden as well?
Well, I mean, she'll do what I think Donald Trump should have done 4 years ago and never did. She will congratulate him on winning. She will pledge to work as hard as she can for the betterment of the American people. And I would imagine she's going to be there on the day that he gets sworn in, which, again, Donald Trump was not there. So, I mean, from my concerns, I hope that the words that were coming out of Mr. Trump's mouth in the last 2 weeks and last month about retribution about going after enemies, about these enemies within, don't come to any fruition. Democracy is a fragile institution, and you take people at their word when they say something. You believe what they mean. I'm hoping that was hyperbole and just doesn't. Okay. From that standpoint, I am deeply concerned about our country. Okay. There's going to be a Senate and the House and the president all are going to be controlled by one party, and there's not much the Democrats can do to get in the way of the agenda that the Republicans have, and I hope it's for working for a better America and not tearing it apart. I hope that is where we're headed.
All right, well, plenty more to talk about there. Matt, any word that Marco Rubio might be the Secretary of State?
We'll see. That's something up to President Trump to make that. President Trump needs to make that decision. It's his choice. Okay. But there's no question the transition's already underway. Okay. All right. Matt Terrell there and Sam Hens-Greco, thank you both for speaking to us on BBC News. Well, despite high-profile celebrity endorsements and a formidable ground operation to try to get the voters to the poll, Kamala Harris's campaign failed. And many are pointing to the simple fact that she didn't have enough time to get her message across. Just 107 days from when she became the nominee at the top of the ticket there until polling day. Well, let's talk about that now with Gil Duran, Kamala Harris's communications director when she was California's Attorney General. Thanks for joining us on BBC News. There has been a lot here that she had to sprint, that she didn't have the usual marathon campaign. Of course, on the other side of the Atlantic, we're used to very short campaigns of just 4, 5 or 6 weeks. But do you think she was, she had a disadvantage with just that short run-in?
Well, a few months ago, people were saying this was to her advantage to have a short campaign and that it allowed her to define herself very quickly without struggling through a long primary. So I think it's kind of hard to now turn around and say that she didn't have enough time. I think there's going to be a lot of searching for excuses and for blame in the coming days and weeks. But I think we have to understand that, Kamala Harris knew the assignment. She accepted it as it was. She fought to be the nominee in this predicament, and it turns out to have been a tragic miscalculation by Democrats.
You know her very well. What do you expect her to say when she addresses the nation a little later on?
I think she'll be very sober, and she'll be very gracious, and she will try to make sure that Democrats don't give in to despair, but feel some sense of hope that we still have the power in this country to keep Trump from going off the guardrails and off the edge towards some kind of authoritarian government. I think she will become an important voice today to help people start to feel a little bit of sobriety and hope for the future. I think it's going to be very hard. I think it's going to be a very emotional speech. And I'm sure it's very hard for her to have to get up on that stage and concede to Donald Trump today.
And of course, she's still vice president for the next 2.5 months. Is there anything that you expect to see her do in that time? Any outstanding goals that she might try to work for in as far as she can?
I doubt it. This is a pretty tremendous loss for Kamala Harris, and I think most likely the end of her political career. And I don't really see that there'll be much to be gained by trying some kind of rehabilitation at the last minute. I think, she had her moment. She worked very hard and for a very long time to get this far, and it turned out to have been not enough for the American people. I think it's a surprising and shocking outcome to many of us, even those of us who are critics of Kamala Harris. And so I think she will need some time to recover from that, probably private.
Okay. All right. Gil Duran, former communications director for Kamala Harris in California. Thanks so much for speaking to us on BBC News. Well, Mariam, a lot of soul-searching going on here in the United States, but one positive reaction to the news, apart from within the Republican Party, of course, are the markets here, which really skyrocketed this morning with the news of Donald Trump's re-election.
Yes, Caitríona, they did indeed. The US markets did do that, but the European markets are less enthused, if you like. How have the markets reacted in terms of currencies and market figures? Let's cross live now to Susanna Streeter, head of money and markets at Hargreaves Lansdown. And Susanna, what's been happening today on the markets?
Well, certainly Wall Street stocks have reached fresh record highs. You've got huge gains for Tesla, for the big banks, JP Morgan, amid expectations that Trump will be light on regulation and bring in a widespread tax cuts. But it's a different story in Europe. The FTSE 100 in London erased the gains that it made this morning. First on the news, the DAX in Frankfurt also ended lower. There's real pause for thought about what the implications are of all of these policies being brought in by Trump, not least the plan for increased tariffs, because that's likely to push up inflation. It's pushed up the dollar, and that has a knock-on effect on other economies around the world.
Tell me a little bit more about the worries that the markets have about a Donald Trump presidency. They're looking forward over the next 4 years. What are they thinking in terms of trade, barriers and protectionism, those things that perhaps traders are thinking about long and hard today?
Yes, and that is the crux of the issue. It's his plan for trade with the rest of the world. Because if these tariffs are imposed, 10 to 20%, all goods imported into America, around 60% extra on Chinese goods imported as well. That's the threat on the campaign trail. Well, that would push up the prices of goods in the United States. And then that would mean the Federal Reserve may have to keep interest rates more elevated, and that's pushed up the dollar. And this has caused real volatility on bond markets, pushing up US government borrowing costs, but also costs in the UK as well, because inflation is expected to be exported to other countries that buy goods in dollars. And so this is all being considered as part of the knock-on effect, and why, even though stocks in Wall Street are rising sharply, it's a different story in other markets.
And very briefly, Susanna, if you can, what's going to happen to interest rates both in the US and in the UK?
Well, they look like they will have to stay a bit elevated for longer. So markets are repricing their expectations of interest rate cuts. In the UK, for example, we're not expecting cuts as rapidly, and inflation is expected to lift even further, even after the UK budget. And a similar picture in the United States. These policies from Donald Trump are expected to be inflationary.
OK. Susanna, good to talk to you. As always, thank you very much, Susanna Streeter. Well, Donald Trump has won the White House. Many now watching what he does next and how this will affect our economy. Let's dive a little bit deeper into all of that. Here's our economics editor, Faisal Islam.
Immediately, we have seen this reaction in world markets. The value of the dollar in world markets was up sharply. US stock markets were up, one to an all-time high too. And within that, rather intriguingly, the value of the electric car maker Tesla went up by 110 billion, and its part owner Elon Musk, a key supporter of Donald Trump, his stake went up by $14 billion. And this is part of, if you like, the Trump trader relief rally, because we're no longer in limbo. But now we have the focus on what Trump will actually do. And first, those big tax cuts against an economy where borrowing is already ballooning is likely to increase that debt by several trillion. And you're seeing a reaction in the markets for US government debt, the effective interest cost of borrowing going up. Also a reflection that potentially inflation will be higher and interest rates will be higher. And these markets can seep into other markets like here in the UK, where there could be an impact in terms of lower than expected fall in interest rates. But then there is that big thing on trade. Will Donald Trump essentially lead to a global trade war? He seemed to suggest that by the imposition of not just a tariff against enemies in certain sectors, but against kind of everybody everywhere in all sectors, worth $500 billion potentially, not just against China, but also against Europe. So there is a risk, not a certainty, of a transatlantic trade war. And that does raise questions about what the United Kingdom would do, whether to gang up with the Europeans to try and persuade Trump not to do this, maybe go with the Americans, maybe try and be peacemaker, maybe try and sit this out and risk being caught in the crossfire. There could be an impact on inflation and growth in the UK and around the world.
Stay with us on BBC News for more election coverage.
Hello there. It's been another grey, gloomy day for most of us. Limited sunshine, best of it northeast England, and the northern half of Scotland has done pretty well. And that's how it's going to look, I think, for the next few days. The outlook, though, very little change to what we've been experiencing this week so far. A lot of dry weather around, but a lot of cloud trapped underneath this blocking area of high pressure, which is dominating the scene across the whole of Europe. But it is drawing up mild air for the time of year right across the UK. And you can see that from the yellow and orange colours there. So as we head through tonight, we hold on to a lot of cloud. A few holes in that cloud, perhaps northern England and into northern Scotland. We'll see some mist and fog. There may be the odd spot of drizzle. Most places will be dry, but mild for the time of year, ranging between 8 to 12 degrees as we start Thursday. So we'll have a lot of cloud again to start Thursday, rather grey and gloomy weather, limited brightness. Again, I think northern Scotland doing best for that, maybe northern and western Wales and the odd glimmer elsewhere. And those temperatures reaching highs at the low to mid-teens, maybe 15 or 16 degrees in the mildest spots. Then as we head into Friday, similar story, a lot of grey weather around with limited brightness. Again, possibly some parts of the north and the west of the UK seeing the best of that, with temperatures low to mid-teens. Now, as we move out of Friday and into the weekend, could see some subtle changes to the weather. These weather fronts trying to work their way in will struggle to push up against this area of high pressure. Saturday's weather front looks like it'll fizzle out as it crosses Northern Ireland. So we could see some spots of rain. Northern Ireland might travel across the Irish Sea into western Scotland, western Wales, but most places will be dry, rather grey and gloomy again, with limited brightness. Probably the best of it across northeast Scotland. And those temperatures again, the low to mid-teens. Now, as we move into Sunday, there's a chance this next feature could have a bit more energy to it, and that might cross the north and west of the country to bring stronger winds and outbreaks of rain. So we could see some shower rain across Northern Ireland, much of Scotland, maybe northern and western England and Wales. And behind it, because we're changing the air mass, we're losing that stagnant air, getting some westerly Atlantic air, we might see more sunshine across the north and the west. We have to stay tuned because this might change. Generally, though, England and Wales rather cloudy, temperatures into the mid-teens. And through the new week, it looks like high pressure builds back in. A lot of dry and settled weather, but turning chillier by the end of the week.
I define populism as exploiting a grievance rather than solving it, as riding the anger rather than providing the answer.
Whatever time of night, day, couldn't sleep at night, you go in the studio and you just create music, put something down if you had an idea.
I think every athlete goes through their end of their career in a very different way.
When big names talk, they talk to us.
Be ready. Change can happen in an instant.
Traveling can be so much more than a holiday.
It's about diving headfirst into new experiences.
And seeing the world with fresh eyes.
Where each destination tells a unique story.
And every encounter brings a new perspective.
Because all of these amazing places
are made so much richer by the people who live in them.
So unleash your spirit of adventure.
And join us for a deeper understanding of the world.
The Travel Show. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Hello and welcome back to this special US election programme. I'm Mariam Mashiri in London.
And I'm Caitríona Perry in Washington. Here in the United States, Republicans and Democrats getting used to the idea of a new term of Donald Trump as the 47th president. Mariam, what has been the international reaction to that news?
Well, as you might imagine, Caitríona, there has been a lot of international reaction to Donald Trump's win. Many world leaders have congratulated Mr. Trump on his victory. Ukraine's President Zelensky said he hoped Mr. Trump's approach could bring peace in his country even closer, while Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu praised the win as a new beginning. Well, our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, is in Jerusalem, where it's emerged that one of the first world leaders to call Mr. Trump to congratulate him on his victory was Mr. Netanyahu. Well, I asked Lise how significant that call was.
Yes, another reminder on this historic day, just how close not just the political ties between Israel and the United States are, but the personal relationship between Donald Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. As the day began, he was one of the first to congratulate Donald Trump on what he called was this huge election victory. And it was a very personal message from his wife to Donald Trump and from him and his wife to Donald Trump and Melania Trump. And now we hear from the Israeli readout that he has been one of the first, if not the first, of foreign leaders to speak to Donald Trump. And what is also significant, Mariam, is what they said they discussed. The mood was described as warm and cordial, but they said they discussed working together for Israel's security and, significantly, the Iranian threat.
Yes, that is significant, Lise. Just tell me a little bit more about where we think we're headed in terms of Iran and the US.
Well, throughout the election campaign, Donald Trump always kept saying that Israel should, in his words, finish the job, never making it clear what exactly he meant finishing the job in Gaza, where Prime Minister Netanyahu has repeatedly said that it must mean the total destruction of Hamas. And even though many of his military chiefs have said they've done all they could militarily, Prime Minister Netanyahu continues to say the job is not yet done. There's talk of a possible ceasefire in Lebanon, but we don't know exactly how far he wants to go in attacking Hezbollah. And then most of all, what targets is Israel going to hit next in Iran? As you know, Mariam, President Biden was very vocal last month in saying don't hit nuclear installations, don't hit oil refineries. And in that case, Prime Minister Netanyahu did listen to the American president, but the strikes by Israel on mainly military targets was widely described here as basically the opening salvo, destroying Iran's air defenses so that the next time Israel strikes, it has more room to maneuver because Iran no longer has eyes in the sky. So I would think, I mean, obviously this would just be speculation. There has been statements from Israeli leaders saying that their main objective is to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. And the last that President Trump spoke on this issue, he said, I want Iran to succeed as a country, but I don't want them to acquire a nuclear weapon. Iran, of course, has always said that it isn't acquiring a nuclear weapon, but the experts basically agree that it's not far off from being able to assemble one.
Well, that's my colleague Lise Doucette, who is in Jerusalem. Well, Mr. Trump's victory is likely to signal a radical shift in US policy towards Ukraine once he takes office in January. The president-elect has promised to end the war between Russia and Ukraine quickly, but without elaborating on how. Although President Zelensky has congratulated Mr. Trump, the result has left many in Kyiv deeply uneasy. The US is by far the biggest donor of military aid to Ukraine. Well, our Russia editor Steve Rosenberg and our Ukraine correspondent James Waterhouse have been giving us the very latest.
You know, in the run-up to this American election, Russian officials have gone out of their way to give the impression that it doesn't matter who wins, as far as the Kremlin is concerned, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Nothing's going to change, they say. But when you look at what Trump and Harris have been saying on the campaign trail about Russia, about Ukraine, I think it's pretty clear that what Donald Trump has been saying strikes a chord much more with Vladimir Putin, with the Kremlin, than what Kamala Harris has been saying.
Here in Kyiv, I think President Zelensky, all the way down to his soldiers fighting on the front line, I think they're processing different shades of the unknown. Now, it is true, Donald Trump has said he would end this war in 24 hours. But what does that mean? Will he visit Kyiv? Will he visit Moscow? Will he withdraw support and force Ukraine to negotiate? I think Kyiv is very fearful of that because they need America to keep mounting its defence, and they have little to no faith in Russia honouring any kind of deal.
Well, Mr. Trump's victory also raises questions for allies as regards to his attitude to NATO. Anders Rasmussen is former NATO Secretary General. I spoke to him from Washington.
I'm not that concerned. NATO has survived ups and downs since its establishment back in 1949. It will survive now as well. But I think we in Europe should do much more to invest in our own security and set a new target. 3% of our GDP should be invested in defense.
Right. And is that realistic, do you think, for all European countries?
Well, I hope so. It would be in our own interest to live up to that target. Back in 2014 at the NATO summit in Wales, we decided that within the next decade, and that's now, all allies should live up to investing at least 2% of their total economy in defense. Now, only 23 out of 32 lives up to that target. That's embarrassing. So they should, of course, the remaining allies should live up to the 2% target. And furthermore, we should set the new target of 3%.
Well, back in the UK, Sir Keir Starmer has congratulated Donald Trump on his win and said he would work with the president-elect to ensure the special relationship between the two countries continues. In the Commons, the new leader of the Conservatives, Kemi Badenoch, asked the Prime Minister to apologise for previous comments by his Foreign Secretary describing Donald Trump as a neo-Nazi sympathising sociopath. Here's Chris Mason.
Having access to the White House, being heard in Washington, a long-standing must-have of UK foreign policy. This a gathering in July, President Biden inviting the Prime Minister and others for dinner.
Can I first of all welcome the Leader of the Opposition?
Here at Westminster it was also a day for promotions, Kemi Badenoch making her Commons debut as Conservative leader, and the Prime Minister reacting to this morning's news.
Mr. Speaker, can I begin by congratulating President-elect Trump on his historic election victory. As the closest of allies, the UK and US will continue to work together.
And Kemi Badenoch's sentiments were similar.
So I would like to start by congratulating President-elect Trump on his impressive victory this morning.
But hang on, she and others have pointed out. Compare and contrast the Foreign Secretary's gushing congratulations to Donald Trump today, we look forward to working with you in the years ahead, with what he said in 2017, saying he'd protest on the streets if the president turned up, and saying he was a racist Nazi sympathiser. And that's not all.
And I quote, Trump is not only a woman-hating neo-Nazi sympathising sociopath, he is also a profound threat to the international order.
The Foreign Secretary and I did meet President-elect Trump just a few weeks ago for dinner for about a couple of hours, and we discussed a number of issues of global significance. It was a very constructive exercise.
Sir Ed Davey.
The Liberal Democrat leader claimed today was a dark, dark day for people around the world.
President-elect Trump praised Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, and I quote, he called it genius. He also said he would encourage Russia to do whatever the hell they want to NATO allies.
Nigel Farage's view was rather different. It was of Florida. He was at Donald Trump's victory party. Speaking to GB News, where he works as a presenter, he had this offer for the Prime Minister.
Clearly, what the Labour government need to do is to roll out the red carpet. There is a fantastic opportunity ahead of us. And all I can say, as somebody who was a personal friend of his, has backed him all the way through his career, you know, if I can help broker a little bit of peace between the two, I'd be very happy to help.
The next time the Prime Minister is here in the Oval Office of the White House, it'll be Donald Trump extending his hand. Brash controversy and wild unpredictability. The new normal again.
Interesting times in the Houses of Parliament there with the Prime Minister and the new leader of the opposition. Let's just take you to the live shot of the White House and show you that, because there's been a lot of information coming in. We've been hearing, as I mentioned earlier, in the last half an hour or so, that Vice President Harris has conceded the election in a call with President-elect Trump. Vice President Kamala Harris called Donald Trump to congratulate him on winning the election. Also, we're hearing that during that call, Vice President Harris emphasised the peaceful transfer of power and being a president for all Americans. That's according to a senior Harris aide. She also is expected to address the public when she remarks at Howard University later today. Well, Caitríona, listen, those comments, those remarks, that speech by Kamala Harris, what do you think she's going to say? What kind of tone do you think she'll set?
Her tone is really important here, Marianne, because all of her supporters who worked so hard for her are feeling very raw this morning, this afternoon. I don't know what time of day it is or night at the moment. But
you've been working for 24 hours straight.
Everyone in this country has been up all night, I think, but there's a lot of raw emotion there. I mean, we saw just how nasty this campaign got in the last few days on both sides. An awful lot of name calling from Donald Trump, from Kamala Harris, from the supporters, from all the surrogates. So, you know, this is a divided and a polarised nation. And if the Democrats, if Kamala Harris are talking about unity and all of that as they have been for the last few weeks, she kind of has to put her money where her mouth is today, and she has to bring that conciliatory tone. She has to almost undo everything that she has said for the last few weeks and go with this sort of sentiment that Donald Trump can be a president for all. You said there the note from the phone call, and we had a similar note from the Trump campaign, a statement on that phone call as well, where they were saying again the same kind of tone. Stephen Chung, the Trump campaign communications director, said President Trump acknowledged Vice President Harris' strength, her professionalism and her tenacity throughout the campaign, and both leaders, he said, agreed on the importance of unifying the country. So I think we'll hear that from Kamala Harris. 2.5 months, she still will be vice president before Donald Trump and, of course, J.D. Vance, the new vice president, will take over. And it's important for Democrats to practice what they preach, essentially, about that peaceful transition of power now.
Well, talk me through that, because people watching at home around the world may not be clear about what the process is running up to January 20th.
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't be more different in a way to the situation in the UK. I mean, we saw those scenes in July where one Prime Minister is out and next Prime Minister is in within a matter of hours. You're kind of sitting there with your suitcases packed waiting on the result, right?
Yeah.
But here, Joe Biden is in the White House for another 2.5 months. The 20th of January is the day, the inauguration day, and at 12 midday Eastern time here, 5 p.m. in the UK, is when the transition of power will happen from Joe Biden to Donald Trump. In the meantime, Donald Trump has to appoint 4,000 positions within essentially the civil service here, political appointees. 1,200 of those have to be Senate confirmed, so they have to go through the politicians on Capitol Hill. That will be very straightforward because, of course, we've seen that the Republican Party has flipped control of the Senate, so that will mostly be a sort of rubber stamping affair really for those nominees. But a real body of work now for Donald Trump and his transition team. They've been working at it for the past few weeks to put all those people in place. But of course, Donald Trump is where he is because he managed to broaden the base of the Republican Party and bring some voters in under that tent of the Republican Party that had not been there before. So let's look in more detail now at two groups of voters that proved significant for this election. In a moment, the importance of younger voters. But first, the impact of the Latino vote for Donald Trump. Throughout the race, it appeared that Kamala Harris was ahead with Hispanic voters, but Donald Trump increased more than 10 points among this group compared with his performance in 2020. And in particular, he won a significant increase in support from male Latino voters, up 18 points on his performance in 2020. So let's speak to Professor Denise Dresser now. She's a Mexican political scientist who's been in the US, including in that key swing state of Pennsylvania, covering the election for the Mexican newspaper Reforma, and she's now here in Washington, D.C. First of all, Denise, just to get your thoughts on that shift in the Latino vote. I mean, insofar as we can talk about that, of course, no group is homogenous or a monolith in this way, but what do you make of what we saw?
I think Latino men were particularly hard hit, for example, by the post-pandemic economy in terms of wages, in terms of access to housing, health, and they've suffered inflation and acceleration of the economy in a way that affects. So they had a very sour view of the economy. At the same time, you see social conservative factors playing in. Mm-hmm. Many of the men I talked to, for example, in rural Pennsylvania, Latinos talked about how they were against abortion, against a woman's right to choose, that they were Christians and had conservative values, and that Donald Trump, surprisingly to them, represented those values. And I also believe that for many Latino men, the category in which Donald Trump made the most inroads, voting for a woman in a macho culture and also for a Black Asian woman, was something that they could not contemplate. So that's why you see this this surge of Latino voters for Trump. They didn't vote in favor of immigrants. They voted in terms of their class, and many of them, I think, also voted to.
Okay, Denise, I'm really sorry. We're having some Okay, Denise, I'm really sorry. We're having some difficulties with the line there. It's freezing on us, and we're struggling to make out what you're saying. But I think we got the gist of what the points you were making there. I'm sorry that we haven't been able to continue that interview. Now, let's have a look at Howard University, close by to where we are here in the BBC studios in Washington, D.C. This is where Kamala Harris will take to that stage. You can see the podium there. In about an hour and 15 minutes or so to make what is ultimately her concession speech. We know she's already called Donald Trump to congratulate him on his victory and to pledge a peaceful transition of power and to work with him on unifying America. Howard University there, historically Black college, very, very famous university here in the United States, where Kamala Harris went to college herself, a period in her life she describes as formative. Well, of course, in the run-up to polling day, all the focus was on those 7 key swing states where the election would be decided. And ultimately it was, of course, some speculation that it would be so close that it might take days to declare a winner. And the biggest prize, of course, was Pennsylvania, worth 19 electoral college votes, which Joe Biden had won 4 years ago. Our correspondent, Tom Bateman, is there, and he's been looking at just what might have persuaded many voters to switch to Donald Trump this time around.
At the steps where Kamala Harris made her final pitch, now they're packing up, defeated, and she's going home.
I voted for Kamala too as well, but I already figured Trump was going to win just due to the campaigns. I just felt like her campaigns wasn't strong enough, and also just being as though they don't want to see a woman leading in the office.
Trump outperformed Harris, particularly among men. Peter walks cocoa here every day and struggled, he says, as inflation surged under Joe Biden.
Yeah, I like being able to afford groceries. I like being able to pay for gas. I like that Trump wants to, do away with income tax and replace it with tariffs and make us a much better country again.
These steps are famous from the movie Rocky. A plucky underdog takes on a heavyweight champion. But Harris just couldn't break through in this critical swing state, which her side only scraped a win 4 years ago.
Kamala Harris was trying to outperform Joe Biden in this city and therefore across the state. But in the end, Donald Trump ate into those margins, even taking voters from Harris here in Philadelphia.
But mostly concerned just right in this moment for women, for my LGBT community, for my trans friends. I'm very concerned about the future for us,
I feel like waking up, especially as a woman, my husband is distraught, but I was like, can we put it aside for a minute because I need that love and support.
When people said during the campaign that Trump was going to be a danger to democracy, what did you think?
He's a good leader, but he's not a dictator. He's not a Nazi or a communist or anything. That's just, it was uncalled political rhetoric, if you ask me.
In the end, Donald Trump built on his base in the rural Rust Belt and even advanced in Democrat voting Philadelphia. And his fans are now hailing a knockout blow. Tom Bateman, BBC News, Pennsylvania.
And Mariam, just some news to bring to you coming to us from the White House. President Joe Biden has spoken to President-elect Donald Trump, and he has invited him to come to the White House at a date to be arranged to begin that peaceful transition of power.
That's it, absolutely, Caitríona. And that transition of power, as we mentioned earlier, will run between now and January the 20th. Plenty of time for Democrats to think about what went wrong and for Republicans and Donald Trump to think about the future in the United States. So we'll be covering that, of course, here on BBC News throughout the next few weeks and months. Caitríona, let me just ask you a little question, if I may. What do you think about the memes and all the fun stuff that's happened through the election campaign?
I think it's marked this election campaign out from ones that we've seen in the past, hasn't it? Like all these little jokes, these are things that are being shared. Very deliberate on behalf of both campaigns, actually trying to reach out to that key younger audience. Absolutely. That they say, don't watch us on BBC News here, although of course they should, but they see the little clips online and very determined kind of effort to try and reach into where the voters are and get them to vote for them. And we saw that that turned out a little bit more successfully for Donald Trump than Kamala Harris. Absolutely.
Well, let's take a little bit of a look now at some of those memes. Let's start with the summer. It all started way back in the summer, didn't it, when President Biden dropped out of the race and Kamala Harris solidified her position as his replacement. Now, TikTok users began to spread a video where we saw Kamala Harris referring to something her mother told her about a coconut tree. Now, I'm not going to give any more clues. You may or may not know this, but this led to a flurry of coconut memes and also something that was led to Kamala being what people call, and I'm going to try and pronounce this, Hannah, my producer, thought I couldn't do it, a feminionanon. Is that correct? Feminionanon? I don't know what it means, but listen. Pop artist Charlie XCX also tweeted that Kamala is brat, a message timed with the release of her Brat album. Now, for those of you who are uncool like me, brat means cool and confident. Have a look at this.
Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context.
Well, what we really need is a femininomenon. A what? A femininomenon. A 360. When you're in the mirror, do you like what you see?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I'm everywhere, I'm so Julia.
You exist in the context.
666 with a princess tree. I'm everywhere, I'm so Julia.
Of all in which you live and what came before you.
There you have it. Well, Mr. Trump's viral meme started during the only debate between Harris and Trump, where he said that Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio, were eating pets. This was then remixed into a TikTok song, and more recently, people have now made dance routines to his comments on Beyoncé attending Kamala's rally. Have a look.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. Joe Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce.
While celebrity endorsements were a key part of this election, from artists such as Taylor Swift, Beyoncé and Megan Thee Stallion supporting the Democrats, to Elon Musk and actor Dennis Quaid endorsing the Republicans. Both parties have received special celebrity support. Let's revisit the crazy moment where a certain WWE Hall of Famer showed his approval for Trump's campaign. I think we played a bit too much of that, to be honest, but that was Hulk Hogan. Now, Barack Obama even had his trending moment when he joked about Trump's crowd sizes at the Democratic National Convention. Have a look.
There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes.
And finally, Trump's campaign was filled with him trolling the opposition as he did a full shift at McDonald's. Have a look at this, and the dump truck as well.
Kamala and Joe Biden. Never touched by a human hand. Nice and clean.
I mean, I don't know about you, Caitríona, but I'm rather partial to a McDonald's chip. I'm sure that President Trump is as well. At least I've heard he is. Anyway, thank you to all of you viewers watching this special programme. I'm Marianne Mashiri in London.
Hello there. It's been another grey, gloomy day for most of us. Limited sunshine, best of it northeast England, and the northern half of Scotland has done pretty well. And that's how it's going to look, I think, for the next few days. The outlook, though, very little change to what we've been experiencing this week so far. A lot of dry weather around, but a lot of cloud trapped underneath this blocking area of high pressure, which is dominating the scene across the whole of Europe. But it is drawing up mild air for the time of year right across the UK. And you can see that from the yellow and orange colours there. So as we head through tonight, we hold on to a lot of cloud, a few holes in that cloud, perhaps northern England and into northern Scotland. We'll see some mist and fog. There may be the odd spot of drizzle. Most places will be dry, but mild for the time of year, ranging between 8 to 12 degrees as we start Thursday. So we'll have a lot of cloud again to start Thursday, rather grey and gloomy weather, limited brightness. Again, I think northern Scotland doing best for that, maybe northern and western Wales and the odd glimmer elsewhere. And those temperatures reaching highs at the low to mid-teens, maybe 15 or 16 degrees in the mildest spots. Then as we head into Friday, similar story, a lot of grey weather around with limited brightness. Again, possibly some parts of the north and the west of the UK seeing the best of that, with temperatures low to mid-teens. Now, as we move out of Friday and into the weekend, could see some subtle changes to the weather. These weather fronts trying to work their way in will struggle to push up against this area of high pressure. Saturday's weather front looks like it'll fizzle out as it crosses Northern Ireland. So we could see some spots of rain. Northern Ireland might travel across the Irish Sea into western Scotland, western Wales, but most places will be dry, rather grey and gloomy again, with limited brightness. Probably the best of it across northeast Scotland. Those temperatures again, the low to mid-teens. Now, as we move into Sunday, there's a chance this next feature could have a bit more energy to it, and that might cross the north and west of the country to bring stronger winds and outbreaks of rain. So we could see some shower rain across Northern Ireland, much of Scotland, maybe northern and western England and Wales. And behind it, because we're changing the air mass, we're losing that stagnant air, getting some westerly Atlantic air, we might see more sunshine across the north and the west. We have to stay tuned because this might change. Generally, though, England and Wales rather cloudy, temperatures into the mid-teens. And through the new week, it looks like high pressure builds back in. A lot of dry and settled weather, but turning chillier by the end of the week.
I'm telling you, there's going to be a revolution.
Have you considered resigning over this? Because you're clearly embarrassed.
Of course, I have been. I have thought about this.
I want to be totally honest with you, and I am being honest with you.
At least this should be a common ground for everyone. We should defend international law.
In the spirit of your title of Hard Talk, you're completely wrong.
I'm not offended, but I want to hear why.
You're completely wrong.
Hard Talk. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
And in the right way. You have to be original, sympathetic, encouraging, and also keep an open mind. And you really do just need to sit back and listen.
Katty Kay meets with legendary Olympic champions to find out what it takes to reach the top.
Influential with me, Katty Kay. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
This is BBC News. I'm Sumi Somaskanda, live in Washington.
And I'm Regina Vaidyanathan in London.
Donald Trump wins the U.S. presidential election, declaring that his second term will usher in a new era of prosperity for America. A crushing defeat for Kamala Harris and Democrats. She is due to speak right here in Washington shortly. These are live pictures. She called Donald Trump a short while ago to concede defeat and congratulate him on his election win.
And coming up in the next hour, we'll consider what happens next and assess how President Donald Trump may govern. Also on the programme, as Kamala Harris is due to give a concession speech in an hour, we'll be speaking to her uncle. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky congratulates President-elect Trump. But what will the impact be of his victory when it comes to the war in Ukraine? And here in the UK, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer's eager to strengthen ties with Mr. Trump. We'll explore what it will take for the US-UK special relationship to thrive.
Hello and a very warm welcome. I'm Sumi Somaskanda in Washington, where Donald Trump has comfortably won the race to be the next president of the United States in what has been described as one of the most dramatic comebacks in American political history. The polls had suggested that the race to the White House would be close and that days of legal wrangling over the result could follow. But in the end, that was not the case. Not only did Mr. Trump sweep home in the crucial swing states he needed to win, but he also won the popular vote, describing his victory as magnificent. His Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris, has called Mr. Trump to congratulate him. She is expected to deliver a concession speech in around an hour's time here in Washington. We'll be bringing that to you live. On the Electoral College vote count, Donald Trump now has 294 and Kamala Harris has 223, putting Mr. Trump way above the 270 needed to win the White House. Now, we'll be assessing how Donald Trump turned around his political fortunes from a convicted felon to the most powerful man in the world. We'll also be looking at what went wrong for Kamala Harris's campaign and what a Donald Trump victory means for the rest of the world. But first, our North America correspondent Gary O'Donoghue looks at how the outcome unfolded.
As the results rolled in, they began to believe, bit by bit, that they could win.
What do you think? I think it was freaking awesome! Woo!
When the key swing state of Pennsylvania was called for the former president, they could barely contain themselves.
We did it, man! I'm not just happy, I am ecstatic. We are so back! We're so back! This country's saved!
This is an extraordinary political comeback. The former president and now future president has overcome scandal, court cases, even a brush with death from an assassin's bullet. And the country has sent him back to Washington and the White House for another 4 years. He's promising a new golden age for America.
The party atmosphere grew and grew as the alcohol flowed.
Please welcome President-elect Donald J. Trump.
But it wasn't until after 2 a.m. that they got the chance to see their next president in the flesh, flanked by his whole family and his key lieutenants.
I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Tonight has become a very different night to the one we expected. Donald Trump, victorious, without dispute.
The result came quicker than anyone or the polls had expected. It was a very different picture at Kamala Harris's HQ in Washington.
So you won't hear from the vice president tonight?
As the reality sank in, the party atmosphere evaporated. Donald Trump won this campaign by hugely improving his support among Hispanic voters and a significant rise among black voters too, especially men in both communities. While the vice president failed to match Joe Biden's support among women in 2020 and was held responsible by voters for years of rising prices in the shops and the highest levels of illegal migration at the southern border in decades. Donald Trump celebrated his victory with some of his key supporters, such as the world's richest man, Elon Musk. The scale of this victory was underlined by the man who will be Donald Trump's vice president.
I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Despite what the polls had indicated, this was no narrow victory. Donald Trump goes back to the White House for a second time, having won big. Gary O'Donoghue, BBC News, Florida.
So those scenes of jubilation in Florida contrasted against the scenes that we saw here in Washington, D.C. at Kamala Harris's campaign headquarters at Howard University, where her supporters left after a disappointing evening. And we do know that Kamala Harris has now called Donald Trump to congratulate him on victory. And indeed, we have some live pictures we can pull up for you now of Harris campaign headquarters. That was the same location there at Howard University here in Washington, D.C. That's where she went to university. She will be delivering a speech to her supporters here shortly. This is a concession speech, and she is likely to thank her supporters for the work that they did at canvassing around the country, around those swing states. But certainly, Regina, this is not the night and the day that they had been hoping for after this remarkable 100-day campaign that Kamala Harris and her team launched a short while ago.
Indeed, Sumi. And I think one of the questions for the campaign, once the speech is out of the way, will be, of course, to look at what went wrong. And I understand, Sumi, she has thanked her campaign staff for their hard work on the campaign. But there will be a post-mortem, won't there?
Absolutely. They call it a postmortem, an autopsy. And there are so many questions that are already being asked, Regina, today, from everything from should President Biden have dropped out of this race far earlier? Should he have never sought a second term and then handed off to Kamala Harris with, as I said, only 100 days to go, more or less, until the election? Or was she not the right candidate in the first place? Should there have been an open primary for Democrats to select a better candidate? And then there are questions being asked also about the fact that Democrats across the board, the fact that they've lost the Senate, and at the moment it looks like they might lose the House, or that the Republicans might retain the House, as well. What that means about the Democrats' message in a time when America is incredibly polarized.
And Sumi, as we look at what went wrong in the Democratic campaign, now let's turn to what worked for Donald Trump's campaign. Let's speak to somebody who had an integral role in the campaign, Brian Lander. Brian, welcome to the programme. You have a big smile on your face, of course. Hopefully you've had some sleep as well. This really was an amazing, incredible victory. If you look at the Electoral College, if you look at, of course, the national share of the vote, and, of course, how Donald Trump increased his vote with various groups, including groups such as Hispanic men. Why do you think you did this? What was your secret?
Listen, first of all, thank you for having me. Our secret was pretty clear. I mean, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's economy, hurt the American people. It bankrupted, the middle class. It nearly bankrupted the paycheck-to-paycheck workers. Yeah, and so, the American people made the decision yesterday, as they made the decision in most of our elections, that it's the economy. And so for us, we talked about the issues that matter to the American people, is the economy and immigration. And we connected on those issues because President Trump had a record of success during his first term as president on those issues. So, from the very beginning, the issue sets had always been on our side. We just knew we had to remain focused and keep driving that message, regardless of all the other noise that existed in this campaign. And that's what we did.
Brian, the economy has picked up, and a lot of it was about, from voters that I spoke to, how people felt about prices and that kind of thing. I guess the question now is, America is a deeply divided country. While there are many, many people like yourself, Brian, who are celebrating a second Trump term, there are many people who are deeply upset that Kamala Harris didn't win. And we've seen with some of your candidates' rhetoric, it's been very divisive. Let's not beat around the bush on that. How can he bring the country together?
Listen, I think what President Trump said last night is that he wants to unify the country. And what we've learned over the years, that the most unifying effect with this country is that there's a strong economy, that people have the ability to make payments, that they pay their mortgages, they have the ability to pay their groceries every week. President Trump's message at the end of the day wasn't just directed at one working class or one class of voters here in the United States. It was directed at everybody. There was a message of economic opportunity and growth that he wanted for every segment of the population. So, it's everybody can talk about it, the division that took place. Those are campaigns. Campaigns rhetoric gets heated and all these other things. But at the end of the day, if you look at how President Trump governed during his 4 years, his policy, as opposed to the rhetoric, his policy was very much mainstream and very popular. And people remembered that. They were nostalgic to that. And so, when you ask how we govern, we know who comes first. The American people come first, the coalition that comes first. But not only the coalition that elected President Trump, everybody deserves the equal opportunity that America brings, whether it's new immigrants or whether it's people whose families have been here for 200 years. And I think that's the message that resonates, and that's the message that's going to help unify the country.
Brian, it's Sumi here in Washington. Just a question for you as well here. What will Donald Trump's #1 priority be on his first day back in office?
He's shutting down the border. It's, obviously his first priority is going to be to unify America. He wants to make sure that we're all sort of, rowing in the same direction. But he's a person who, when he makes a promise, he honors it. And one of the promises he made during his campaign is that he's going to shut down all the illegal immigration on the border. Legal immigration will always be welcome in this country. It's celebrated. It's the reason we have this reason we're as strong as we are. It's because legal immigration grows this country at an exponential rate. But illegal immigration robs the livelihoods of our working class voters. And so President Trump said, he goes, day one, he's going to shut down the border, and we should believe him.
And Brian, one more question on bipartisanship. We know that Kamala Harris had said, if she were to win, she would put a Republican in her cabinet. How is President Trump going to try to work across the aisle?
Listen, first of all, President Trump and Kamala Harris had a very gracious phone call about an hour ago. Kamala Harris was very gracious in her concession speech or in her concession remarks to the president. Listen, he told Kamala Harris that he needs her help to unify the country. That's a first step. And so, he certainly has to appeal to Democrats who didn't vote for him, and he has to work with politicians. But he knows better than anybody else. This is why he had the conversation with Kamala Harris. We need to unify this country so that we're all rowing in the same direction. There are many challenges around the world, and we know this thing, that when the American people are united and when the government's moving in the right direction, America's unstoppable. And so President Trump knows that in order to deal with the challenges abroad, he needs to strengthen the relationship here with all voters here in the United States. And that's what he intends to do. As opposed to a cabinet member, let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's a long process. Next 3 months, we're going to resolve that. But it's also important to remember, a lot of the policy positions that President Trump pushes were traditionally Democratic Party issues. And so that becomes, whether it's taxes, whether it's taxes, whether it's tariffs, those have been the priorities of the president, and those are the things that have helped unify the country, and those are the things that have been traditional Democratic policies.
Brian, great to speak to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, Sumi, we've just seen reports in the Daily Telegraph newspaper here in the UK that the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has spoken to Donald Trump. And of course, now he's president-elect, he's going to be having a host of phone conversations with leaders around the country as they congratulate him. And it's all about those relationships. We're going to get into that in our next interview. But I just was keen to get the perspective on what you think are the key relationships that he will want to forge as a priority once he re-enters the White House.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we should say first and foremost, Rojini, that President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris are still in office until January, so the country will still be run under the current administration. But Donald Trump is someone who's really touted his personal relationships with world leaders. So who will he be reaching out to? Well, he was unconventional in his alliances in his first term, of course, and we saw him put pressure on European allies, countries like Germany, like the UK and others. I mean, it is likely that he will be able to build that relationship with the UK more than with the European Union, where he had differences with the French and with the Germans. But at this point, it's a bit of a reset, isn't it? Because Donald Trump is coming back into office in a very different position than he was in 2016, with this huge mandate, possibly the House of Representatives and the Senate behind his back. And that will put him at a position of power. So likely he will come into this emboldened, and also that will affect how he speaks to other world leaders.
Indeed. Well, let's stay on that subject, because the British politician who knows Donald Trump best is without a doubt Nigel Farage, the leader of Reform UK. Let's hear an exchange from them a couple of days ago.
You have a man from Europe, I don't know if he's here, I saw him backstage. What he did was, and what he is doing is sort of what we did a few years ago. He's doing a great job. He's always been my friend for some reason. He liked me, I liked him. and he's shaking it up pretty good over there. He was the big winner of the last election in the UK, and he's a very spectacular man, very highly respected, Nigel Farage.
Well, that's Donald Trump, President-elect, of course, at his last rally in Pennsylvania, giving a spectacular shout-out to Mr Farage, who, of course, was a key campaigner for Brexit. Well, the MP played a part in Donald Trump's 2016 campaign, and he was in Florida with Donald Trump as he delivered his victory speech. Well, he's still there now, and we can cross live to West Palm Beach and speak to Nigel Farage, MP. Quite a spectacular introduction there from Donald Trump. You were in West Palm Beach last night as that victory speech was delivered. You had a front row seat, I noticed. Just tell us, have you had any conversations with Donald Trump since he delivered the victory speech, or indeed since he won? And what's he said to you?
No, I spoke to him on Monday at some length, and I spoke to him briefly last night. I haven't bothered him today because, as you rightly said a moment ago, today's the day for him to speak to world leaders, including, of course, our Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. I have to say he was remarkably calm as the results were coming through and flashing up on the board in the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago. He was sort of sitting there quite nonchalantly, just watching it all. And it is the most extraordinary political comeback. I can't think of anything, frankly, that's even its equivalent. And when you think what he's been through, he is, whether you like him or not, a truly remarkable man.
Now, you mentioned Sir Keir Starmer there, and we've seen reports in the Daily Telegraph that the pair have had a phone conversation. Well, you've campaigned in the past for Donald Trump, and there was a bit of a controversy, wasn't there, a few weeks ago, because Donald Trump wasn't happy that people from the Labour Party had gone to the US in this campaign season to campaign for Kamala Harris, and it certainly left a bit of tension between the two. How would you characterise the relationship between Donald Trump and Sir Keir Starmer?
Well, it was a diplomatic stupidity, wasn't it? I mean, almost on the eve of poll, to send up to 100 Labour staffers to campaign for Kamala Harris. I mean, it's quite an extraordinarily stupid thing to do.
You've campaigned for Mr Trump before. I've seen you myself at the RNC in 2016.
Yes, but not on behalf of a political party. I did it as an individual, and most certainly not on behalf of a British government, which, if it had half a brain cell, would have kept out of the election. So that was a bad thing to do.
And how has it destroyed the relationship between the two men now, then?
I didn't say it had, did I?
So it hasn't, you don't think?
Well, there isn't a relationship between the two men. They've met once very briefly. You know, Keir Starmer is an international lawyer. And Donald Trump and he disagree on virtually everything. So Donald Trump, firmly conservative, Keir quite a long way to the left. So there are obviously differences of opinion. But look, what matters here is intelligence sharing. What matters here is defence and the underpinning of NATO and making sure that those recalcitrant European members of NATO pay their 2% membership fee. And what's really going to matter is trade. Because what Trump is talking about is tariffs being put on a lot of products coming into America. Okay. And that, of course, could directly affect us. However, I know from talking to the previous Trump administration, that they wanted to do a free trade deal with the United Kingdom because they believe that would be a fair deal, as there are, relative, comparative cost prices in both of those centres as opposed to China.
So a trade deal, just to cut in, a trade deal you think will be on the table, but do you think the two men, Mr Trump well, you've obviously, had many interactions with Sir Keir Starmer as well, do you think the two men can have a good working relationship?
I think they can have a practical working relationship, and that's what really matters.
Not a good one.
Well, who's to say, where this will go? But given that the Mayor of London is putting out statements today as if some dark cloud has sort of descended on Western civilization. And given that David Lammy has had pretty abusive things to say, and then, he's our foreign secretary about Trump. This won't be easy. But I come back to the point of trade. This matters because I think where the Prime Minister will find himself is stuck between Brussels, with whom he wants a closer relationship, and America, with whom not having a big tariff regime is vital to our economy. So it's going to be make your mind up time for the British Prime Minister. Do we go into direct negotiations with America as soon as the Trade Secretary is appointed, or do we stick to the Brussels line? And that is going to be very, very important.
And let me just ask you this before we run out of time. What do you think you can do to bring the two leaders together? You have a very good working relationship with Donald Trump, don't you?
Yeah, look, I mean, I've got nothing in common with anything that Keir Starmer is doing as our Prime Minister, but a working relationship between the British government and a Trump administration is in the interest of both of us, and it's most certainly in our national interest.
But there's been some reports, Mr. Farage, that you might be helping with back-channel, negotiations or back-channel kind of conversations, and that you could be instrumental in trying to kind of strengthen what could be, at the moment, a bit of a tricky relationship. Is there any truth to that? Could you add any value?
Well, let me make you a promise. If I could do anything that bridges that gap that currently exists between Keir Starmer's Labour Party and Donald Trump's Republicans, I will do so. Not because I agree politically with this government, but because it is in our national interest. So anything I can do to help smooth the way, I promise you, I will do.
Thank you very much for joining us, Nigel Farage, from West Palm Beach in Florida. Now, Sumi, world leaders have congratulated Donald Trump on his victory. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said he hoped Donald Trump's approach could bring peace in his country closer, while Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu praised the win as a new beginning.
That's right, Regini. And there's been now a lot of questions asked about what the victory of Donald Trump might mean for some of the world's crises, including the war in Ukraine. So let's get some reaction on that now. We can speak to Dmytro Kuleba, former Ukraine foreign minister. He is joining us from Kyiv. Mr. Kuleba, very good to have you with us here on BBC News. What will Donald Trump's victory mean for your country's war against Russia?
Well, first of all, things will have to be done differently with Trump than they were done with the Biden administration. So all the approaches, all the old approaches are gone, and you have to build a completely new foreign policy line and the way you interact. So it means a change of the way things are going to be done.
What does that mean, Mr. Kuleba? How will things be done with Donald Trump?
Well, Donald Trump is entrepreneurial in his essence, so it will be more transactional. It will be more based on his attempt to look stronger than his predecessor, and to end the war within short period of time. We heard it from him during the campaign.
Do you think that will mean Ukraine ceding territory?
No, I think that Ukraine has very clear red lines, and it will be impossible to make Ukraine cross those red lines. But most importantly, one should focus on a different question, not on what Ukraine will concede, but on what Putin should concede and where and how to make him sit at the negotiating table. Because those who believe that...
Mr. Kuleba, if I could just jump in there. We saw your president, Volodymyr Zelensky, meet with Donald Trump in New York in September during the UN General Assembly that was taking place. And Mr. Trump talked about the relationship he has both with Mr. Putin and Mr. Zelensky and said they need to make a deal. Are you not concerned about what the terms of that deal might look like for Ukraine?
Well, a deal does not necessarily have to be a bad deal. It depends on the skill of diplomats and leaders who negotiate the deal. So I would strongly reject a doom and gloom scenario for Ukraine. I would like to remind that for at least 6 months earlier this year, Ukraine was fighting Russia without receiving any support from the United States because of the non-approval, no vote in the Congress for the budgetary supplemental.
Right.
Moreover, I think that the Europeans will wake up and they will have to step up their efforts because this war is taking place in Europe, and Europe has the potential to step up its support to Ukraine.
Mr. Kuleba, we just have about 30 seconds left, but what is the message Mr. Zelensky will try to bring to the president-elect, Donald Trump?
Peace through strength is the only way forward.
All right, peace through strength. Well, we're just looking at pictures of Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky there during Donald Trump's first term, two men who obviously now know each other for some time. So, Mr. Kuleba, thank you so much for joining us again on BBC News. We appreciate it. All right, we'll continue to look at the impact of this massive U.S. election victory for Donald Trump coming up in just a few minutes. Stay with us right here on BBC News.
Hello there. It's been another grey, gloomy day for most of us. Limited sunshine, best of it northeast England, and the northern half of Scotland has done pretty well. And that's how it's going to look, I think, for the next few days. The outlook, though, very little change to what we've been experiencing this week so far. A lot of dry weather around, but a lot of cloud trapped underneath this blocking area of high pressure, which is dominating the scene across the whole of Europe. But it is drawing up mild air for the time of year right across the UK. And you can see that from the yellow and orange colours there. So as we head through tonight, we hold on to a lot of cloud. A few holes in that cloud, perhaps northern England and into northern Scotland. We'll see some mist and fog. There may be the odd spot of drizzle. Most places will be dry, but mild for the time of year, ranging between 8 to 12 degrees as we start Thursday. So we'll have a lot of cloud again to start Thursday, rather grey and gloomy weather, limited brightness. Again, I think northern Scotland doing best for that, maybe northern and western Wales and the odd glimmer elsewhere. And those temperatures reaching highs at the low to mid-teens, maybe 15 or 16 degrees in the mildest spots. Then as we head into Friday, similar story, a lot of grey weather around with limited brightness. Again, possibly some parts of the north and the west of the UK seeing the best of that, with temperatures low to mid-teens. Now, as we move out of Friday and into the weekend, could see some subtle changes to the weather. These weather fronts trying to work their way in will struggle to push up against this area of high pressure. Saturday's weather front looks like it'll fizzle out as it crosses Northern Ireland. So we could see some spots of rain. Northern Ireland might travel across the Irish Sea into western Scotland, western Wales, but most places will be dry, rather grey and gloomy again, with limited brightness. Probably the best of it across northeast Scotland. Those temperatures again, the low to mid-teens. Now, as we move into Sunday, there's a chance this next feature could have a bit more energy to it, and that might cross the north and west of the country to bring stronger winds and outbreaks of rain. So we could see some shower rain across Northern Ireland, much of Scotland, maybe northern and western England and Wales. And behind it, because we're changing the air mass, we're losing that stagnant air, getting some westerly Atlantic air, we might see more sunshine across the north and the west. We have to stay tuned because this might change. Generally, though, England and Wales rather cloudy, temperatures into the mid-teens. And through the new week, it looks like high pressure builds back in. A lot of dry and settled weather, but turning chillier by the end of the week.
The BBC World Service is a powerhouse. It's the world's radio station. How cool is that?
There were many occasions like the landing on the moon, which I learned about through the BBC World Service.
The BBC has provided joy, hope, and grace all over the world, which is really rare, and I think that's a beautiful thing.
It's no exaggeration to say the BBC World Service has become the international watchword for quality broadcasting.
The BBC World Service. Listen on Sounds.
It's a shame we don't have smell-o-vision, because I've just caught a whiff of frankincense, which, of course, was one of the main things that was traded by the Nabateans. Smells amazing.
Oh, it's a carving. That's a massive bit of ice falling off. That's what that sound was, a sound of thunder.
I've come back to Japan to visit some of the new world-first projects that could pave the way to a sustainable future.
I've got to say, as far as views go, this is pretty spectacular.
It is.
And I'm loving all the colours. You've got the pinky, kind of purple hues at the bottom.
Now, the best part.
Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you very much, Chef. Don't mind if I do.
Yeah.
Inspiring travel,
Watch now on iPlayer.
Hello, I'm Regini Vaidyanathan. Welcome back to our special coverage of the US presidential election. Well, we've just had confirmation that Sir Keir Starmer has spoken to Donald Trump following his victory in the US presidential election. Downing Street here in the UK has confirmed to the BBC that a conversation has taken place, and we are expecting to get more details of what they spoke about later this evening. Well, it all comes as in the House of Commons, the new leader of the Conservative Party, Kemi Badenoch, asked the Prime Minister to apologise for previous comments by his Foreign Secretary, which described Mr Trump as a neo-Nazi sympathising sociopath. Our political editor Chris Mason has more.
Having access to the White House, being heard in Washington, a long-standing must-have of UK foreign policy. This a gathering in July, President Biden inviting the Prime Minister and others for dinner.
Can I first of all welcome the Leader of the Opposition?
Here at Westminster it was also a day for promotions, Kemi Badenoch making her Commons debut as Conservative leader, and the Prime Minister reacting to this morning's news.
Mr Speaker, can I begin by congratulating President-elect Trump on his historic election victory. As the closest of allies, the UK and US will continue to work together.
And Kemi Badenoch's sentiments were similar.
So I would like to start by congratulating President-elect Trump on his impressive victory this morning.
But hang on, she and others have pointed out. Compare and contrast the Foreign Secretary's gushing congratulations to Donald Trump today, we look forward to working with you in the years ahead, with what he said in 2017, saying he'd protest on the streets if the president turned up, and saying he was a racist Nazi sympathiser. And that's not all.
And I quote, Trump is not only a woman-hating neo-Nazi sympathising sociopath, he is also a profound threat to the international order.
The Foreign Secretary and I did meet President-elect Trump just a few weeks ago for dinner for about a couple of hours, and we discussed a number of issues of global significance. It was a very constructive exercise.
Sir Ed Davey.
The Liberal Democrat leader claimed today was a dark, dark day for people around the world.
President-elect Trump praised Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, and I quote, he called it genius. He also said he would encourage Russia to do whatever the hell they want to NATO allies.
Nigel Farage's view was rather different. It was of Florida. He was at Donald Trump's victory party. Speaking to GB News, where he works as a presenter, he had this offer for the Prime Minister.
Clearly, what the Labour government need to do is to roll out the red carpet. There is a fantastic opportunity ahead of us. And all I can say, as somebody who was a personal friend of his, has backed him all the way through his career, you know, if I can help broker a little bit of peace between the two, I'd be very happy to help.
The next time the Prime Minister is here in the Oval Office of the White House, it'll be Donald Trump extending his hand. Brash controversy and wild unpredictability. The new normal again.
Chris Mason, our political editor there. Well, how special will the special relationship be between the UK and the US under Donald Trump's second presidency and a relatively new British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer? Well, let's speak to former UK National Security Advisor Mark Lyle-Grant. A very warm welcome to you. So we know that they've now had a phone call. Presumably, it's one of the first conversations Donald Trump has had with world leaders as president-elect. We don't know the details, but what do you think the focus needs to be in their first few conversations?
Well, I think the government has made a good start in the sense that they had this meeting with Donald Trump in New York in September. The embassy has been in very regular contact with the Trump team now for over a couple of years. And now we've got an early phone call between the Prime Minister and the President. That doesn't mean, of course, that there won't be some very significant policy differences between the two countries. I was National Security Advisor when Donald Trump was elected the first time in 2016 and early 2017. And there were a lot of policy differences between the two administrations, and that was under a conservative government. So we shouldn't pretend that it's going to be all completely smooth sailing. But I am confident that the special relationship will remain special and intact, because it's a little bit like an iceberg. About 7/8 of it happens beneath the surface in the nuclear and defense and intelligence security fields. And I don't think that that will be affected, even if there's a little bit of surface choppiness at the political level.
You say that, but I guess some people are drawing on that, as you say, surface choppiness. I mean, even Kemi Badenoch, the new leader of the Conservative Party, raising the point and asking the Prime Minister to apologise for comments made by his Foreign Secretary. He was pretty direct, wasn't he, David Lammy, in what he said? Now, we know that David Lammy has since met Donald Trump in those meetings in New York. But I guess some people are saying that the government needs to apologise and say sorry, to kind of draw a line under it. What do you make of that?
I don't think so. I mean, look, we're talking about comments he made 6-7 years ago. Of course, there's going to be some domestic political arguments about this by a new leader of the Conservative Party, and even more with Nigel Farage, of course. So we can expect there to be quite a sharp divide between the parties on this issue. But I don't think anyone in this country at political level wants there to be anything but a very close relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom, because they are our most important partner, their most important trading partner. We have massive historic, cultural, social links, as well, of course, as the absolutely critical national security necessity to get on very well with the United States. So I think all those things mean that this surface tension, this froth, if you like, isn't actually going to make that much difference. And we'll wait to see what the actual policies are once Donald Trump takes office.
OK, thanks so much. Mark Lyle Grant, former UK National Security Advisor.
Thank you, Reggie.
Sumi, you were probably listening to that, and it is interesting, isn't it? Because there is so much talked about the so-called special relationship. And I know when I lived in Washington for a number of years, a lot of Americans said it's us Brits who read more into it than you Americans.
That could be said, sure. I mean, America is known to be an insular country, as you know, Rajini, speaking to Americans here. They don't necessarily look beyond America's borders and to the alliances that the U.S. has abroad as much as Europe, the U.K. look to the United States. But of course, you know, in the last 4 years, and certainly, you know, I spent a lot of time in Germany, and there was a sigh of relief when President Biden entered the office after the 2020 election, because there was a sense that there was again going to be a reset of that relationship with allies, an underlining of how important those alliances were, in particular now, as we've seen with the war in Ukraine. And all of that is being shaken up once again, Regina. And I think that's what's going to be critical looking ahead in the months after Donald Trump takes office, is just how does he work with allies and approach some of these global crises, the war in the Middle East on several fronts now, and also the war in Ukraine and that relationship with China. And that's where that apprehension, let's say, is coming from.
And just briefly, Sumi, we're getting reports, we haven't confirmed them ourselves, that China's Xi has called Donald Trump to congratulate him on his victory. So a lot of conversations happening between the president-elect and world leaders.
All right, thank you, Regina. And let's look in more detail at the impact of the Latino vote for Donald Trump. Now, throughout this race, it appeared that Kamala Harris was ahead with Hispanic voters, but Donald Trump's support among this group increased by more than 10 percentage points compared to 2020. In particular, Trump has won a significant increase in support from male Latino voters, up 18 points on 2020. And Donald Trump also saying that he has an unprecedented mandate with those numbers. Let's speak now to Maria Hinojosa, Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and founder of Futuro Media. Maria, really good to have you with us. These are extraordinary numbers if you look at the way that the Latino vote has developed. And of course, you know, this is not something entirely new. We've seen this trend over several years. But how do you describe the pattern that we saw in this election?
Well, there was a lot of misinformation and disinformation aimed very directly at Latino and Latina voters, whether in English or in Spanish. And this is something that I ended up reporting about, so I was able to witness firsthand. What do I mean by this? There was a barrage of YouTube, X, WhatsApp communications over the year, really, talking about how Donald Trump was an amazing businessman who knew what he was doing and was going to be able to fix the American economy, even at a time when, while inflation was happening, the economy in and of itself was growing and stable. Latinos connected with this. They heard the message about a country that, according to Trump, is having a huge economic collapse, and that he was going to be the person who was going to save it. And Latinos felt that the economy was their primary issue, and they believed what they were being told.
Well, Maria, can I ask you this? Because, indeed, one of the criticisms of Democrats right now is that they continue to treat Hispanic voters as an identity group, where it is now such a broad and deep part of the U.S. that they do vote along the same lines as other populations on the economy, on crime, on public safety.
Well, yes, but if you spoke to Latinos as Latinos actually using identity, a different conversation could have happened, right? The Democrats failed to meet that barrage of misinformation coming from the Trump campaign and right-wing sources. They failed to meet that with another vision. In other words, saying to Latino voters, precisely Kamala Harris, the daughter of immigrants, saying, I see you as immigrants. I see all the positivity that you bring. I see what Latinos contribute to the country. I see what you have done in terms of growing the economy. I understand that immigrants are not a drain. They're not criminals.
Okay.
They actually build the economy. If they would have given a different voice to the issue, we might have gotten a different result. But they
So let me ask you this, Maria, because as I said, it's not a new trend. In 2016, Hillary Clinton winning Hispanic voters by a margin of 38 percentage points. By 2020, Joe Biden's margin had shrunk to 33 points. So we're talking also beyond this election cycle. What is it that Democrats, you think, are missing in the broader sense, not just in this cycle?
Well, you have to understand that the Latino population writ large in the United States is the second largest voting cohort in the country. So what I've been saying over the past year is that you have to pay attention to the second largest voting cohort, because the numbers are not looking good. They're not looking in your favor. Instead of doing creative possibilities to find a different message, one that could connect, the Democratic Party, one, failed to meet that challenge, and two, did not have an alternative vision for Latino voters. They needed to take it seriously, and in my view, they didn't. And by the way, there's a lot of finger pointing that can go around. Honestly, in the US, my mainstream media colleagues treated this like a normal election. It was not a normal election. You have somebody who is a convicted felon, who talks like an authoritarian, who speaks dangerously. They might have wanted to meet that.
We have to leave it there, Maria, but really interesting to get your perspective. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And Regini, as you know, there's going to be now days, weeks, months, years of dissecting all of these numbers and what went wrong for the Democrats, and as you said earlier, what went right for Donald Trump and the Republicans.
Indeed, Sumi. Well, as counting went on in those all-important swing states, it became clear to Kamala Harris's supporters that any chance of victory was slipping away. Many were tearful, having gathered for what they thought would be a victory rally, but they left heartbroken. Well, Kamala Harris is due to give a concession speech within the next hour in Washington, D.C., which is a heavily Democratic area where she won more than 90% of the vote, a contrast to her overall performance. Clive Myrie has this report.
As America wakes up to Donald Trump's victory, the dream many had of a first woman president is over. A group of early morning joggers hit the road, one Democrat among them, shocked by the election result.
It's really scary to know what's going to happen next, and I think just feeling a lot of uncertainty and nervousness about the future.
And at the venue for Kamala Harris's overnight election watch party, there's a mournful silence. The morning after, the balloons are still up. The barriers are also in place because there should have been a victory party here at her old university for Kamala Harris. Now it's awake. I can see you have been crying.
I have been crying. I definitely have been crying.
We came across student Anna Wiggins, distraught and bewildered. How awful was it last night?
I think I found out about the results around like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was so crushed because letting Trump win is a vote for racism. It's a vote against women. I'm so scared. I'm terrified for this country, and I'm so hurt that America let this happen in the first place.
So why did America reject Kamala Harris?
Welcome to the Eras Tour.
Her endorsements were big and famous.
I'm supporting Kamala Harris for president.
Every single vote, every one is going to matter.
Are you ready for it?
But did any of this speak to the concerns of ordinary Americans? From rural areas to urban centers, from the Rust Belt to the Sun Belt, millions felt their country was on the wrong track. Donald Trump felt their pain.
My message to Americans tonight is simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't. We don't. And we won't. We won't. We do not have to settle for weakness, incompetence, decline, and decay.
I'm sad, and we are all sad, but at the end of the day, we don't have time for solace. You got to get up and go work.
One Democratic strategist admits Republicans asked the questions Kamala Harris didn't.
So he asked people 3 things. How do you feel about immigration? How do you feel about crime? And are you better off? Is the economy better? And so people said no to those things. I don't think that's true.
But elections are about instincts and feelings as well.
I agree. But look, at the end of the day, at some point we have to look at some realities.
The first decision I made, the nominee in 2020, was selecting her as my vice president.
One reality is that Kamala Harris was fatally tied to an unpopular president. And during the campaign, she failed to make a decisive break from her boss.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
She seemed tin-eared, not only turning off moderate Republicans, but also Democrats too, black men, Latinos, younger voters.
There's a problem with the messaging. Some of it has to do with religion, some of it has to do with tradition, some of it has to do with masculinity. And so I don't know what we do yet, but we've got to figure out a way to move forward. But I don't think this is a time for the party to capitulate and move back from the progress that we want to push forward.
That post-mortem on the structural realignment of the political map we've all just witnessed begins now, as Donald Trump prepares for a second term, given a second chance.
Clive Myrie reporting there. And of course, we will bring you Kamala Harris's concession speech as soon as she steps up to the podium, of course, which you can see on the screen beside me. Sumi.
All right, Regini, on the financial markets, the dollar has surged against the pound and euro on the back of Donald Trump's victory as investors bet on lower taxes and higher interest rates. But borrowing rates for the U.S. government have also risen, and there are concerns about Mr. Trump's victory potentially sparking a global trade war. Let's get more on that now. The top issue is always the economy, of course. We can speak more about that with U.S. economics editor at the Financial Times, Colby Smith. Colby, great to have you with us. Thanks so much for joining us. So first of all, if we look at what Donald Trump has said, I mean, you look at the markets and the fact that they are soaring right now. Is this about tax cuts? Is this about, the corporate tax rate at this point?
Yeah, I think that's a big driver here. That is a key part of his platform. He's pretty much said that since day one of his campaign, that he wanted to bring down taxes for the wealthy and corporations. And with with control of the Senate and seemingly potentially a very, very slim majority for Democrats or even Republican control of the House of Representatives in Congress, he might very well be able to push that through. On the other hand, there are some questions about how tariffs and other of his spending policies might have an impact. And the thinking there from economists is that what we could very well see is potential, more persistent price pressures, at least in the short run, and a growth burst, but over time that fading.
Colby, take us through what Donald Trump has said on tariffs, because on the campaign trail, when he was asked specifically how he would raise money for different policies that he promised he would put in place, he said through tariffs. So how would this work?
So he's really used tariffs as like the elixir of a lot of problems in a way to cover and cover expenses of other programs that he wants to prioritize, to make up for the shortfall in revenue from the tax cuts that we just discussed, but also to use it as a negotiating tactic with other countries. So essentially, the thinking is that by threatening such widespread and expansive tariffs of the sort that he's discussed, which are up to 20% on all imports and 60% on imports coming out of China, that potentially is enough to kind of get U.S. allies and adversaries to the negotiating table and extract concessions on whatever issue the Trump administration wants to pursue. So the idea for some in the Trump camp is that these would be simply about gaining leverage rather than actually being imposed. And I think there's a lot of uncertainty here about how that actually all plays out.
And Colby, just quickly, what about cutting grocery prices, gas prices, making housing cheaper? What would Donald Trump do?
So President-elect Trump, rather, he's talked about a number of different plans to do that. He has talked about, increasing the amount of gasoline that's being pumped in the country. That will help with energy prices, he says. He's also said that, there will be more growth with his policies, which will help the overall inflation situation and debt situation in particular. Right. So he has he's really seized on this idea that Americans are frustrated about rising prices.
Okay, Colby, thank you so much for joining us. Great to get your perspective. And Regini, as Colby was just saying there, we're going to have to see which of these economic policies are put in place and when, but certainly a big part of Donald Trump's campaign.
Indeed, it really was, and it was something that a lot of voters really resonated with. Well, as we've been saying, Kamala Harris is due to deliver a concession speech at the university that she studied at, Howard, in Washington, D.C., in the next hour. Let's speak to somebody who knows her better than most. Let's speak to Kamala Harris's uncle, Gopalan Balachandran, who's also a fellow at the Indian think tank, the Institute for Defence Studies and Analysis, who has a keen interest in India-US relations. Welcome to the BBC. I'm going to start by talking to you in uncle mode. I'm not sure you've had the chance to speak to her yet, but you know her very well. How do you think she must be feeling right now?
Of course, she must be feeling pretty bad. I mean, anybody who ran for president's or high office and was expected to win and lose like this would feel very sad, and I'm sure she's a little bit unhappy after having, especially the last time when I remember meeting her in 2017, when she won the Senate elections and we were having dinner in Washington. Then she said about the sort of a sudden downfall they felt, because you remember that was the year Hillary lost to Trump. She said they were all watching the results come in and they were hopeful that Hillary will win. And suddenly they saw Trump winning and they felt let down like nothing. I'm sure yesterday many who were with her would have felt the same way.
And we're just looking at pictures of you on the stage, because obviously you saw her this summer. You were on stage with her, as we can see in the corner of the screen, at the DNC. I just want to ask you what you think comes next for her. I mean, of course, she's an incredibly accomplished woman. She hasn't yet reached the highest office. She's obviously reached vice president. Do you think she'll continue to pursue some sort of career in politics once she leaves the vice presidency?
Oh, yeah, that I'm sure. She'll be in the public service, no question about it. Now, what I'm studying right now, I cannot tell you, I'm not complete. What will she do? Whether she'll run again for the Senate from California, or run for the governorship of California, or run for presidency again in 2018. It all depends how the democratic politics plays out. Okay? So, but I have no doubt she will be in the public domain in a public service office.
Okay, interesting. And just very briefly, I know you have a keen interest in India-US relations. We've only got about 30 seconds, but how do you think the course of America is going to change under a Trump presidency now?
Look, it's very too early to say that both pluses and minuses. Trump and Modi, you see, both are, in both the governments will be run by individuals who have got their own idiosyncrasies. Modi in India and Trump in USA. Both do what they want, and the ministers or the secretaries in US administration or the ministers in India are sort of people who are yes men. Okay.
Okay.
So it pretty much, it all pretty much depends.
Okay.
Although both,
I'm so sorry, we've actually run out of time because we're just about to see your niece deliver her address. Crowds are gathering now. Thank you so much, Gopal and Balachandran, for sharing your thoughts. Do stay with us here on BBC News.
It's been another grey, gloomy day for most of us. Limited sunshine, best of it northeast England, and the northern half of Scotland has done pretty well. And that's how it's going to look, I think, for the next few days. The outlook, though, very little change to what we've been experiencing this week so far. A lot of dry weather around, but a lot of cloud trapped underneath this blocking area of high pressure, which is dominating the scene across the whole of Europe. But it is drawing up mild air for the time of year right across the UK. And you can see that from the yellow and orange colours there. So as we head through tonight, we hold on to a lot of cloud. A few holes in that cloud, perhaps northern England and into northern Scotland. We'll see some mist and fog. There may be the odd spot of drizzle. Most places will be dry, but mild for the time of year, ranging between 8 to 12 degrees as we start Thursday. So we'll have a lot of cloud again to start Thursday, rather grey and gloomy weather, limited brightness. Again, I think northern Scotland doing best for that, maybe northern and western Wales, and the odd glimmer elsewhere. And those temperatures reaching highs at the low to mid-teens, maybe 15 or 16 degrees in the mildest spots. Then as we head into Friday, similar story, a lot of grey weather around with limited brightness. Again, possibly some parts of the north and the west of the UK seeing the best of that, with temperatures low to mid-teens. Now, as we move out of Friday and into the weekend, could see some subtle changes to the weather. These weather fronts trying to work their way in will struggle to push up against this area of high pressure. Saturday's weather front looks like it'll fizzle out as it crosses Northern Ireland. So we could see some spots of rain. Northern Ireland might travel across the Irish Sea into western Scotland, western Wales, but most places will be dry, rather grey and gloomy again, with limited brightness. Probably the best of it across northeast Scotland. And those temperatures again, the low to mid-teens. Now, as we move into Sunday, there's a chance this next feature could have a bit more energy to it, and that might cross the north and west of the country to bring stronger winds and outbreaks of rain. So we could see some shower rain across Northern Ireland, much of Scotland, maybe northern and western England and Wales. And behind it, because we're changing the air mass, we're losing that stagnant air, getting some westerly Atlantic air, we might see more sunshine across the north and the west. We have to stay tuned because this might change. Generally, though, England and Wales rather cloudy, temperatures into the mid-teens. And through the new week, it looks like high pressure builds back in. A lot of dry and settled weather, but turning chillier by the end of the week.
Today we're looking at the state of British politics.
Asking, is technology ruining football?
Are we too obsessed with our phones?
Helen from Hull wants to know, how hot's the planet going to get?
And we'll explain why prices keep going up and up.
Also, Rach, did you know space has its own smell?
Really? What of? The world is fast-moving and can be confusing.
So let's talk about it.
5 Live Breakfast with Rachel and Rick. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Ukraine is just about holding the front here, while the Russians have launched this fresh assault.
Everywhere you look, there are uprooted trees, there are bits of building, and the destruction is just in every direction.
Incendiary drones were dropped here. We know this was the military junta because the rebels don't have that kind of weaponry.
While you can hear the tear gas canisters being lobbed at the protesters.
There when the story breaks. BBC News. Follow on the app.
Live from Washington, this is BBC News. Donald Trump wins the U.S. presidential election, declaring that his second term will usher in a new era of prosperity for America. A crushing defeat for Kamala Harris and Democrats. She is due to speak in Washington any moment now after she called Donald Trump to concede defeat and congratulate him on his election win. We're going to bring you that speech live. We'll also consider what happens next and assess how Donald Trump may govern. Ukrainian President Zelensky congratulates President-elect Trump, but what will be the impact of Trump's victory on the war in Ukraine? And Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer is eager to strengthen ties with the President-elect. We hear from Reform UK leader Nigel Farage on what it will take for the US-UK special relationship to thrive. Hello and a very warm welcome. I'm Sumi Somaskanda in Washington, where Donald Trump has comfortably won the race to be the next president of the United States. And we're going to show you some live pictures now because his Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris, she has called Donald Trump to congratulate him, and she is due to deliver a concession speech right here in Washington at Howard University. This is where the Harris campaign held their headquarters party on Tuesday evening. Well, it ended up not being a celebration. We're going to bring you her speech live as soon as we get it. But the polls had suggested that the race to the White House would be close and that days of legal wrangling over the result could follow. But in the end, that was not the case. Not only did Mr. Trump sweep home in the crucial swing states he needed to win, but he also won the popular vote, describing his victory as magnificent. On the Electoral College vote count, Donald Trump now has 294 and Kamala Harris 223, putting Mr. Trump way above the 270 required to win. Our North America correspondent Gary O'Donoghue looks at how the outcome unfolded.
As the results rolled in, they began to believe, bit by bit, that they could win.
What do you think?
I think it was freaking awesome! Woo!
When the key swing state of Pennsylvania was called for the former president, they could barely contain themselves.
We did it, man!
I'm not just happy, I am ecstatic.
We are so back! We're so back! This country's saved! This is an extraordinary political comeback. The former president and now future president has overcome scandal, court cases, even a brush with death from an assassin's bullet. And the country has sent him back to Washington and the White House for another 4 years. He's promising a new golden age for America.
The party atmosphere grew and grew as the alcohol flowed.
Please welcome President-elect Donald J. Trump.
But it wasn't until after 2 a.m. that they got the chance to see their next president in the flesh, flanked by his whole family and his key lieutenants.
I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Tonight has become a very different night to the one we expected. Donald Trump, victorious, without dispute.
The result came quicker than anyone or the polls had expected. It was a very different picture at Kamala Harris's HQ in Washington.
So you won't hear from the vice president tonight?
As the reality sank in, the party atmosphere evaporated. Donald Trump won this campaign by hugely improving his support among Hispanic voters and a significant rise among black voters too, especially men in both communities. While the vice president failed to match Joe Biden's support among women in 2020 and was held responsible by voters for years of rising prices in the shops and the highest levels of illegal migration at the southern border in decades. Donald Trump celebrated his victory with some of his key supporters, such as the world's richest man, Elon Musk. The scale of this victory was underlined by the man who will be Donald Trump's vice president.
I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Despite what the polls had indicated, this was no narrow victory. Donald Trump goes back to the White House for a second time, having won big. Gary O'Donoghue, BBC News, Florida.
Okay, we've been bringing you those live pictures again from Howard University, where Kamala Harris is expected to speak shortly. Our correspondent Samira Hussein is there for us. Let's go to her now. Samira, you know, obviously this was supposed to be the site of a victory speech. That's not what it ended up being. What is the atmosphere like there right now?
It certainly stands in very significant contrast to what you saw in Gary's piece from Mar-a-Lago and at the Trump headquarters. Here, the DJ is playing again, but that jovial atmosphere that we were talking about yesterday has pretty much evaporated. You don't actually see very many people dancing. And in terms of the crowd sizes here, it really does pale in comparison to how many people had come here last night. And the people that came last night were just full of optimism and full of hope that this historic campaign was going to end with a historic victory for Vice President Kamala Harris. But as the night went on and we saw those results coming in, more and more people started to leave. And it wasn't until we heard from the campaign co-chair to say that we wouldn't be hearing from the vice president at all. So today, people have gathered to listen to what the vice president has to say. This is her concession speech, certainly one that no politician wants to give, but certainly one that the American public deserves to hear.
Samir, you know, we know that Kamala Harris has called Donald Trump now to congratulate him and talk about a peaceful transfer of power. What do you think we can expect to hear from her today?
We're certainly going to hear echoes of that in her speech. I'm sure we're going to hear her saying how important it is to move forward. I think she's going to still try and strike some of the optimistic tones that we had been hearing in the last week of the campaign. Trying to make that turn away from negativity and really trying to, stoke some sort of optimism. Look, it is disappointing. It is disheartening for the people that have gathered here. And it is most disappointing, of course, for the vice president herself. But she is still also the vice president of the United States, and she is committed to making sure that you can move from one person in the White House to another, and then one person from the Naval Observatory to another.
And Samira, for those supporters who are there, who you've been speaking to, what are they saying about what they think went wrong and how they're feeling about everything right now?
I think there's quite a lot of shock. There's disappointment. I mean, there was even one woman who was wearing dark sunglasses. And, when asked why she was wearing those dark sunglasses, she said, "I have just been crying for so long. I just don't want people to see me cry anymore." I spoke to one man who talked about just how disappointing this loss will be for the world, that there's going to be so many different geopolitical ramifications because of a Republican presidency. I think people here were really hoping for some sort of historic win, or at least not the resounding defeat that we saw here last night.
Okay, Samira Hussein at Howard University here in Washington, D.C., where we are expecting to hear from Vice President Harris after conceding defeat to Donald Trump. We're going to keep a close eye on that podium and, of course, listen in as soon as we see Kamala Harris take the stage. In the meantime, let's speak to Amanda Renteria, National Political Director for Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign. And Amanda, with the caveat that if we see Kamala Harris come out on stage, we will, of course, go straight to that. But just wondering what you think we will hear from Kamala Harris, of course, conceding defeat and talking about the path forward. But what do you think the core of this message is going to be?
I think one of the pieces she will be talking about and has talked throughout the campaign is really her vision for the country, the promise of America, and how that fight continues forward. But also, I think she's going to have a lot to say about the progress that she as a candidate, that the people who have come together have really made. Because at the end of the day, this new, or I guess former president, now needs to govern the entire country. And I think part of the message here is we all need to be a part of it. Even her supporters who voted for her now need to find their place and play an active role to make sure that America continues to be a country that really looks out for everyone. And so this is a tough day for any campaign, and particularly for her to come out a figure who would have been a historical win. This is a message where you need to give hope to folks who have believed in that, and at the same time, give folks a message that they need to continue to move forward in this new presidency.
Amanda, I have to ask, as the national political director for Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign, how much of last night felt familiar to you?
Quite a lot of it, right? So I was also culling through the different districts and the counties. There were a couple of differences. And I think the big one, of course, is the Latino population and what Hispanics did in this campaign. I'll say that deserves a heck of a lot more time by both parties to really dig in and understand what happened here in the Latino community and how to really understand that they are a swing community. I think for too long people have believed otherwise. But overall, this was a tough reckoning, particularly for women and people of color across the country.
Not just for the presidential race, but we see the Republicans have taken the Senate, possibly the House. I mean, we talk about this autopsy afterwards, and Amanda, we are still waiting to see if Kamala Harris will take the stage. But of course, this will be dissected for the coming weeks and months and years. But what do you think is going to be necessary for Democrats to move forward and overhaul what went wrong in this campaign?
So I think we've really got to take some stock about what people think of the brand of the Democratic Party. It's clear that people do not see the Democratic Party as for the little guy or the hardworking families. And that's got to change as we move forward. And it can change because the policies that Democrats have supported now for a very long time have been about the working class, but our messaging and ability to connect those policies and the implementation of those policies to folks on the ground has been a problem for a very long time now. And the Democratic Party must reckon with that.
When did that change, do you think?
You know, I think it really started with hope and change and thinking when Obama came in, this idea of hope and change, that people were just going to believe that happened. And I think our first big lesson was when we did not sell healthcare. We did not tell people why healthcare was so important. And we've got now the habit of that. But that should have been the first clear warning. And ever since then, we still haven't figured out how to get communication right. And I'll say this. We have got to understand that there are new channels of distribution. We're seeing it, and this is where it's particularly true in the Latino community. They aren't watching traditional news media. They're watching YouTube. They have these different sort of leaders that are online, that they're in their phone every day. And it is so much of a tighter relationship than door knocking, as an example.
Amanda, great to get your perspective on this. Thank you again so much for joining us. And we're continuing to look at these pictures here again. That's Howard University, Washington, D.C., not far from where we are sitting here in our studio. And Kamala Harris is expected shortly to deliver a speech to her supporters you see waiting there. This is the exact same location that they held a party for Kamala Harris's campaign headquarters on election evening. And then when it was clear that the result was not going in their favor, the campaign co-chair came out and said that Kamala Harris would not be appearing and told everyone to go home and that they would hear from the vice president the next day. And that's precisely what we're seeing here. So this here in Washington, D.C. And as we're looking at these pictures and waiting for Vice President Harris, I have my panel here with me, Anthony Zerker, our senior North America correspondent, Stephanie Murphy, former Democrat congresswoman from Florida, Rodney Davis, former Republican congressman from Illinois. Between the four of us, I think we probably have 5 hours of sleep divided, something like that. But Anthony, starting with you, I mean, how are you looking at this moment as Kamala Harris? We know she's called Donald Trump to congratulate him. Just take us through what you're looking at here.
Well, I think obviously she's already following the norms of this sort of thing, the concession call, the call for unity, the pledging to support the new president and have a smooth transition. I'll be curious in this speech whether she notes that didn't happen in 2020. If she's gracious in defeat, but also if there's an edge to it, and she points out that this is a gratitude, a grace that Donald Trump did not afford her nor Joe Biden 4 years ago.
Yeah, we heard from Brian Lentz, a senior Trump campaign advisor earlier, saying, well, on the phone call, she was extremely gracious with Donald Trump. What do you think, Stephanie?
Well, I think that's kind of typical of Democratic members. I mean, I think when you look back to like the Gore-Bush race, it was incredibly close. But once a race is called, the right and proper thing to do in a democracy is to concede and ensure that there is a peaceful transfer of power and that every American kind of unites behind the success of that next president, because whoever is president, their success is America's success.
How difficult you think this moment is for her?
Oh, I'm sure it's very difficult, but it's difficult for anyone who runs for elected office. You put it all out there. It's all on the field. And of course, when you lose, it's disappointing. And I think in particular, because this was such a decisive loss, I think that was the piece that took Democrats by surprise. I think going into this, it was always a possibility that they'd lose the Electoral College vote, but to also lose the popular vote and to lose in such a decisive way is what is the big shock for the party today.
Rodney, what are you looking out for?
There's not going to be any surprises. I'm trying to find a surprise that I could think of. Maybe that she makes us wait as long as Donald Trump did last night to take the stage. Maybe that's the surprise. But, because of that size of the victory, as has been stated here, there is no wiggle room. She's got to do what we all have done when we've lost. Be gracious, concede, talk about the future. But really the proof's going to be in the pudding after Donald Trump is sworn in again. Will Democrats begin to help him govern? They certainly didn't do that during the first term. And that's one of the issues. Well, on some issues they did, so I have to take that back. Trade and others, so thank you, Stephanie and others.
Just having been a Democrat who took those
there
votes
were some
to help
faces
him.
made.
You're correct. But you know what? The margins in the House look like they may not favor bipartisanship, or they could favor a lot more bipartisanship. From what I'm hearing, Republicans may expect a majority from 219, maybe 225.
Anthony, as we're waiting for Kamala Harris to come out, we can't forget the fact that also, she is vice president until January. She's going to have to continue to govern.
She is. And obviously, Joe Biden is going to have to continue to govern. This is the weird kind of tick in American political system. In the UK, you lose an election, you hand your resignation, you're out the door, the moving vans are there the next day. In American politics, you still have this period of time for several months. And let's be honest, this is not a stable world. There are some very pressing things that Joe Biden and the Democrats administration has to handle. And they're pressing domestic concerns as well. So obviously, it's going to be a waiting game, and all the attention is going to move from the White House to Donald Trump as he assembles his new administration. You'll start seeing names floated for key cabinet secretary spots. You'll see people coming by to interview. You'll see a trickle of announcements going forward. This is going to be unlike 2017, 2016, when it was a big unknown who Donald Trump would put in these positions. And for positions like Secretary of State, it seemed like no one really wanted it. There will be a long line of people now who have come to power with Donald Trump the first time around, who are eager to get back into power, and they have a plan for what they want to do when they get it.
And we have heard that President Biden will address the country tomorrow to talk about the transition and the election results. Stephanie, I just want to read you something that Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders released in a statement. He said, "It should come as no great surprise that a Democratic Party who has abandoned the working class people would find that the working class has abandoned them." What do you think of that?
Well, I do think that the Democrats have to do some self-reflection about what happened. I mean, if you look at the numbers, they didn't make any gains in any demographic groups, save for two, people over 65 and young women. And by state, didn't make any gains, save for Washington and Utah. That is pretty remarkable not to make up any ground from the last election. And so they are going to have to think hard about why the American people resoundingly rejected what the Democratic policies were and the Democratic candidate. But I think one of the things that Democrats would be wise to do is not blame the voter, right? This is not the voter's problem. It was the party's problem. And that requires a little bit of self-reflection to be able to identify what it is.
Rodney, do you think it was the voters rejecting the candidate or the policies or all of the above?
Well, I guess we have to give Donald Trump credit because maybe the voters wanted him to be president. it's not always about the other side. Now, did the Democrats do some things that maybe turned voters off and pushed them toward a Donald Trump? Probably. But in this electorate, we didn't see a lot of undecideds early on, but that small number of undecideds were influenced by a wide variety of decisions. But I think Democrats have to do that self-reflection and understand that they may be speaking to an echo chamber when it comes to threats to democracy and this hysteric type of rhetoric that they usually bring out when it comes to Donald Trump. Because, frankly, democracy chose Donald Trump and a Trump administration.
This is being called, Anthony, the great realignment of the voting populace. So what do you think of that?
Well, I think that Donald Trump started something in 2016. It started a shift of the Republican Party. The Republican Party now does not look like the Republican Party of Mitt Romney and George W. Bush. It is something very different. It has a much firmer connection to working-class, blue-collar Americans. That what he started in 2016, it looked like it had been put on ice in 2020. It looked like maybe it was just a 4-year aberration. But this election and the results that we saw yesterday, I think, cement that shift. This is a realignment in American politics where the Republican Party is occupying a very different space than it did before. It's a working class party combined with evangelicals and combined with apparently some tech insiders too and Silicon Valley billionaires. Democratic Party has shifted more to college educated, to suburbs, but there are more non-college educated Americans than there are college educated Americans. It's not the kind of coalition you want to put together if you're the Democrats and win major elections.
How did Donald Trump manage to do that, do you think? Because, as you said, this is a party that expanded the tent to include tech billionaires, the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, to a cross-section of working-class voters to include Black and Latino voters.
And I think he had a class pitch rather than a racial identity pitch that resonated across different racial demographics. So Democrats seem to be more interested in appealing to Hispanic voters as an identity, the Hispanic voters as an oppressed minority or something like that. Donald Trump's pitch to them was, you are like everyone else, you're working, you're struggling, you're paying more. And that was something that Hispanic voters, if you look particularly in places like Florida and Texas, where Donald Trump racked up majorities, remarkable majorities, the first one in decades, even centuries in some cases, to get these kind of majorities in these districts. It shows that his message resonated, his populist economic message resonated, and that's why you hear Bernie Sanders saying essentially, in fewer words, I told you so.
Yeah, he's a political figure like no other, Donald Trump, as well, you have to say, just the incredible popularity that he's built. But Stephanie, how much of an aspect is there to this that is a rejection of what is the Democrats are accused of elitism, of, being standing alongside on stage with Hollywood stars and musicians and not being with the working people? We saw, President Biden's comments in that call that he had where he said that Donald Trump supporters were garbage. That reminded many people of Hillary Clinton calling them deplorables. Is this something that the Democrats really need to address?
Well, I would say that the Democrats should look to their moderate members within the caucus. So not all Democrats are the same. And I would say that the moderates, especially coming out of this election, faced significant headwinds in their elections where maybe they were polling ahead of Harris and they won despite the fact that she was at the top of the ticket.
Just a quick interruption. We can see Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, of course, Kamala Harris's running mate, and his wife Gwen there. They are in the front row here for Kamala Harris's address as we wait for her to take the stage. Obviously, a very disappointing night for the Minnesota governor. He joining the ticket with Kamala Harris after a pretty short process of VP selection, because this entire campaign for Kamala Harris was short. But you see him there receiving applause and greeting supporters. Kamala Harris's vice presidential pick, Tim Walz. Is this something, Stephanie, that's going to be discussed as well, whether he was the right pick, or is it just such a decisive victory that it's beyond that?
I think it's beyond that. There's not one issue that is the cause of this, and already people are trying to lay it at the feet of Biden or at the feet of not picking the correct VP. I think it's a range of issues.
And there she is. And there, I'm sorry, Stephanie, to interrupt you again, but here comes Kamala Harris. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So let me say, and I love you back. And I love you back. So let me say, my heart is full today. My heart is full today, full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me, full of love for our country, and full of resolve. The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for, but hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright. As long as we never give up, and as long as we keep fighting. To my beloved Doug and our family, I love you so very much. To President Biden and Dr. Biden, thank you for your faith and support. To Governor Walz and the Walz family, I know your service to our nation will continue. And to my extraordinary team, to the volunteers who gave so much of themselves, to the poll workers and the local election officials, I thank you all. Look, I am so proud of the race we ran, and the way we ran it, over the 107 days of this campaign. We have been intentional about building community and building coalitions, bringing people together from every walk of life and background, united by love of country with enthusiasm and joy in our fight for America's future. And we did it with the knowledge that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Now, I know folks are feeling and experiencing a range of emotions right now. I get it. But we must accept the results of this election. Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition, and that we will engage in a peaceful transfer of power. A fundamental principle of American democracy is that when we lose an election, we accept the results. That principle, as much as any other, distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny. And anyone who seeks the public trust must honor it. At the same time, in our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States. And loyalty to our conscience and to our God. My allegiance to all three is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. The fight for freedom, for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. A fight for the ideals at the heart of our nation. the ideals that reflect America at our best. That is a fight I will never give up. I will never give up the fight for a future where Americans can pursue their dreams, ambitions, and aspirations, where the women of America have the freedom to make decisions about their own body and not have their government telling them what to do. We will never give up the fight to protect our schools and our streets from gun violence. And America, we will never give up the fight for our democracy, for the rule of law, for equal justice, and for the sacred idea that every one of us, no matter who we are or where we start out, has certain fundamental rights and freedoms that must be respected and upheld. And we will continue to wage this fight in the voting booth, in the courts, and in the public square. And we will also wage it in quieter ways, in how we live our lives, by treating one another with kindness and respect, by looking in the face of a stranger and seeing a neighbor, by always using our strength to lift people up, to fight for the dignity that all people deserve. The fight for our freedom will take hard work, but like I always say, we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work can be joyful work. And the fight for our country is always worth it. It is always worth it. To the young people who are watching, it is... I love you. To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed, but please know it's going to be okay. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up. Don't ever give up. Don't ever stop trying to make the world a better place. You have power. You have power. And don't you ever listen when anyone tells you something is impossible because it has never been done before. You have the capacity to do extraordinary good in the world. And so to everyone who is watching, do not despair. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves. This is a time to organize, to mobilize, and to stay engaged for the sake of freedom and justice and the future that we all know we can build together. Look, many of you know I started out as a prosecutor, and throughout my career, I saw people at some of the worst times in their lives. People who had suffered great harm and great pain, and yet found within themselves the strength and the courage and the resolve to take the stand, to take a stand, to fight for justice, to fight for themselves, to fight for others. So let their courage be our inspiration. Let their determination be our charge. And I'll close with this. There's an adage an historian once called a law of history, true of every society across the ages. The adage is, only when it is dark enough can you see the stars. I know many people feel like we are entering a dark time, but for the benefit of us all, I hope that is not the case. But here's the thing, America, if it is, let us fill the sky with the light of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars. The light of optimism, of faith, of truth, and service. H.U. And may that work guide us, even in the face of setbacks, toward the extraordinary promise of the United States of America. I thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. I thank you all.
Vice President Kamala Harris delivering her concession speech. There she is alongside her husband, Doug Emhoff. They are at Howard University here in Washington, D.C. Kamala Harris thanking her supporters, thanking her family, Doug Emhoff and their children. She also thanked Governor Walz, her running mate, and his family, and President Biden and the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden. She said she was proud of the race that they ran and the way that they ran it. She also said that she had called Donald Trump to congratulate him and that she would work with him and his team on the transition to engage in a peaceful transfer of power. Now, let's talk about some of what we heard there from Kamala Harris with my panel, Anthony, Stephanie, and Rodney. Anthony, starting with you, what stood out to you there from that speech as we're looking still at this crowd that's still on hand and Governor Walz is still moving there, shaking hands in the front row?
Well, it was a concession speech, but it was a pugnacious one.
Yeah.
She said, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fuels this campaign. By my count, she used the word fighting or fight 16 times throughout the speech. And then toward the end, she said, sometimes the fight takes a while, but that doesn't mean we won't win. It was digging in our heels. We're not going to concede an inch to Donald Trump on politics, talking about fighting in the courts, fighting in the public square, fighting in the voting booth. I mean, I think that was the message she was trying to deliver here. And there was that little pointed dig where she said she supports a peaceful transition of power. I was wondering if she'd call out Donald Trump directly on that. She didn't, but certainly by implication in that passage, she was referring to what happened in 2020.
Yeah, I'll just quote that, what she said. She said, a fundamental principle of American democracy is that when we lose the election, we accept the result. That principle distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny. And just one question on your point there, where she said we'll fight in the public square, in the courts, in the voting booth. What does she mean by that?
Well, I think she means that there's going to be a broad-based resistance against Donald Trump. They obviously are going to continue to contest him in elections, but mentioning the court specifically, that was a way that much of Donald Trump's agenda from 2017 to 2021 was stymied by lawsuits across the board on things like immigration, on counting the nationality in the census, on various environmental deregulations. All of that was a broad-based legal challenges that were sometimes successful, sometimes otherwise, but it certainly slowed everything down. So I think if you believe Kamala Harris and if she is going to be the voice of the Democratic resistance, there is not going to be the kind of conciliation, cooperation that Rodney mentioned earlier on, but you know, she's not the head of the party anymore. Right. The focus will change to Congress now and the Democrats who are in the majority or the minority there, depending on the outcome in the House.
Rodney, what do you think of that?
Look, I'm not surprised by the rhetoric. I'm not surprised by the fact that she wants to still continue to be the face of the resistance to Donald Trump, because that resistance will become loud once again. It will become boisterous. And maybe in the next few months, it might become very present right here in Washington, D.C. again. She wants to have another shot at winning the presidency. I think this speech, as conciliatory as it was, as short and compact as it was, and as rhetorically referring to still being in the fight, it shows me that she wants to come fight again.
So you're saying that she's setting herself up for another run?
I think she wants to. I'm not convinced that she will.
Stephanie?
You know, I thought it was a traditional politician's concession speech. It was dignified. Yes, she carried messages that were meant for her base because those people have just worked their hearts out for her for the last 107 days. But as is true with anybody after an election, you work together where you can, you fight where things you disagree, and you use all of the branches of government to ensure that you get the right outcome for the American people, and that includes the courts, that includes the legislature, and the people get to exercise their First Amendment speech. So I do think she left an optimistic note, though, and she opened with this and she closed with this, which is this light of the American promise will always burn bright, and that's true, and that's something that I think Americans can unify behind.
Anthony, something else she said that I thought was interesting. She said, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States, and loyalty to our conscience and to our God. And she said, my allegiance to all three is why I'm here.
It was interesting, and it was echoing some of the lines that we heard from former Donald Trump officials who had been critical of Donald Trump, who had been up close to saying that their loyalty wasn't to Donald Trump, it was to the Constitution. That's why they were speaking out. So people like John Kelly, the former chief of staff for Donald Trump, former Marine general, he specifically referenced the Constitution as one of the reasons why he was being critical of Donald Trump and objected to what he saw as the creeping fascism of Donald Trump. So I think that was reaching out again to these Republicans who had been her allies in the campaign. There weren't enough of them. They didn't connect with enough suburban Republicans to change the electoral results, but it was a message she had on the campaign, and it was a message in her concession.
Yeah, we're seeing images here of a lot of tearful faces of Kamala Harris supporters. Let's go to Samira Hussein, who has been following the speech there on location for us. Samira, give us a sense of how this speech was received.
I think a lot of the speech was really well received. Look, this is not a speech that any politician really wants to give, but it was necessary for Kamala Harris to concede the election. And it was a concession speech that actually the United States hasn't seen in a number of years. And she delivered it with grace, and her supporters took it really well. In fact, there was one line that stood out to me when she made it very clear how important a peaceful transfer of power was to her and to the administration. And that really showed that there was a lot of cheers in the audience when she recited that line, just showing how important that was to her and to make it clear to her supporters that that's what they wanted. Look, in terms of atmosphere, there's no way to sugarcoat it. The people here were very disappointed. I mean, yesterday we were talking about this party-like atmosphere. People were dancing when the DJ was spinning tunes, but we certainly didn't see that today. A lot of people that I spoke to were really disheartened, couldn't believe the result, and with the resounding result that it was. I mean, Democrats can't even claim that they won the popular vote this time, and that's something that really struck a lot of her supporters that were here today.
As we're looking at these pictures, it just strikes me, there are so many young women in this crowd.
It was a monumental moment for women. She was the first female person of color to head a Democratic ticket or any presidential ticket. It meant something. And the fact that she came here to Howard University, historically black university, her alma mater, from where she graduated, it really meant something. And, you know, something for me that sort of really remains is that, you know, she did shatter glass ceilings. She was the first female vice president of the United States, but that crushing through the glass ceiling of the White House, well, that White House actually still remains intact.
And Samira, where do some of these supporters say things go from here? I mean, you know, Kamala Harris being very clear in her message, the fight goes on. How do people feel about that?
I think today, really, people were still licking their wounds. I think there was still such a moment of shock for so many people. This one woman that we spoke to, you know, she was wearing sunglasses because she didn't want people to see her crying anymore. I mean, and that's just how personal a loss this is. So Kamala Harris certainly did the trick in her speech by striking that optimistic tone, by telling people, look, you are disappointed, and I understand that, and I am disappointed too, but we must continue with that fight. And I think it was important for her to say that, because that's certainly a message that her supporters here need to hear, because they need to get over what was a disappointing loss for them.
Saw images of Nancy Pelosi, the former Speaker of the House, in the crowd there as well, and we're seeing two women hugging again, as we've seen plenty of tears there as well. Samira, as you referenced, people still licking their wounds, perhaps still shocked at what happened, and of course analyzing what went wrong for the Harris campaign. What does happen now for Kamala Harris? I mean, obviously, she's still vice president, but I mean, her message there, as the point was made here in the studio, was that the fight goes on for her as well, that she said she will not back down from that fight.
Right. And so in what capacity is she going to continue that fight? I think that's really the question. I think, you know, one of the panelists in the studios mentioned that, you know, it sounds like she still wants to go at it one more time. Whether that's going to be possible, I think is, you know, very much a question. I think right now the Democrats are certainly looking inwards. They were delivered a resounding and crushing defeat. So they're going to have to look very hard at what led to that and how the party can emerge from this, and how it can emerge much stronger. And I think one lesson that we've learned is that, you know, 100 days to run a presidential campaign in the United States of America is really not very long. So the Democrats don't really have all that much time. They're really going to have to get to work if they want to try and rebuild the party.
Okay, Samira. Right there at Howard University, where Kamala Harris has just delivered her concession speech to her supporters there. Samira, thank you very much. I want to come back here to our studio. We have with us Martin Luther King III, American human rights activist, and of course the elder son of Martin Luther King Jr. and Coretta Scott King, and Arndrea Waters King as well. Great to have you both. We are just looking at these images there at Howard University, where Kamala Harris just conceded. Tell us, first of all, how you're feeling about the election.
Well, obviously, great disappointment. Yeah. Great disappointment, great concern. But I think the vice president delivered such a powerful concession speech, focusing on the work that still has to be done. And sometimes we lose battles, sometimes we win. And when you lose, you have to take a moment. Today, it's fine to be upset, but you can't stay in that position. You've got to rise, emerge, and decide we're going to continue to work to build a greater America for all Americans.
Arndrea, you know, it's very early to say, we're just a day after the election, but how do you see where this campaign went wrong for Kamala Harris? I mean, we've heard her say that the fight will go on. What about that fight do you think needs to be changed?
You know, you said it yourself. This has been a campaign of only a little bit over 100 days versus someone who had, if not 365 days, some would argue 3 years to form a campaign. I think that it's still so fresh for all of us that it wouldn't be fair to her nor to any of us really watching. I don't think we have enough information yet. What I do feel and know is that she could not have run a better campaign from what we saw and from the time that was allowed it. You know, ultimately, this really was, you know, a campaign and about two different visions and views of America. And I think that's what is so painful for so many people. We have a 16-year-old daughter, the only grandchild of Martin Luther King Jr. and Coretta Scott King. And The hardest call that I've had to make in quite a long time was the call to her this morning, and to hear her in tears. And there are so many other friends that I've talked to today whose daughters are literally afraid and are in tears. And so I think that, we have to find a way in this country to see each other, to hear each other, and to really make real the dream of Martin Luther King Jr. and Coretta Scott King, which truly is about peace, justice, and equity for all Americans.
So if you look at what Donald Trump managed to do, build a broader coalition across race and class, much has been made about the fact that he was able to make serious inroads with black men in particular. What do you think it was about his message that allowed him to do so?
Well, I think that he, I don't know that he personified what I would call a vision, because the overwhelming number of black men, over 70% black people, voted for Kamala Harris. Yes. I think we're continuing to miss that point. Yes, there are people, and I like to look at it, not so much what was lost, but what happened. Majority, a large majority. Now, I think that what I would do is to challenge the president-elect now, who's been president. So he said last night that he wants to work to bring America together. So show us that, because these are people who didn't support you, including myself. How are you going to create an America where all of us can participate? We don't have to always agree. We can disagree without being disagreeable. My father and mother taught us that. And certainly President Reagan and Tip O'Neill back many years ago, when President Reagan was president and Tip O'Neill was Speaker of the House. They didn't always agree, but they did it in a civil fashion. We've got to create civility, bring it back to the discussion. And what he exhibited throughout the campaign was not that. But he has said he's going to work on that. So we're going to challenge him on that.
And just before we let you go, I'd like to ask both of you, we saw Kamala Harris say that the light of America still burns bright. The promise of America still burns bright. Do you agree with that?
Always. We have always said that this movement has always been a movement of faith. And when it's darkest, we look to the stars. We think about all those who came before us that sacrificed so much just for us to be sitting here today. And so we know that it's just our turn in the long march towards freedom for each and every individual within the sound of my voice.
Yes, sir.
And I could not occur more. I always, my father and mother were optimistic, even in campaigns where nothing seemed like it was going to be happening. And that's what happened. You would look to the stars, and campaigns were never complete until they were done.
Yeah.
So this is not a complete, this is a moment in history. And we've got to roll up our sleeves, redouble, quadruple our work until we do create a society where freedom, justice, and equality exists for all humankind.
And let us always remember, too, that all of Martin Luther King Jr.'s campaigns always ended with reconciliation. That was the last step in any of his campaigns, are how can we all reconcile together, as brothers and sisters. That's the path forward now for all of us.
Martin Luther King III, Andrea King, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Great to have you. All right, and Anthony, just a few minutes before the end of our show here, but what do you think we're going to take away from what we saw from Kamala Harris going forward in the coming weeks?
Well, I think, she's laid out that the Biden administration is going to work with Donald Trump and the Trump team to have a smooth transition. And that is important because it is a massive undertaking to change administrations, particularly between parties. There is a huge logistical challenge to that. You have to figure out all the positions you have to fill. You have to find people to do it. You have to just understand what the levers of power are. Now, mind you, Donald Trump was in the White House 4 years ago, so it'll be a somewhat easier transition for him because he and his team know the ropes already. But it is still going to take time, and it's clear from Kamala Harris, even if she's going to fight and she wants to stay in the game and she wants to challenge Donald Trump, that transition is going to be one that the Democrats cooperate with.
And a moment of reckoning, certainly for the Democrats as they go forward. We're going to see this a lot, aren't we, in the coming weeks?
Absolutely. You know, you get circular firing squads after any kind of major defeat. And I think we will see that with the Democrats in particular, because this was such a surprising result and such a sweeping result as well. Not just Donald Trump winning the presidency, but carrying in a Republican Senate as well, and possibly even a Republican House of Representatives. They have to figure out where their message missed, how they rebuild from this, and how they win elections in 2 years, the midterm elections, where they might want to try to take back control of Congress. And of course, in 4 years, where it is going to be 2 new nominees for both parties. Donald Trump is a lame duck president now. There's going to be a new Republican nominee in 4 years. There will be a new Democratic nominee for 4 years. So it is an open field, and it's going to be a very vigorous campaign on both sides to see who leads this country after Donald Trump exits the scene.
Do we know at this point where the House of Representatives stands?
We don't, and we're going to not know for a while, because there are key races in California in particular that takes weeks to count the ballots. They have mail-in balloting. They could receive their ballots even after Election Day. So if these races are close, just as it was 2 years ago, it's going to be a while before those are tabulated. Even there are some races elsewhere in the country that are so close right now that they have to wait for final mail-in absentee ballots, provisional ballots, overseas ballots. Those could make a difference. But I think the one thing we can conclude right now is whichever majority is in control, whichever party has a majority in the House of Representatives, it's going to be a narrow one. And as we saw, that is a real challenge, particularly for the Republicans over the past 2 years when they've had the House of Representatives, just to cobble together some kind of a functional, operable majority.
And coming back to Kamala Harris, as we've just seen her, of course, deliver this, as you called it, pugnacious speech, concession speech. What do you think is then next? Because we see her obviously continuing as vice president, but she didn't make it sound like she was continuing a future outside of politics anytime soon.
Well, you know, once you imagine yourself occupying the Oval Office, that is a dream that is very difficult to let go. And in some ways, it's not fair to Kamala Harris that she gets a Democratic nomination, but she only had 107 days to try to win the presidency. So she may still have the fire in her belly to try to win a nomination in a full-on open primary. But I think unlike this time around, if she were to run again in 4 years, she's going to have a wide range of Democratic opponents vying for that nomination against her. Some rising stars in the party who held their fire this time around. They're going to jump in with both feet in 2028.
Yeah, certainly some of those people who were being considered as a possible vice presidential pick could be in question there. As we're looking at images of Mar-a-Lago in Florida as well, what about for the Trump team? A lot of talk already about, whose future cabinet could be. It's early days still, but do we have a sense of how that might shape up?
Yeah, we're hearing names floated left and right. I mean, there are obviously, some very important cabinet positions that we're waiting to see filled. Secretary of State, Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of Defense. These are all ones that it took Donald Trump some time to fill 4 years ago. And this time around, I think there's a long list of people who want those jobs and who are ready to fill those jobs and carry out Donald Trump's agenda. So we'll start to see names being floated, trial balloons. That's part of the process here. And I think in the coming month or so, we'll start seeing those hardening a bit, filling up, and names starting to be announced.
All right, Anthony, and as I said, we're looking at pictures there of Mar-a-Lago, and that's the White House, of course, on the other end. And we just saw Kamala Harris delivering her concession speech. Just one more question before we let you go, Anthony. Not all votes are counted, but truly an historic election.
It is. I mean, just looking at the sweep over the past 4 years, the way Donald Trump's presidency ended the first time around, the depths to which his popularity had sunk, and the fact that he was able to rebuild his political reputation, to hold on to power within the Republican Party, first of all, and then turn that into an electoral majority that not only has delivered the White House to him, but has delivered coattails as well in the U.S. Senate and in the House of Representatives. It is a remarkable, historic achievement and one that we just have not seen in American history, in modern American history at the very least.
Yeah, a true sweep to victory that we saw from Donald Trump across what appears at this point to be all 7 swing states in what we thought was going to be an incredibly close election. In the end, Donald Trump securing a pretty decisive victory there, and Kamala Harris saying today that she has conceded and congratulated Donald Trump and that she will continue to fight for what she believes in and what she believes is the promise of America. So again, we're leaving you with these images of Mar-a-Lago in Florida and the White House right here in Washington, D.C.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Oh, we're gonna...
Yes, he's back. Jubilant scenes as Donald Trump is re-elected to the White House one more time. It wasn't the close race some had predicted. In fact, he cruised to victory with wins across the key battleground states. As the results rolled in, disappointed Kamala Harris supporters left the rally early. In the last few minutes, she's been speaking about her defeat.
While I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign.
We're in one of the key swing states to find out where it all went right for Donald Trump. Getting down to business tonight, Sir Keir Starmer has a call with the president-elect to congratulate him on his victory.
I'm in West Palm Beach, from where Donald Trump has been speaking on the phone to both Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
Throughout the program, we'll have reaction and analysis from across America and the world. What does a Donald Trump presidency mean for us all?
And stay with us here on BBC News for continuing coverage and analysis from our team of correspondents in the UK and around the world.
Good evening to you from Washington, where Donald Trump has comfortably won the race to become this country's 47th president, in what's been described as one of the most dramatic comebacks in American political history. The polls had suggested a close race, and that perhaps there'd be days of legal wrangling over the result. None of that came to pass. Not only did Mr. Trump sweep the crucial swing states he needed, but he also won the popular vote, describing his victory as magnificent. And in the last half hour, Mr. Trump's Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris, thanked her supporters in her concession speech and said the fight to make the world a better place would continue. She said she was proud of the race she ran and that the results needed to be respected with a peaceful transfer of power. President Biden will address the nation tomorrow, while President-elect Trump has already been speaking to world leaders. Well, this is what the U.S. electoral map looked like back in 2020 when Joe Biden won the White House. The blue represents Democrat states, red Republican, and this is what it looks like tonight. Even though 3 states are still to declare, Donald Trump has already comfortably won the race, reaching the magic number in the Electoral College system of 270. He's also won the popular vote by 51% to Kamala Harris's 47%. Well, in this specially extended program, we'll take a look at Donald Trump's path to victory, from convicted felon to becoming once again the most powerful man in the world. We'll also analyze what went wrong for Kamala Harris's campaign and what Donald Trump's victory could mean for the rest of the world. Our first report tonight is from Gary O'Donoghue, who was at Donald Trump's campaign headquarters last night as the results came in.
As the results rolled in, they began to believe, bit by bit, that they could win.
What do you think?
I think it was freaking awesome! Woo!
When the key swing state of Pennsylvania was called for the former president, they could barely contain themselves.
We did it, man! I'm not just happy, I am ecstatic. We are so back! We're so back! This country's saved! This is an extraordinary political comeback. The former president and now future president has overcome scandal, court cases, even a brush with death, and the country has sent him back to Washington and the White House for another 4 years. He's promising a new golden age for America.
The party atmosphere grew and grew as the alcohol flowed.
Please welcome President-elect Donald J. Trump.
But it wasn't until after 2 a.m. that they got the chance to see their next president in the flesh, flanked by his whole family and his key lieutenants.
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission.
For his jubilant supporters, that means mass deportation of migrants, huge tariffs on foreign goods, and ending the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East.
I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Tonight has become a very different night to the one we expected. Donald Trump, victorious, without dispute.
The result came quicker than anyone or the polls had expected. While they partied hard in Florida, in Washington, a very different mood among Kamala Harris's supporters as the reality of their defeat sunk in.
So you won't hear from the vice president tonight?
Hours later, both Kamala Harris and Joe Biden called the now president-elect to congratulate him on his victory, and the vice president returned to speak to her supporters.
While I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for, but hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright.
Donald Trump won this campaign by hugely improving his support among Hispanic voters and a significant rise among black voters too, especially men in both communities. While the vice president failed to match Joe Biden's support among women in 2020 and was held responsible by voters for years of rising prices in the shops and the highest levels of illegal migration at the southern border in decades. Donald Trump celebrated his victory with some of his key supporters, such as the world's richest man, Elon Musk. The scale of this victory was underlined by the man who will be Donald Trump's vice president.
I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Despite what the polls had indicated, this was no narrow victory. Donald Trump goes back to the White House for a second time, having won big. Gary O'Donoghue, BBC News, Florida.
Well, as we've been hearing, Kamala Harris has addressed her supporters here in Washington. Samira Hussain was watching. Samira, a difficult moment for her, no question about that. What did she have to say?
Well, look, this was a speech that absolutely no politician wants to give, but Kamala Harris was delivered a resounding defeat. Democrats can't even claim that they won the popular vote. And perhaps Kamala Harris deserved to speak to her audiences last night, to her supporters, but she certainly needed to speak to the country and concede this election. And in this speech, she made it very clear that she is committed to a peaceful transfer of power. she was able to strike an optimistic tone while still accepting the defeat. Now, her historic run for the White House has come to an end, but the Democrats will have to look at this crushing defeat and look inwards and really examine what went wrong and how the country, and rather how the party, comes back from it.
Indeed, Samira, thank you. Samira Hussain reporting live for us there. Well, it's 4 years since Donald Trump left the White House, just behind me there, with many suggesting his political career was over. Just a few months ago, he was convicted of business fraud over payments to the adult film star Stormy Daniels, and he's still facing several other possible prosecutions. But despite all that, Donald Trump is now set to be sworn in again as president on Inauguration Day, January the 20th next year. So, who voted for him? Well, the data suggests more women opted for Kamala Harris, but not by the margin she'd hoped, at least 54% compared with 44% for Donald Trump. He leads among white voters, the biggest single group, with Miss Harris ahead. Among black voters, 86% chose the Democrat. Let's get more now from Sarah Smith in Florida, who's followed every twist and turn of this election. Sarah.
Yeah, and those numbers you were mentioning, Clive, they're really important for control of Congress as well, which matters if Donald Trump's to get any legislation passed. Already, Republicans have taken control of the Senate, and it looks as though they are likely to keep control of the House of Representatives. So that's a remarkable victory for Donald Trump and his Republican Party. And we've just had a statement from former President Barack Obama saying he congratulates Donald Trump on that he's obviously disappointed given his profound disagreements with the Republican ticket, but that living in a democracy means recognizing that you will not always win, but that you have to respect the peaceful transfer of power. That's a slight dig at Donald Trump there. From the mutinous glare in this infamous mugshot, an iconic image of defiance, to the bold, clenched fist thrust in the air, showing that nothing can hold him back, it was all leading to this, the most dramatic comeback in American political history. 4 years ago, refusing to accept defeat, he summoned his supporters to Washington and sent them to the Capitol.
We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Who's out?
The January the 6th riot destroyed Donald Trump's reputation. It could have exiled him to permanent ignominy. Appearing in court charged with a felony crime might then have killed his political career. But it resurrected it instead. His supporters believed he was being victimized by the Biden administration.
They're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way, and I always will stand in their way.
The breaking news, Donald Trump guilty.
A watershed moment in this nation's
His conviction only further cemented his support.
Convicted.
He's now the first criminal felon to be elected president.
Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
One simple question got right to the heart of the matter for all the people who felt much better off when he was in charge.
No matter how you spin it, you know, like some of us are working 2 to 3 jobs and not getting a lot of that family time because, you know, we have to put food on the table.
On immigration, he captured, as well as stoked, fears over the record levels of illegal immigrants streaming into America.
40% fewer.
In one sentence, he demolished Joe Biden's candidacy.
On the total initiative relative to what we can do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
And defied death when he could so easily have been killed at a campaign rally, but came up fighting, driven by raw political instinct. He was then worshipped by supporters who saw divine intervention at work.
To elect Donald J. Trump.
He looked utterly unstoppable, but not unflappable.
People start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
Calculated jibes from his new opponent knocked him off script.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
But voters seem uniquely willing to forgive outrageous statements when they come from Donald J. Trump.
Does Donald Trump say some crazy stuff? Absolutely.
And does that bother you?
Well, it does, but it doesn't.
I don't know if it would be the more outrageous things he says, but I think people like that he's honest.
He's a showman in a way, right? So he's a funny guy, don't get me wrong, or some of his jokes a little on the edge, certainly, but everybody enjoys a good laugh.
His bizarre and erratic behaviour.
So play YMCA. Go ahead. Let's go. Nice and loud.
Dancing, not speaking, for 40 minutes on stage.
Is that better? Is that better?
Or crass gestures when the mic wouldn't work. All formed part of the transfixing Trump show. And it worked. He performed his way right back into the White House. Sarah Smith, BBC News, West Palm Beach.
Well, in the run-up to polling day, all the focus was on the 7 key swing states. This is where the election would be decided, with speculation the race would be so close it might take days before a winner's declared. But it only took a few hours before Georgia and North Carolina declared for Mr. Trump, followed by Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. This evening, Michigan was added to that list. We're still waiting for Arizona and Nevada, but at the moment he leads in both those states too. The biggest prize was Pennsylvania, worth 19 electoral college votes and won by Joe Biden 4 years ago. From there, Tom Bateman takes a look at what persuaded voters to this time back Donald Trump.
At the steps where Kamala Harris made her final pitch, now they're packing up, defeated, and she's going home.
I voted for Kamala too as well, but I already figured Trump was going to win just due to the campaigns. I just felt like her campaigns wasn't strong enough. And also just being as though they don't want to see a woman leading in the office.
Trump outperformed Harris, particularly among men. Peter walks cocoa here every day and struggled, he says, as inflation surged under Joe Biden.
Yeah, I like being able to afford groceries. I like being able to pay for gas. I like that Trump wants to, do away with income tax and replace it with tariffs and make us a much better country again.
These steps are famous from the movie Rocky. A plucky underdog takes on a heavyweight champion. But Harris just couldn't break through in this critical swing state, which her side only scraped a win 4 years ago.
Kamala Harris was trying to outperform Joe Biden in this city and therefore across the state. But in the end, Donald Trump ate into those margins, even taking voters from Harris here in Philadelphia.
Mostly concerned just right in this moment for women, for my LGBT community, for my trans friends. I'm very concerned about the future for us,
I feel like waking up, especially as a woman, my husband is distraught, but I was like, can we put it aside for a minute because I need that love and support.
Out in the suburbs, they once helped build a world superpower. Now people here think Trump will focus on America first.
If you drive through North Philly, they could have used $1 billion to fix that. And that is not even a quarter of what we spent on wars. So I believe if we aren't affected in like a personal attack or anything that affects us, we shouldn't really worry about it.
To improve for me, number one, in our place right here, our tips won't be taxed.
And what do you think? It was said during the campaign that Trump's going to be a dictator, that Kamala called him a fascist.
I don't believe all that.
In the end, Donald Trump built on his base in the rural Rust Belt and even advanced in Democrat voting Philadelphia. And his fans are now hailing a knockout blow. Tom Bateman, BBC News, Pennsylvania.
Well, as the counting took place in Pennsylvania and all those other important swing states, it became clear to Kamala Harris's supporters that any chance of victory was slipping away. Despite high-profile celebrity endorsements and a formidable ground operation to get their voters to the polls and lots of money, the Harris campaign failed. I'm in Washington, D.C., of course, a heavily Democrat area. In fact, more than 90% of the votes here were cast for Kamala Harris. The rest of America had different ideas.
As America wakes up to Donald Trump's victory, the dream many had of a first woman president is over.
A group of early morning joggers hit the road, one Democrat among them, shocked by the election result.
It's really scary to know what's going to happen next, and I think just feeling a lot of uncertainty and nervousness about the future.
And at the venue for Kamala Harris's overnight election watch party, there's a mournful silence. The morning after, the balloons are still up. The barriers are also in place because there should have been a victory party here at her old university for Kamala Harris. Now it's awake. I can see you have been crying.
I have been crying. I definitely have been crying.
We came across student Anna Wiggins, distraught and bewildered. How awful was it last night?
I think I found out about the results around like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was so crushed because letting Trump win is a vote for racism. It's a vote against women. I'm so scared. I'm terrified for this country, and I'm so hurt that America let this happen in the first place.
So why did America reject Kamala Harris?
Welcome to the Eras Tour.
Her endorsements were big and famous.
I'm supporting Kamala Harris for president.
Every single vote, every one is going to matter.
Are you ready for
But did any of this speak to the concerns of ordinary Americans? From rural areas to urban centers, from the Rust Belt to the Sun Belt, millions felt their country was on the wrong track. Donald Trump felt their pain.
My message to Americans tonight is simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't. We don't. And we won't. We won't. We do not have to settle for weakness, incompetence, decline, and decay.
I'm sad, and we are all sad, but at the end of the day, we don't have time for solace. You got to get up and go work.
One Democratic strategist admits Republicans asked the questions Kamala Harris didn't.
So he asked people 3 things. How do you feel about immigration? How do you feel about crime? And are you better off? Is the economy better? And so people said no to those things. I don't think that's true.
But elections are about instincts and feelings as well.
I agree. But look, at the end of the day, at some point we have to look at some realities.
The first decision I made, the nominee in 2020, was selecting her as my vice president.
One reality is that Kamala Harris was fatally tied to an unpopular president. And during the campaign, she failed to make a decisive break from her boss.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
She seemed tin-eared, not only turning off moderate Republicans, but also Democrats too, black men, Latinos, younger voters.
There's a problem with the messaging. Some of it has to do with religion, some of it has to do with tradition, some of it has to do with masculinity. And so I don't know what we do yet, but we've got to figure out a way to move forward. But I don't think this is a time for the party to capitulate and move back from the progress that we want to push forward.
That post-mortem on the structural realignment of the political map we've all just witnessed begins now, as Donald Trump prepares for a second term, given a second chance. I'll tell you what, they move pretty quick here. Just look at this. In the shadow of the White House, they're already building some of the platforms for the inauguration of the president-elect, whom, as we know, will be Donald Trump. That will take place on January the 20th in the new year. Let's go straight to Sarah Smith, who's in Florida. Sarah, such a resounding victory. What should we expect from a Trump second term?
Well, Trump made some controversial and radical proposals on the campaign trail, and now he has the mandate to be as bold as he likes. So I think very quickly you can expect swift and drastic action on the U.S. southern border to close that and try to stop all illegal immigration. He's also pledged to try and expel all undocumented illegal immigrants living in the U.S. He's even talked about building camps to detain them while they await deportation. And there are other radical plans too. Not everybody knew how much of what he said to take seriously, but there are some things he is very clear he wants to do. Impose 20% tariffs on all imported goods, even higher on some of them. That's one of his very favourite policies. And he also talked a lot about using the justice system to pursue and target his political opponents, who he sees as his enemies. He wants to see them investigated, prosecuted, even possibly imprisoned. And he has the mandate to do all of this from the voters and permission, thanks to a recent ruling from the Supreme Court that says that he cannot be prosecuted for anything he does in office when he's acting as the president. So I think you're going to see some very radical actions pretty quickly from the second Donald Trump term.
And you'll be reporting on all of it. Sarah, thank you. Sarah Smith, our North America editor there. Well, back in the UK, Sir Keir Starmer also congratulated Donald Trump on his win. Downing Street said the two men spoke on the phone and agreed they'd work to ensure the special relationship between their countries continued to thrive. In the Commons, the new leader of the Conservatives, Kemi Badenoch, asked the Prime Minister to apologise for previous comments by his Foreign Secretary describing Mr Trump as a neo-Nazi sympathising sociopath. Chris Mason has more.
Having access to the White House, being heard in Washington, a long-standing must-have of UK foreign policy. This a gathering in July, President Biden inviting the Prime Minister and others for dinner.
Can I first of all welcome the Leader of the Opposition?
Here at Westminster it was also a day for promotions, Kemi Badenoch making her Commons debut as Conservative leader, and the Prime Minister reacting to this morning's news.
Mr Speaker, can I begin by congratulating President-elect Trump on his historic election victory. As the closest of allies, the UK and US will continue to work together.
And Kemi Badenoch's sentiments were similar.
So I would like to start by congratulating President-elect Trump on his impressive victory this morning.
But hang on, she and others have pointed out. Compare and contrast the Foreign Secretary's gushing congratulations to Donald Trump today, we look forward to working with you in the years ahead, with what he said in 2017, saying he'd protest on the streets if the president turned up, and saying he was a racist Nazi sympathiser. And that's not all.
And I quote, Trump is not only a woman-hating neo-Nazi sympathising sociopath, he is also a profound threat to the international order.
The Foreign Secretary and I did meet President-elect Trump just a few weeks ago for dinner for about a couple of hours, and we discussed a number of issues of global significance. It was a very constructive exercise.
Sir Ed Davey.
The Liberal Democrat leader claimed today was a dark, dark day for people around the world.
President-elect Trump praised Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, and I quote, he called it genius. He also said he would encourage Russia to do whatever the hell they want to NATO allies.
Nigel Farage's view was rather different. It was of Florida. He was at Donald Trump's victory party. Speaking to GB News, where he works as a presenter, he had this offer for the Prime Minister.
Clearly, what the Labour government need to do is to roll out the red carpet. There is a fantastic opportunity ahead of us. And all I can say, as somebody who was a personal friend of his, has backed him all the way through his career, you know, if I can help broker a little bit of peace between the two, I'd be very happy to help.
The moment that Keir Starmer rolls out the red carpet, we will be protesting again.
Welcome to the arguments of the future. This a protest at the American Embassy in London tonight. Brash, controversy, wild unpredictability, argument and plenty of it. The new normal again. The question here tonight is what kind of relationship can the President-elect and the Prime Minister manage? Now, I'm no matchmaker, but you have a socialist former human rights lawyer from North London and a brash real estate billionaire from New York. They don't have character compatibility oozing out of them. Nonetheless, they've spoken on the phone tonight. The Prime Minister congratulating Donald Trump. Some pictures released by Downing Street of that call. Now, usually the descriptions of these calls are pretty bland and anodyne, but a couple of words struck me, Clive. Talk of the Prime Minister offering his hearty congratulations that the two had fondly recalled meeting in September. A real sense of emphasising a warmth, even a bonhomie, and also a nod to Donald Trump's affinity for and connections to the UK. His mum was born on the Hebridean island of Lewis. Now, that is sound diplomacy to do that, but whether that counts for anything with an America First president is the big question.
Indeed. Character compatibility, we'll see. All right, Chris, thank you. Chris Mason there, live at Westminster. On the financial markets, US shares hit record highs on Wall Street, and the dollar surged against the pound and euro on the news of Donald Trump's re-election. But the European markets closed down. Faisal Islam is in central London. Faisal, what's been going on?
Yes, Clive, significant consequences of this huge decision for the world economy. Immediately, as you've been saying, we saw a surge in the value of the US currency, the dollar, but also a surge in the value of US stock markets, including some going to an all-time high, as calculations were made that certain American companies will do quite well out of a Trump presidency that is less onerous on regulation, that's going to write the rules of the road on artificial intelligence and autonomous driving, and may let these companies do more of what they want than a Democrat government would have done. An example is Tesla, 10% owned by that famous Donald Trump supporter Elon Musk, up $110 billion in value. Elon Musk's stake up about $14 billion. So that instinct you can see in the stock market. Something very different in the borrowing markets, where there are fears of trillions of dollars of debt pushing up US interest rates. You can see that too. And then there's the big one, which is the upset to the world trade system that would be caused not by a targeted trade war aimed at, say, China in a specific sector, but a general trade tariff imposed on everybody that would raise serious questions to the UK about whether to, if you like, side with the US or Europe, or try and be peacemaker in the middle and risk being caught in the crossfire.
OK, Faisal, thank you for that. Faisal Islam there, our economics editor. We've already talked about Sir Keir Starmer speaking on the phone to the president-elect, while many other world leaders have been congratulating Donald Trump on his victory. Ukraine's President Zelensky said he hoped the new president's approach could bring peace in his country closer, while Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu praised the win as a new beginning. European leaders were quick to offer congratulations, although there is some private concern about what his victory could mean for European security, as Jeremy Bowen reports.
During his first term, Donald Trump often alarmed his allies with sometimes impulsive and naive overtures towards the world's strongmen, here with Kim Jong-un, the ruler of North Korea.
And then we fell in love, okay? No, really. He wrote me beautiful letters.
Trump always wants to be the biggest man in the room, but he'll face more complicated challenges now than the first time round, since the summit in Finland in 2018, when he met Russia's President Putin. America's authoritarian rivals are now forming an axis. Putin couldn't fight the war in Ukraine without help from North Korea and China. Trump might find the plan he pushed repeatedly during his presidential campaign this year to end the war simply doesn't work.
I will have that war finished and done and settled before I get to the White House. As president-elect, I will get that done.
Ukraine's President Zelensky couldn't fight on against Russia without American military aid. Zelensky will fear Joe Biden's arms supplies might be replaced with Trump's arm twisting to concede land to Russia to make a deal. On social media, Zelensky offered congratulations and appealed to Trump's self-image as a strong leader. For Ukraine, peace through strength is another way of asking for more weapons. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine has also taught America's Western European allies a hard lesson, that without U.S. military power, they would struggle to defend themselves. Trump will redouble the demands of his first term, that the Europeans need to spend more on defense. If not, he might threaten once again to take the U.S. out of NATO. From the Middle East came congratulations from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on what he called history's greatest comeback. Israel needed a lot of American help to defend itself against Iranian missiles. The Israelis couldn't fight on multiple fronts without U.S. military and diplomatic support. President Biden would not use that leverage to insist on a ceasefire. Middle East watchers here in Washington believe he might want to impose an American agenda on Israel's.
The Middle East is also on the edge of drawing America into another major war in the Middle East. And I don't think Donald Trump, based on his record, wants that. So it's not that he cares about Palestinians or cares about Lebanon or cares about Iran. He may very well not agree with the theory of the case that Bibi Netanyahu has, which is to expand the war and, if need be, draw the United States into it.
China will be a major challenge in the second Trump term. Since his state visit to President Xi Jinping in Beijing in 2017, China has made bigger strides towards rivaling America as the world's strongest power. On the eve of the election, Trump repeated his plan to put a big tax on imports from China and others, also known as a trade war.
And I'm doing the same thing with China. We're going to tariff the hell out of them.
Longer term, a real war is another risk, with growing military tension between China and Taiwan. Before he leaves office, Donald Trump might have to decide whether America will fight to defend an island 7,000 miles away across the Pacific. It's only 100 miles from the Chinese mainland. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Washington.
So, a promise to end the war in Ukraine before he even steps into the White House in January, plus uncertainty over how Donald Trump plans to work with Europe and NATO. In a moment, we'll speak to Katya Adler in Budapest. But first, Steve Rosenberg is in Sochi in southern Russia. Steve, first of all, what does this victory for Donald Trump mean, do you think, for Vladimir Putin?
Well, we might find that out from the man himself tomorrow, Clive, because Vladimir Putin is expected here in the mountains around Sochi tomorrow at an event. He's expected to give his reaction to Donald Trump's election victory. Now, I know that Russian officials today have been working overtime trying to play things down and create the impression, and it's only an impression, I think, that everything is okay. But actually, I think unpredictability is a big concern in Russia with Donald Trump. They remember what happened in Trump's first term. There were big hopes. They were dashed. And in fact, the headline in one Russian newspaper tomorrow reads like this: Donald Trump is an unguided missile. He could fly in any direction. So there is concern about what Donald Trump could mean for Russia. On the other hand, I think Vladimir Putin will be hoping that, since Donald Trump doesn't preach about human rights and democracy, that will be a good sign for him. And there's also hope, I think, in Russia that the relationship between Trump and Putin will work in Moscow's favour eventually.
All right, Steve, thank you for that. Steve Rosenberg there in Sochi. To you, Katya, you're in the Hungarian capital Budapest, where European leaders are meeting for a pre-planned summit to include Keir Starmer. What do you think they'll be saying about Donald Trump's victory?
Well, yes, this is one of twice-yearly meetings between EU leaders and non-EU European leaders. So yes, Keir Starmer, but also Volodymyr Zelensky will be here. And the host of the meeting, Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban, is a huge Trump fan. So we're hearing rumours in government circles that he's trying to organise a video call with Donald Trump tomorrow. But whether or not these European leaders talk to Donald Trump, they will definitely, Clive, be talking about him. Yes, they rush to congratulate him, but many here are concerned for three main reasons. One, security, because Europe looks to the US for defence when it comes to expansionist Russia or defending Ukraine. But Donald Trump is not a fan of NATO, the transatlantic military alliance. Number two concern, trade. For the EU, the US is its biggest trade partner, and Donald Trump is protectionist. He loves trade tariffs, and that is bad news for already sluggish European economies like Germany with its car industry. And the third worry is unity, because Donald Trump does not like to be faced by a strong, united Europe. Brussels, in particular, is worried that individual member states might rush to secure good relations with Donald Trump at the expense of the EU and weakening the bloc.
OK, Katya, thank you. Katya Adler there in Budapest, and to you, Steve, as well. Many thanks in Sochi. Time now for a look at the weather news. And Louise, how's the latest? Hi.
Hi there, Clive. You've not been missing much in terms of the weather in London. Look at this. We barely saw the tops of the skyscrapers today. It stayed pretty misty all day. But further north and west, it was a very mild November day with temperatures in Kamala peaking at 18 Celsius. And we keep that mild air with us through the night. In fact, across western areas, temperatures not falling away from double figures. In Stornoway, 13 Celsius, that's in the Western Isles of Scotland. Their average in November is 3 degrees, so an incredibly mild night to come. All because of this area of high pressure still staying with us. The position of the winds changing subtly over the next few days. A southerly wind will continue to drive in that milder air, but it will be a breezier story tomorrow out to the west. That potentially will break up the cloud across southwest England and Wales and the best of the sunshine into northern Scotland. Elsewhere, a misty start, lifting once again to low grey cloud, but those temperatures still quite promising. 12 to 14 degrees out where we've got the sunshine, mid, possibly high teens in 1 or 2 spots yet again. Into Friday, the wind direction changes a bit more to a southeasterly, and hopefully that might break the cloud up just a touch, but don't expect too much in the way of sunshine. Brief glimpses of sunshine, I suspect, on Friday, and as a result, because the wind coming from the southeast, perhaps not quite as warm. But as we stretch into the weekend, it'll be subtle differences once again. This weather front will start to move in from the west. It's going to introduce more in the way of showery outbreaks of rain through the second half of the weekend. So Saturday, we keep the cloudy skies. Sunday, there could be some rain around. Hopefully that front, as it pushes through, will give us some sunshine. Clive.
Louise, thank you for that. Louise Leah there. There's more reaction to Donald Trump's victory on Newsnight, which is underway on BBC Two now. Here's Victoria.
Join us for an extended Newsnight special on what's changed and what will change. Guests include one of the US's biggest pro-Trump influences, Kamala Harris's political mentor, Piers Morgan, and Donald Trump's nephew. You don't want to miss it. 10:30, BBC Two and BBC iPlayer.
Before you switch over, though, what a momentous election campaign this has been. Donald Trump has defied his critics and comfortably secured a second term as U.S. president. No one has done that, lost the White House and won it again for more than 130 years. We leave you tonight with images from the past 24 hours as Donald Trump's historic win unfolded. Have a peaceful night.
It is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
While I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign.
Polls are now closed across all 50 states. Former President Donald Trump and Republicans are having a very good night.
People are getting more and more anxious.
Well, it's the converse here because people are getting increasingly excited.
Fight! Fight! Fight!
This is a pretty bleak picture for the Democrats.
Donald Trump has been elected 47th President of the United States.
So that, that the voters had been telling us throughout the cycle that this was important, and they didn't get the answer that they wanted from the Democratic Party in this case.
And that was something, Rodney, that Donald Trump and the team around him latched onto pretty early on, wasn't it? That it's kind of not really about demographics as such. Every person is the same. They care about how much money they're earning and how they can provide for their family.
Certainly he did. I mean, it was kind of Reagan-esque, the messaging that they had when it was centered around the economy and what policies in Washington meant to family budgets back home. In the after-action report that Democrats will do, that is going to be one of those check the box. Yeah, we didn't talk about the economy and inflation enough. Voters did not believe us when we said inflation's gone. But my gas and my groceries still cost this much, and they used to cost this much. But then they're also going to, they need to reflect on how are they talking to over half of America right now, half of America's voters that chose Donald Trump, when they called him a fascist. They called him, they said he's a threat to democracy. They said he's unfit to be president. And over half of the voters in a majority of the popular vote said, you know what, it's a binary choice, and we still like this guy and his policies better than the policies that you are putting forth. And I do believe voters did connect Vice President Harris to the Biden administration's failures more so than pollsters gave them credit to.
And when you're talking about people not liking Donald Trump and calling him all those names, some of the people doing that were Republicans and Republican leaders or erstwhile leaders within the party. What happens to the Republican Party now when you've had those people publicly criticising Donald Trump?
Which erstwhile leaders are you speaking of?
Well, I mean, Liz Cheney would have considered herself leader.
She's not a leader in the Republican Party.
Well, at one point she was tipped to be such. Mitt Romney, presidential candidate at one point.
At one point, Congressman Peter Deutsch, who endorsed Donald Trump, was a Democratic member of Congress. Look, they have a grievance with Donald Trump personally. Many people have a grievance with Donald Trump personally, including me. He's the reason I'm not in Congress anymore. But at the same time, when America's voters in the Republican primary chose him as a candidate, it becomes a binary choice. And are you going to vote for someone when you disagree with their policies and where they would lead this country? And I think a lot of Americans, they decided they didn't like either candidate, but they chose the policies that they prefer to make their family and their family's budget go further. And that's what Donald Trump and his disciplined campaign operation was able to put forth. And we saw this especially being effective, as the exit polling showed, with Latinos. The percentage of Latinos was showing up in the polling. Pollsters didn't believe it. Pundits didn't believe it. But the facts are they should have believed it.
You know, I spend a bit of time doing speaking events with some of the folks who are not ardent Trump Republicans. And I think there was, you were touching on it, there was an element of the Republican Party, the Bush-Reagan conservatives, who were hoping that this would be an opportunity for them to take the party back, but that another 4 years with Trump at the head would mean that the MAGA version of the Republican Party is now the Republican Party. And I think, given the outcome of this election, that is a reality that they are coming to terms with today, as they see that their brand of Republican conservatism may no longer be what is mainstream Republican.
Well, you can't argue with what the voters have decided.
It's a good point that Stephanie made. But I think America probably had a similar conversation when Ronald Reagan was elected. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, you have to look at the Democrats of what the politicians who used to be on the fringe, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, have kind of integrated themselves into what would be considered the normal Democratic Party right now, whereas you have much more of a loud voice for his far left. So I think both parties have trended towards the polar ends.
Politics is an evolutionary matter, isn't it? And we'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. Donald Trump's future control of the levers of government appear to have received a major boost, with the Republicans projected to win control of the US Senate. Republican candidates have won seats in West Virginia, in Ohio, in Montana from the Democrats. In the House of Representatives, where all 435 seats were up for grabs, Republicans are also leading, although several races are still undecided, but it looks like they will hold on to power there. For more, let's go over to Christian Fraser now for that balance of power and where things stand right now. Christian.
Yeah, something of an evolution in Congress last night. I've just put up the last Congress to remind you how it stood. So Republicans were in control of the House. All 435 seats were up last night, as they are every 2 years. The Democrats needed a net gain of 4. Over here, it was 49 across the board, but these two independents voted with Democrats. So Democrats had control. And when one of these split, it was the vice president that broke the tie, and she did on many occasions. So Republicans needed a net gain of 2, 1 as it happens, because J.D. Vance now breaks the tie. So let me show you the situation as it is this evening. A net gain of 3 for Republicans at the moment, 4 seats outstanding. Over here in the House, it's leaning Republican, but there are about 40 seats outstanding currently, and many of these are out west, where they do tend to count a little slower. So let me show you our list that we were looking at last night. There were 34 seats in the Senate, a third of the Senate that was up, and the Democrats were very much on the defensive. 23 of those were Democrats or independents that voted with Democrats. So West Virginia, the senators in West Virginia, Montana and Ohio losing their seats to Republicans. This was within the margin in Wisconsin and Michigan when I left last night, but it's come home through the mail-in ballot in Wisconsin and Michigan for their candidates there. But we're going to dive into these two. Let's start in Pennsylvania, because Bob Casey, the Democratic senator, has not yet conceded. I've just had a quick look at Philadelphia County down here. There's still about 20% of this to be counted. He's 30,000 behind. A lot of that will be mail-in ballots, so he's still in the race there. But for those who follow American politics closely, I just want you to look at this. So there's still quite a lot of the vote to come in Arizona. But Kari Lake, who refused to concede as governor in 2022, is running 4 points behind Donald Trump, who's had about the same sort of vote count so far. So maybe that is a repudiation of the election and denialism that we saw in Arizona, and she is paying the price for that, because usually the top of the ticket lifts the senator, but not in this case.
OK, Christian, thank you for that. Well, let's have a chat about what this is going to mean up on Capitol Hill when the new Congress takes its seats in January. We can go to Burgess Everett, Semaphore Congressional Bureau Chief. Thanks for being with us, Burgess. It's going to mean a lot of difference up on Capitol Hill, really, isn't it, in terms of the Republican Party? Potentially, it looks like holding the White House, Senate and the House. What difference is that going to make?
Yeah, first of all, we know that the Republicans control the Senate. That's huge for Donald Trump. He's going to come in. He's going to need all of his top cabinet officials confirmed. When you have a majority of your own party, you can do that without Democratic support. You just need a simple majority to do that. That'll extend to the judiciary, all those lifetime judges, and even the Supreme Court. So that's why we're kind of watching these last 2 races you guys were just talking about in Nevada, Pennsylvania. If Republicans pick one or both of those up, you could look at a 54-seat majority. That means you can lose a couple moderate Republicans on nominees whenever you want, and you can still confirm them. So, it doesn't make everything a slam dunk, but it makes a huge difference. Over on the House, if Republicans are able to hang on there by a thread, it looks like it's probably not going to be pretty. They've had a pretty chaotic governing run over there. But if they are able to maintain control of the House, they'll be able to pass legislation extending the expiring tax cuts next year without any Democratic input. They can just do it with a simple majority in the Senate. And if they decided to, for example, take a look at the Affordable Care Act, that could be another thing they do with a simple majority. So 1 or 2 House seats could make all the difference in terms of setting the agenda. But at least Republicans know at this point they can at least confirm President Trump's nominees without any Democratic help.
Are there any of the results that have been particularly surprising or shocking to you in Senate or House races?
I think the 2 that were called today is very interesting, and you all were just talking about Kari Lake too. Republican Senate candidates are running behind Donald Trump in a bunch of places, and that is costing them. We're seeing some of these Republican candidates lose votes to third-party candidates that have absolutely no chance in places like Michigan and Wisconsin and perhaps Pennsylvania. So I was surprised to see ticket splitting in the sense that Donald Trump won Wisconsin, he won Michigan, and the Democratic senators prevailed there at the same time. We have not seen that. We've seen that one time since the 2012 election, and it was in Maine in 2020. So it's a very surprising result to see split ticket voting occurring in these Senate races and the presidential race.
And do you think that's because of issues specific to those states or to the individuals involved, or it's something broader than that?
I think by and large, Donald Trump was the best Republican candidate on the ticket in a lot of these swing states. And what that has meant is that there are disaffected conservatives who are voting third party, and that is costing Republican candidates who needed to ride Trump's coattails through the election. So I think we have written a lot about Donald Trump costing Republicans races, and that's certainly happened in the past. But in this case, he's appeared a lot stronger than a bunch of mainstream Republicans have in these Senate races.
Okay, Burgess Everett, Semaphore Congressional Bureau Chief, thanks so much for joining us on BBC News.
Thank you for having me.
Well, of course, there are a couple of states that haven't had projected results yet, Arizona and Nevada among them. And let's go over to Nevada now to our reporter, Lily Jamali. Lily, how is the count going there? Do they think they're going to have things tied up anytime soon?
I can't say I'm too optimistic about that. I'm actually standing in front of the Clark County Election Center here in Las Vegas, where they just held a press conference trying to update reporters on just how quickly those results will come through. And it could be several days yet before we learn ultimately who is projected to be the winner here, both for the presidential election, but more importantly, the Senate race here. I want to talk briefly about the presidential race because what we know as of right now is votes are still being tabulated in the building behind me, is that with 90% of the votes counted, Donald Trump has opened up a pretty comfortable lead over Vice President Kamala Harris, somewhere on the order of about 65,000 votes. And just to put that in context, that's about approaching double the lead that Biden had over Trump back in 2020. So Trump looking like he could pull out a resounding win here in Nevada. If he does, it would be the first time that a Republican has won the presidential race here in Nevada since 2004, when voters sent George W. Bush back to the White House. And based on my conversations with Nevadans here, a lot of that has to do with the state of the economy, people feeling like the economy has not been working for them, and economic policies of this administration have not done enough to make them feel comfortable about their jobs and about the amount of income they're able to bring in.
Lily, we saw Donald Trump, Nevada was the first place that he started talking about this policy of no tax on tips, famously telling a story that it was actually a waitress in Las Vegas who had said she'd be much better off if she didn't have to pay tax on her tips. Is that something that people are saying to you kind of motivated them to vote?
It absolutely is. I have had multiple conversations about that very policy with dozens of voters here in Nevada, and especially here in Las Vegas. This is a very service-driven economy. You have people who work in the service industry, bellhops and servers at restaurants and bars, and so tips are a really important part of their income. So I think that policy proposal, we'll call it for now, no tax on tips, definitely resonated, so much so that Vice President Kamala Harris actually said she would support that policy as well, although she wanted to see it paired with a hike to the federal minimum wage, which hasn't gone up here in the U.S. in 15 years, since the immediate aftermath of the financial crisis.
And Lily, were there other issues that people have been raising as well that is what attracted them to Donald Trump?
I think, the economy has been the driving factor here. I mean, I've talked to a lot of Kamala Harris voters as well. You can look at a lot of different issues in this election. You can look at immigration and the border. You can look at education. But I think the economy has been the driving force here. And what I found very interesting was seeing when J.D. Vance was here in Nevada about 2 weeks ago, seeing him try to tie the housing affordability issue to what he will say is the rise of undocumented immigrants coming into the United States, saying that it's because there's this influx of immigrants that people are having a hard time affording their rent, buying that first house. Of course, Kamala Harris had some proposals aimed at exactly that type of citizen, the first-time home buyer or would-be home buyer wanting to find that first house but feeling locked out. But I think that the message coming from the Trump-Vance coalition here really resonated and tapped into something visceral in people who feel frustrated about immigration policy, even though this is not a border state, but it is an issue that came up in a number of my conversations, and I think tying it to home ownership and housing affordability was actually a very effective tack.
Okay, Lily Jamali there in Nevada. We'll stay in touch with you, and we may have results from there later on, who knows. Thank you for that. Now, these are some live pictures, if you can make it out through the dark there, of Mar-a-Lago in Florida, where Donald Trump, the president-elect, the 45th president and the 47th president, is currently, after that tremendous victory that was projected for him in the early hours of this morning. He will go from there to the White House. Definitely in January, but probably before that, because we know he's spoken to President Joe Biden, and President Biden has extended an invitation to Donald Trump to come to the White House as soon as they can make it happen to begin that peaceful transfer of power. Of course, that's something that we saw in 2016 as well, when President Barack Obama at the time extended the same invitation to Donald Trump, and we saw Donald Trump travel to the White House to meet Obama on, I think it was the Friday after his first victory in 2016. Of course, he's had a tremendous victory in the early hours of this morning. Counting is still underway. Not all of the states have yet been decided, but Donald Trump will be the next president. Washington, this is BBC News. Kamala Harris concedes her bid for US president after congratulating Donald Trump.
While I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign.
Congratulations pour in for Donald Trump as he promises a new golden age for the United States. Hello, you're welcome to BBC News. Thanks for being with us. I'm Katrina Perry. Well, Kamala Harris has made her first public comments since losing the presidential election to Donald Trump. In a speech at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C., she conceded the election, but she vowed to keep fighting on the issues that formed central tenets of her whirlwind campaign: abortion rights, gun violence, and the protection of democracy. She congratulated her opponent, former President and soon-to-be President Donald Trump, in a phone call a little earlier. And in that phone call, she promised a peaceful transfer of power. She added that the principle of accepting an election result distinguishes democracy from monarchy and tyranny. Projections from our CBS News partners here in the US show that Donald Trump has well passed the winning target of 270 Electoral College votes, and he will return to the White House for a second term. Counting is still underway, but he currently has 294. Current President Joe Biden has congratulated President-elect Donald Trump on his victory and invited him to the White House. In a phone call a little earlier, President Biden said he was committed to ensuring a smooth transition of power, and he highlighted the importance now of bringing the country together. Joe Biden is due to address the nation himself tomorrow. We know that he has also congratulated his Vice President Kamala Harris on what he called a historic campaign. Well, projections show that Donald Trump won many of the key states, including Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia. He may even have won them all. We don't know yet. He is ahead in the final two that have yet to declare, Nevada and Arizona. And he has also won the popular vote. He's described his victory as magnificent. In her concession speech, Kamala Harris said last night's results were not the outcome the Democrats wanted, but said she was proud of the race they had run. Well, let's go to Florida now, to Mar-a-Lago, to our correspondent Neda Tawfiq, who is there. Neda, what is the view down there? Still jubilation, probably, is it?
It really is, Caitríona. You know, we saw a few of Donald Trump's campaign staff near the convention center this morning. People still celebrating, still hugging, really absorbing the news. One of them told me that in reality, they were still in a bit of shock at just the scale of Donald Trump's victory, though they say that they always knew deep down that he would win this election. But it has been a cordial environment today. Not too much word from Donald Trump, who may be taking the day to rest after a very busy campaign season. But we did have a statement from the Trump campaign saying that he did speak with Vice President Kamala Harris and that Donald Trump acknowledged her strength, her professionalism, and her tenacity throughout the campaign, and both stressing the importance of unifying the country. So that's from the Trump campaign. Of course, Caitríona, all eyes now are on what Donald Trump's eventual cabinet will look like, because not just the scale of his electoral college victory for the presidency, we know his candidacy helped down ballot Republicans and helped them take the Senate as well. So getting in his key advisors, even doing things like confirming Supreme Court justices if one were to retire, all of that will be helped by the fact that Republicans now control the Senate as well.
Okay, Neda Tawfiq at Trump headquarters there in West Palm Beach in Florida. Thank you for that. Well, we can go to one of those Republican senators who is having a very good day, I'm sure, Senator Ron Johnson from Wisconsin. Senator, thanks for joining us on the program. Very good day for yourself and your Republican Senate colleagues taking back control of that from the Democrats. What's that going to mean for you for the legislative agenda in the new Congress?
Well, good evening. Well, the Democrats have left us a big mess that we need to clean up, but we'll do it the way we've done in the past. Lower regulation, lower taxation, utilize our God-given energy resources. We have an automatic $4 trillion tax increase that'll take effect in 2026 if we don't deal with it. So that'll be one of the first things we'll address. But you know, President Trump is going to have to secure the border. He'll probably have to do it through executive action because the Democrats actually wanted an open border. They caused this problem. And even though they talked about that awful bipartisan bill, they're not serious whatsoever about helping us actually do so. So what I propose is we certainly offer them a strong border security bill. And they'll probably vote it down, so President Trump will have to pretty much do it on his own like he did in 2019.
OK, well, they would reject that they're not serious about immigration reform. But let's just move on to the situation in Wisconsin. You're a seasoned election watcher there. Were you surprised at the scale of Donald Trump's victory in your own state, but right across the country?
No, not at all. Wisconsinites are suffering under the massive deficit spending, which sparked 40-year high inflation. It costs $1,000 a month just to maintain the standard of living Wisconsinites had at the start of the Biden administration. We're also being impacted by the open border. It's crowding out, housing. It's crowding out jobs. It's crowding out hospitals and overwhelming law enforcement. So fentanyl overdoses are skyrocketing. So we've seen the damage, the destruction done by the Biden-Harris administration, and it's being rejected. It was repudiated last night.
And Joe Biden won your state 4 years ago. Donald Trump has turned it over, added many, many more supporters to his cause there in Wisconsin. Is there a single thing that you credit that was the most attractive about his campaign?
Well, again, he had a successful administration 4 years ago. Record economy until the COVID pandemic hit. That's not his fault. And so he did it by, again, lowering taxes, lower regulation. That's a formula that actually works. He had success, and he kept us out of wars. We are, threatening World War III here, nuclear holocaust. And I think Americans are getting sick and tired of these endless wars. Donald Trump has vowed to end them.
OK, now it looks like 72 million people, maybe more, have voted for Donald Trump, but 67 million didn't vote for him. They voted for Kamala Harris. We heard in his speech last night talking about healing the nation, bringing everyone together, a similar tone from Kamala Harris earlier. How does Donald Trump go about doing that when we see how divided the country is at the moment?
Well, first of all, he's serious about doing so. He's assembled a pretty amazing coalition. Bobby Kennedy, let's face it, his family is the Democrat Party, or was the Democrat Party. Tulsi Gabbard, Joe Rogan, Elon Musk. These are individuals that span the political spectrum. What they all have in common is they love this country. They realize that it's Democrats that are a danger to democracy, which is why they joined this coalition. And again, the question on the table, will the legacy media, will Democrats actually allow President Trump to heal and unify this nation, or are they going to continue to torment him with the lawfare?
But Senator, even using a word like, or phrase like you just did there, calling the Democrats a danger to democracy, does that make it harder to try and bring people together when you're describing each other with this kind of language?
Again, there's a reason that Bobby Kennedy joined the Trump coalition. He recognizes the Democrat Party that was censoring Americans, realizes the Democrat Party that weaponized the government. And again, Democrats were accusing Donald Trump of being the danger to democracy. Bobby Kennedy realized, and these other people who joined the coalition, that it wasn't Republicans that are a danger to democracy, it was the other side. Okay. So again, I'm just using their words. They were falsely accusing us of being a danger to democracy when they in fact were.
OK, all right. Well, we'll see how that quest for unity and healing plays out in the weeks and months ahead. Senator Ron Johnson from Wisconsin, thank you for joining us on BBC News. Well, let's go now to Michael Gold, political correspondent for the New York Times. Michael, thanks for being with us. Good to talk to you again. You had been on the campaign trail a lot over the last few weeks and months. Was the scale of this Donald Trump victory evident at all along the way?
I think there was a lot of question about the electorate this year. One thing I do want to point out is that several outlets who polled this race said that it was going to be close. I think that the Donald Trump support was pretty evident at his rallies. I think it was pretty evident from going into the country that there was still a strong base of his support and people who supported him. I think one thing that we knew going into this race was that there were so many persuadable voters that we were having a hard time reaching through polls, that those are not people who are coming to the rallies. And I think the question was how those people were going to respond. So I think there were clues that his support had not evaporated in the last 4 years. One thing I noticed is that the demographics at his rallies were shifting. And I think if you look at election returns, you see a massive shift among Hispanic communities. That was a play that he made, and that was very evident at a lot of his rallies in battleground states.
Now, the focus, of course, shifts to what is he going to do when he gets back into office on the 20th of January? What kind of administration will he have? Who will be in his cabinet and so on? You're in Florida there. Any clues, anyone stopping by Mar-a-Lago that might be a tell as to who's getting a big job?
That's a great question. You know, I'll be honest, I think a lot of people expected this election might take as long as it did in 2020. So I think the transition work has not started immediately yet. I gather that there are some people who have been taking meetings. You know, sources I've talked to said that Donald Trump took a lot of phone calls from foreign leaders today as they are all preparing for the next administration. One thing I would say, one thing I'm watching is how many people who are still around from the first term that he had will come around for a second. We know that some advisors like Corey Lewandowski came back into the fold in the last few months. We know people like Rick Grinnell have never left. I think you're going to see a lot of people who are outspoken supporters. And I think you've got people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. who have really hit the campaign trail and tried to make an effort to stump for the president, soon to be president-elect, I should say. And I think you're going to see them try to be more vocal about what they want in the administration. But it's a little early right now. I think the transition work may start tomorrow.
And just for our viewers around the world, can Donald Trump essentially repurpose the various departments, the various secretary positions to suit his needs? I mean, we've heard him using different titles that he's potentially going to give to Elon Musk or FK Jr., as you mentioned there.
That's such a great question. There's a lot of authority with what the executive branch of the American government can do in terms of creating White House task forces and in terms of creating new agencies. Obviously, all this stuff has to get funded, so it's always a big question when a president tries to create something like Space Force, a branch of the military, or when they try to create a new department whole cloth, how that's going to work. Congress usually has some say in how that gets allocated. Look, one thing I think we're going to see in a second Trump administration is the Times has reported on plans by some of his allies to try to reshape what a president can do and what the limits of power are. And I really think that there's no indication that those plans are halted by this victory. I mean, this was a sweep of battleground states, it appears. And so I think that they may feel emboldened to try to enact some of their plans that would change what executive power is and give the president a lot more authority than we're used to having in the past. But it's so hard to know right now.
All right. Very good. Well, we'll see what happens over the weeks and months ahead. As you say, it's still very early days. That victory just very fresh in the minds of Donald Trump and all his team there. Michael Gold, political correspondent for the New York Times. Thanks for being with us on BBC News.
Thank you.
Now we can speak to someone who maybe might be getting a new job in that Trump administration. Mark Lotter, former special assistant to the President-elect Trump and former press secretary to Vice President Mike Pence. You're laughing there, Mark. You're not putting yourself forward, no?
I thought we were friends.
You're not volunteering. All right, okay. Any clues as to who Donald Trump is calling these days?
No, and this process has been going on for a while. And during my day job at the America First Policy Institute, where we were many of the senior policy advisors or senior White House staffers, administration officials, right up until the very end, never really stopped working. We're writing the white papers, preparing the directives from the agencies, possible executive actions. Of course, the president, in this case, the president-elect, will ultimately decide what happens. But all that work has continued. And so I would expect that, as we get into this transition and it gets really stood up in earnest, you'll start to see, a lot of very good names coming in. I was on the Trump 2016 campaign. I was in that 2016 transition. And I can tell you that transition will look nothing like this one.
And just talk to us a little bit, Mark, for people who aren't familiar with this process. There is a huge amount of work to get done in the 2.5 months ahead, isn't there, to appoint all those jobs?
I mean, if you want to put it in a business perspective, it's basically like the largest hostile corporate takeover in the world, because you are basically taking over, especially when you are changing parties, you are changing over an entire management structure. There are thousands of political appointees that need to be identified, vetted, and basically moved into the federal government. And you also have to try to change the direction of the ship of state, which probably moves about as fast as a battleship, and so it's not easy to turn.
One thing, though, that President-elect Trump has in his favor, of course, is now a Republican Senate. So a lot of those positions, I think about 1,200 of them, need Senate confirmation, but that's going to be a lot easier now, isn't it?
It really is. And I'll also tell you the other thing, Katrina, the benefit is that they've already done it. They've already been through this process once before. So when I obviously woke up the day after the election, it was kind of like all new to us. Everything was different. We didn't know really what to expect next. Well, not only has the president-elect already been in office, many of his senior advisors on the current campaign were also on the 16 campaign in that transition. Many of those people in the official now transition were in the White House. So they know what to do. They know how to go through this process of nominating people, getting the nominees ready, and then working with the Senate and the House on legislation, but the Senate on confirmations of these new appointees.
There are many people, though, who were there the first time round who will not be there this time round, who've been very vocal about not being there. What's going to be a priority issue for him, do you think? Where is he going to look to appoint people first and make a push for legislation or policy changes?
Well, and obviously I don't speak for the president-elect or his transition team, but what he has said publicly is he's going to make a very strong push on energy reform, getting American energy dominance re-going again, also getting the economy moving, extending the Trump tax cuts, many of which expire because of the way they were passed back in 2017, 2018. So those will be legislative priorities. I would expect that he would focus from a cabinet positions, obviously on your defense, on your diplomatic, and on your intelligence agency sides. Those are very key appointments. It doesn't mean they're going to go first, but there will be a high priority on getting great people in there. Obviously, he's also going to want a strong economic team, which, of course, he has a number of people to choose from that.
Mark, he did say in an interview a little while ago that he would be a dictator on day one. What did he mean by that, do you think?
Well, he was referring to the border, and he was referring to the fact that as Joe Biden took nearly 100 actions, executive actions in their first 100 days to undo the Trump border security measures, he can re-implement those. He can do that through executive action without Congress. There'll be some things that need to be done with Congress. But he was very clear when he talked about that in terms of the border, that he will take the action necessary to stop the flow, and then also to make sure that we get those, especially those who have criminal backgrounds, or the millions who have already gone through the entire process. And they've gone through judges, appeals, had their day in court, lost time and time again, and the court has ordered them removed from our country. And yet this current administration refused to enforce that court order. So those would be the obvious priorities, I would think. Again, I don't speak for the former president, but in hearing his language from before, that's, I think, where he's likely to put the priority in terms of getting at least the criminal elements and those who've already been ordered removed from our country out of our country.
All right, Mark Lotter, thank you for your thoughts. As always, we will speak to you again, no doubt. Take care. Now, Donald Trump thanked his supporters at a victory rally on Tuesday in Palm Beach in Florida. Actually, it was the early hours of Wednesday morning, I think. Let's have a listen to what he said.
It's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Donald Trump on stage there at the Convention Centre in West Palm Beach in the early hours of this morning, making that victory speech. Well, let's look a little bit more now at his path to victory. Christian, what can you tell us?
Well, let's stay wide for a second and look at the map as it appears now, and you can see there's an awful lot of red across the map. Now, of course, statewide, some of the biggest populations are on the West Coast and the East Coast, but what this billionaire has managed to do, whatever you think of his rhetoric, some of the lies, the loyalty that it commands, he's managed to speak since 2016 to the working class voters across the map. This is the culmination, really, of the transition we've seen from Democrat to Republican, and especially so here in the Midwest among white working class voters. But even here in New York, in blue Democratic New York, if you were to look at the shift in margins from blue to red last night in the Bronx, in Queens and Staten Island, it's on average 10%. So that is the white working class vote and some of the black men that went for Donald Trump last night. But what about the Latino vote? Let's start here in Florida, which is perhaps a bit of an anomaly because the Latino vote down here in the South is slightly different to the rest of the country. It's Cuban, it's Venezuelan, Nicaraguan, but this here is Miami-Dade. It's the biggest county in Florida. It's been trending Republican, but this is the first time in 30 years in a presidential election that it's gone Republican. And look at the margin, that's 12 points. If I spin back to 2016, that is a swing of over 40 points. And you see it over here in Texas. If you think that is a big swing, I don't think there's a swingometer that's big enough to explain this in Starr County. So there you have a 16-point margin. Go back to 2016. That's just incredible. An extraordinary shift from Democrat to Republican. Look down here at the map, how blue it was in 2016. It goes a little bit redder, it goes a little bit redder, and properly red last night. And wherever you look across the map, really, yes, there is debate about abortion, there is debate about the border, but it's always about the pocketbook, whether you're white, whether you're black, whether you're Latino. It's the economy, stupid.
Excuse me. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Kristen. We'll be back over to you. I know he was quoting James Carville. Yes, of course. Sorry, I've just been told that it was a joke. Anyway, we will talk to our panel who are with us now in studio: Republican Congressman Jake LaTurner and Democratic strategist Joy Cheney. Thanks to you both for being with us here. You were with us last night, Congressman. You were quietly confident earlier on in the night. You must be feeling very happy today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that what's fascinating to me is I thought Donald Trump had a good shot. I thought that they implemented the right strategy to make all of this work. I thought that unlike the Harris campaign, they had a message that actually addressed the issues that people cared about most. The Senate, I felt really confident about. But tonight, I have to say, the House looks really good. The idea that Republicans will have control of the executive branch and the legislative branch is a really big deal, and I think they're going to be able to implement the agenda that they've spent the last 2 years talking about.
Christian was just talking there about the shift in the Latino population. Insofar as we can read anything into that, of course, no group is a monolith in this way, but do you think that's specific to Donald Trump, or are we seeing a realignment of the parties?
I think that what Donald Trump has done that has been so successful is speak to all Americans. He has put a plan forward to address their concerns when it comes to inflation, when it comes to immigration. The working class across all demographics understood Trump's message, and he spoke to them. And the big inroads that he made that we talked about last night a lot with black voters, with Hispanic voters, and with young voters, specifically young men, is incredibly important. And so I don't know if we're talking about a realignment all at once, but it's a shift in that direction where the Democratic Party has abandoned working class voters and abandoned talking to them and talking to them about the issues that they care about most.
Have you abandoned those voters?
We have definitely not abandoned those voters. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz also spoke to all Americans. And let us be clear, about half of America voted with them, and proudly so. We weren't hiding our votes. We were proud to be Harris-Walz supporters. Her speech at Howard University, my alma mater, just was emblematic of that. We are so proud of the effort that she put in here and the effort that Joe Biden has done. There is no doubt that we had the most diverse group of people supporting us, but the Trump campaign was able to speak to working class voters in a way that we as Democrats, and frankly, I think as some mainstream Republicans, have not been able to do. I don't consider Donald Trump necessarily a Republican. I think he's the parasite on the Republican Party. That said,
he's the head of the party. But he's delivered a tremendous success.
It was a weak host. And so, and there we go. I think that those of us who've been sort of on the coasts, I think that those of us who are sort of in mainstream America have to make sure that we are talking to working class people and we're using language that they can hear and understand, and that they see themselves in.
Okay,
they didn't see themselves in our vision.
We'll pick that up in a moment. I just want to bring to viewers some live shots that are coming to us now from Beirut. We can pop those up on the screen there. You can see there's been a major blast right in the center of the city there. Of course, we've been talking so much about the US presidential election here, but the situation has continued, that conflict in the Middle East. We saw Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fire his Defense Secretary Yoav Gallant yesterday, and now we're seeing a huge blast in Beirut. We are getting reports coming into us of fresh strikes, multiple strikes on Beirut. There had been the IDF had issued evacuation orders to the population in South Beirut a little earlier, and now we are seeing some strikes there on the south of the city in Lebanon. Of course, we've seen that strikes on that city for several weeks now. The authorities in Lebanon reporting more than 2,000 people have been killed in the last month or so since that conflict escalated there. Of course, there has been a war between Hezbollah and Israel since the 8th of October last year, the day after those Hamas attacks of October 7th, 2023, when Hezbollah launched an attack on Israel, as it said at the time, in solidarity with Hamas for the Hamas attacks on Israel coming from Gaza, and of course the seizure at the time of 250 Israeli hostages, about 100 or so of whom are still held in captivity in Gaza. And of course we have seen the death toll in Gaza there, as reported by the Hamas-run health ministry, of 44,000 people there at the moment. What we're looking at, if you're just joining us, is a live shot of the city of Beirut in Lebanon. There was a large explosion there, a number of strikes on the city there following evacuation orders from the IDF directed to the people in the south of Beirut. Well, we can bring in now our correspondent Azadeh Moshiri, who has some more information for us on just what we're looking at there in Beirut. Azadeh, what can you tell us?
Now, Caitríona, this isn't the first time we've seen explosions like this in the middle of the night in Beirut. And these pictures have just come into us live, so it's really important to be clear about what we know and we don't know. And we really don't know the circumstances of this, and we haven't heard anything from the IDF either. But what we do know is that cross-border attacks continue. In the midst of all of this, a US election where Donald Trump has now declared victory, Kamala Harris has conceded, and Benjamin Netanyahu has congratulated him. We see that the situation in the Middle East, the war that is unfolding on several fronts, is continuing, and we do know that there have been months of these cross-border attacks between Hezbollah in Beirut that has been significantly weakened by the Israel Defense Forces, as well as by the Israeli army towards Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. And unfortunately, images like the ones that you and I are looking at right now, these are not uncommon. We've been seeing explosions like this even in Beirut, the capital, before, but we really do have to be clear here. We don't know what the circumstances are.
And indeed, Azadeh, Lebanon's Civil Defence Agency just earlier today had said that first responders had recovered the bodies of 30 people killed in an Israeli airstrike on an apartment building south of Beirut. That came last night when one side of a four-storey building that was reportedly housing displaced people in the predominantly Sunni Muslim coastal town of Barqa had been attacked, and there was a fire there. And in response to that, the Israeli military had said it had struck terror infrastructure belonging to the Shia armed group Hezbollah, as we've been discussing there, because, as you say, we have seen these strikes in recent weeks, which Israel has said it is striking targets which it has identified as belonging to the organisation Hezbollah, which is considered a terrorist organisation by many governments, including the US and UK, but does have a major role to play in life in Lebanon there.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's one of the unique facets of Hezbollah, which can be very hard for people to wrap their heads around, is that, yes, they are designated a terrorist organization by the US, the UK, and several other Western states, but they are a major political force in Lebanon. And that has been some of the tension here when you've seen these cross-border attacks happen, when you've seen Israel take more action in Lebanon, is the argument from the Lebanese government that they are a sovereign state. And that's where a lot of this has played out. And meanwhile, in the background to all of this, Caitríona, are ceasefire negotiations where roadblocks just keep coming up. Again, we don't know what the circumstances of this is, but you're right, the war continues, and we do know that there have been strikes. Just on Wednesday, in fact, we know that around 40 people were killed in Israeli strikes around the eastern area of Baalbeka and Bekaa. And again, as you mentioned, it was a similar comment from Israeli military that they were targeting Hezbollah targets. Again, we do not know what is going on right now, but all of this, seeing flames, fire in Beirut, it's just a reminder that it's an extremely unstable environment right now.
And we should say as well that the Israeli military says that Hezbollah fired about 170 rockets into northern and central Israel today on Wednesday there. What we're looking at in those pictures are the images of an attack on Beirut in Lebanon in the last few moments. We're looking at the aftermath of that strike, but what we can do is we can actually look at the strike as it hit a little earlier. There you go. You can see a massive explosion there moments ago in Beirut on the southern part of the city, a massive explosion there. And we're told from our team in Beirut that the Israeli military, the Israel Defense Forces, had issued evacuation orders in advance of that. So that's what happened a few moments ago. Let's go back and look at the live scene. Now those images coming to us there, as you can see. And as a day, we've been talking a lot in the past few weeks as those peace talks have advanced, stalled, about what the outcome of the US presidential election would mean for all of that. We now know that it will be President Donald Trump, will be the 47th president come January, and Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel was one of the first to congratulate him last night, this morning, when that victory came through. What is that going to mean for the situation in the Middle East, insofar as we know it at this point?
Well, that is the key question, isn't it? And one thing that we've seen time and time again is that it's hard to predict Donald Trump's actions. But what he has kept saying on the campaign trail is that he would put an end to all the wars abroad. He would put an end to the war in the Middle East, and that, in his words, it wouldn't have happened on his watch. He points to his 4 years when none of this happened. Of course, the situation is much more complicated than that. But as far as he's concerned, his message has been that he will put an end to the wars abroad. Of course, the escalation between Israel and Hezbollah is a very complicated one, because at least 2,400 people have been killed in the past 6 weeks. More than 1.2 million people have been displaced across Lebanon. That's according to the Lebanese authorities. But also for Israel, their point is that this is one of their war aims, to return people, Israelis who've been displaced, from their northern border. And when it comes to this situation, to ceasefire talks, the fact that this war is being waged on multiple fronts really does complicate things further. Remember, Hezbollah is part of that axis of resistance in the Middle East with Hamas, but also with other groups allied, proxies allied with Iran in places like Syria. And so, and in the backdrop to all of this, of course, you have all the hostages who are still unaccounted for in Gaza, and a humanitarian crisis that seemingly sees no end. So when it comes to what's on Donald Trump's docket, his inbox right now, these are very, very complex issues, and it's impossible for any of us to really predict how this is going to go.
And we'll talk about the issue of military aid in just a moment, as a day, but I just want to tell our viewers what we're looking at there. This is the aftermath of a large blast on the city of Beirut in Lebanon, on the southern part of the city. These are live pictures that we're looking at, but we can actually show you the image of that blast as it happened moments ago. We can bring that to you now. Quite a large blast. So you can see there a large explosion on the city there moments ago. Of course, all of these attacks that Israel has launched on Lebanon in the past, they have said that they are targeting Hezbollah targets, and they have had success in targeting some of the individuals there. Of course, we know that they killed the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, just a few weeks ago. And speaking of that relationship between Donald Trump, President-elect here, and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as we said, the Prime Minister was one of the first to congratulate Donald Trump. They had a telephone call today, one of the first telephone calls, if not the first, between the President-elect and a foreign leader. That took place this evening. We're told in a note that came to us from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office that the conversation was warm and cordial, that the Prime Minister congratulated President-elect Donald Trump on his election victory, and the two agreed to work together for Israel's security. And they also discussed the Iranian threat that you were just speaking about as a day there. And of course, one of the big issues for Donald Trump to deal with, and he will have, it looks like, Republican control in both houses of Congress, is this question of military aid for Israel, whether that continues, whether that's increased, whether there are conditions attached to it, as we have seen that sort of language coming from the US Secretary of State here, Antony Blinken, in recent days in relation to how Israel is using the weapons that is sent to it from the US in Gaza in particular. Do we have any indication of how Donald Trump may approach these questions, what his view is on extending military aid to Israel?
Well, there's a really important deadline that's coming up, and that's the 13th of November. And that's a deadline that the US has set on Israel to allow US humanitarian aid more access into Gaza. And they have said that should Israel fail to meet that deadline and specific demands that they've put on the Netanyahu government, then they will halt the flow of that US military aid that you're talking about. Now, will they actually do that? That's hard to say. And also, it's worth reminding everyone that it was only a few days ago last week that the Pentagon announced it was sending more fighter jets and other military weapons to Israel as part of its efforts to defend US and Israeli interests in the Middle East against Iran, against the Iranian threat, as they put it. Now, when it comes to Donald Trump, we do know that he had a strong relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu during his 4 years in office. We know that Benjamin Netanyahu was one of the very first leaders to congratulate Donald Trump on his victory once he declared it. And so whether Donald Trump is one to halt U.S. military aid to Israel, it seems fairly unlikely. But again, he has said that his big priority is to end the war, that it's urgent. He's campaigned on that. And so who knows what cards, what levers he wants to pull. But we have seen throughout this war that the U.S. has been very reluctant in general to pull any U.S. military aid because it also says that it's defending its own interests. And of course, its alliance with Israel goes back a long way.
Indeed. Now, for viewers who are just joining us, what we're looking at there, you can see in the middle of your screen a thick plume of smoke and an orange glow beneath it there. We're looking at the south side of Beirut in Lebanon there, where moments ago there was a large explosion. Some reporting coming to us from the AFP news agency, and they're reporting that there were at least 2 strikes which hit South Beirut. Of course, it's the early hours of Thursday morning local time there, and the AFP reporting that those 2 strikes hit South Beirut about an hour after the Israeli army had called for residents of 4 districts in the south of the city, which the IDF describes as a Hezbollah bastion. It had given residents there an hour to evacuate. And the AFP reported seeing 2 plumes of smoke. On our screens there, we can just see one thick one, but it's hard to make out from this vantage point. Perhaps that is 2 side by side there above South Beirut. And AFP journalists in the capital said they had heard loud bangs. Of course, earlier the Israeli military spokesman Aduri had urged residents of 4 of the neighbourhoods in South Beirut to evacuate, including a location near to Beirut's international airport. Now, we can't see that from the vantage point that we have there, and of course it's very dark. It's the early hours of the morning local time there. But these evacuation orders as a day that we have seen issued by the IDF for areas around Beirut, we have seen many of those in recent times, not just in Beirut, but in South Lebanon as well.
Yes, that's right. And Caitríona, you and I work very late hours, and it won't be unusual to suddenly look on our screens and see scenes like this, especially on days where the Israeli military has issued evacuation orders. But again, really important to say that we don't know the details of this right now. We see the images and we can talk about what we've seen before, but in terms of concrete details, we haven't heard anything from the Israel Defense Forces yet. Of course, when we do, we'll report that. But you're right, unfortunately, these scenes, especially in the past 6 weeks, have become incredibly familiar. And for a lot of Lebanese people who are in Lebanon, it's an extremely difficult experience when you think about the fact that more than 1.2 million people have been displaced across Lebanon. And you know, scenes like this, no matter who is responsible, no matter what actually happened, scenes like this clearly show that it's not a stable situation, even somewhere like Beirut.
Indeed. Okay, Azadeh, thank you for that reporting. We're going to keep an eye on the situation there in Beirut, in Lebanon, and we will come back to that as and when we get more information. But let's return now to the US presidential election, which we have been reporting on since that decisive victory that Donald Trump secured last night to become the 47th president of the United States. A truly dramatic political comeback. His vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance, describing it as a historic comeback, the like never seen in US political history. Donald Trump won many of those key swing states that we've been talking about for weeks and months now, including Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan and Georgia. And votes are still being counted in Nevada and Arizona, but Donald Trump is ahead there too, and on course to win those. In fact, on course to win all 7 of those battleground states. He's also won the popular vote. He's the first Republican to do that since George W. Bush in 2004. And he described his victory as magnificent. Kamala Harris has conceded the race, and she insisted she was proud of the race that she had run. She told her supporters not to despair following the results. President Biden, for his part, says he's committed to ensuring a smooth transfer of power, and he's invited the president-elect to the White House, a meeting that Donald Trump says he is looking forward to. And congratulations have been flooding in for Donald Trump from leaders right around the world today after that sweeping victory. We've seen statements from leaders in France, in Canada, in Britain, in Hungary, from the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Britain's Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer spoke with Donald Trump on the phone earlier, congratulating him on his win. They discussed the Middle East, which we've obviously just been talking about, the latest in that conflict there. And they also discussed the special relationship between the US and UK on a phone call earlier. And as we've been saying, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu congratulated Donald Trump in what he called history's greatest comeback. They also had a phone call, and Netanyahu's spokesperson said the two had agreed to work together for Israel's security and to address the threat of Iran. The Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi also said he'd had a good conversation with Donald Trump and congratulated him on his spectacular victory, as he described it. That was in a post on social media when Modi said he was looking forward to working closely with the new president to strengthen relations. And here in the US, former Republican President George W. Bush congratulated Donald Trump and J.D. Vance on their win. In a post on X, the former President Bush wrote, "We join our fellow citizens in praying for the success of our new leaders at all levels of government." Bush never publicly backed any candidate during this election, despite calls for him to endorse Kamala Harris rather than the nominee from his own party. Now, there have been mixed reactions from countries that have a strained relationship with the United States and over Donald Trump's former policies, while Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky congratulated Donald Trump on Tuesday. We haven't heard anything yet from the Russian President Vladimir Putin. There's also no official statement from China nor from North Korea, but China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs said Beijing respects the American people's choice. Well, I want to bring in our panel, Republican Congressman Jake LaTurner and Democratic strategist Joy Cheney. Thanks to you both for being with us there through that breaking news. Sorry, I had interrupted you, Joy, just to bring that news to our viewers. But let's stay with that issue of foreign policy and what the election of Donald Trump means now for relations between the US and other countries. I mean, we have these two very serious conflicts going on at the moment. Joy, what do you foresee happening?
Well, first of all, Donald Trump being president would have had no bearing on whether these conflicts happened. And we know that his relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu is very transactional. I believe last time when Benjamin Netanyahu congratulated Joe Biden in his win, Donald Trump had a problem with that and they had a bit of a falling out. Now it seems they're together. And if you are a voter in Michigan or elsewhere, a Muslim voter who did a protest vote against Kamala Harris because of your anger, it's understandable, but it will not age well. We are going to see a complete decimation, continued decimation of the Palestinian people, and that is very frightening. And it's not surprising that Benjamin Netanyahu would be pleased with the Trump win. because Donald Trump flirts with authoritarianism, and he is certainly one.
But you're talking about the plight of the Palestinian people and those absolutely dreadful images we see, that terrible humanitarian crisis there. But that has continued under the watch of President Biden and Kamala Harris, and many people would say it's in their gift to do something about it, and they haven't.
Absolutely, and frankly, I think that's when you just can't ride the line. Giving money to Israel, people saw that, and they saw that it led to more death. And people did not feel that Palestinian lives were on par with Israeli lives. And when they see that and they think that they're not being seen, they cannot unsee it. That was something that the Biden-Harris administration had a mistake on. They should have been more protective and more clear in their support of the Palestinian people. It was a mistake that also will not age well.
I just couldn't disagree more.
Okay.
American leadership matters, and we haven't had that for the last 4 years. Whether we're talking about China being bullies in the South China Sea, whether we're talking about the invasion, unwarranted invasion of Ukraine from Russia, or we're talking about the Middle East, whether it was the debacle in Afghanistan or what's happening right now in Israel. We see the horrifying scenes of what's happening in Beirut right now. No president in our history has stood more firmly with Israel than Donald Trump has, whether it was the recognition of the Golan Heights, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, or being firm with Iran with sanctions, killing Soleimani. President Trump looms large in the world. He has a big personality. He doesn't always say things in a way that everyone is comfortable with, but our friends knew that we stood with them, and our enemies knew that we stood against them. And he is going to be very good for American foreign policy. I believe him when he says that he can end the war in Ukraine, and I believe him when he says that he can have an enormous impact on what's going on in Israel. And it's because Iran, and it's because China, and it's because Russia, and it's because North Korea understands that Donald Trump will stand firm. And they haven't seen that from Joe Biden.
He will end the war in Ukraine by ceding the war to Russia and losing the freedom of the Ukrainian people. So you're right about that.
Well, you don't know that. That's your speculation.
That is my speculation,
That's your speculation.
and that is what he has said.
But there have been 1 million people who have died in this conflict. Citizens, innocent civilians in Ukraine, Russian soldiers, Ukrainian soldiers. There needs to be an end to this war. I'm not prescribing how it should end. I have been for Ukraine. I've supported funding for Ukraine time and time again in the Congress. And I would continue to do that. But peace needs to come to this world. Peace does not exist across the world right now. And a big part of that reason is because Joe Biden has not shown leadership.
So there's no justice without peace.
How do you think Donald Trump would handle the situation in the Middle East, what we're seeing there at the moment?
Well, I think if you look at what happened during his 4 years of his presidency, there's a record to look at here. There was more peace.
There's also there is a current situation. In a way, the record is kind of irrelevant when we see this hot war there now.
Past his prologue, though, there was more peace across the globe in the 4 years that he was president. And I think what is missing now, and what incited these conflicts across the globe, was that they saw a weakness in American leadership. When you saw the terrible withdrawal from Afghanistan, when 13 brave service members died because President Biden allowed the State Department to run that operation and not the Defense Department, he did it in the wrong way. You saw leaders who wish us ill.
Just on the situation, I mean, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. Well, everyone in the Middle East who's suffering will tell you that the situation he's coming into office with is this situation.
No doubt. What I'm suggesting is...
What would he do to handle that?
What I'm suggesting is that leaders like Putin, leaders in Iran, saw weakness and felt an opening. And so what we have to do now is the United States has to step up to the plate. We have to defend our ally, Israel, and we have to re-implement sanctions on Iran. We can't free up cash for Iran like the previous two Democratic administrations have done. It has to be a full court press against Iran. We have to re-engage very positive things like the Abraham Accords that President Trump actually accomplished, where Arab nations and Israel normalize relationships, create economic ties, which leads to peace and prosperity. That's what we need more of, not conflict, not a vacuum that a lack of American leadership has created.
Okay, well, just on the issue of foreign actors there, I want to bring in Chris Krebs, former U.S. Director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, who's joined us. Thanks for being with us. Speaking of foreign actors, we've come through an election. What's your view of how secure that was? We heard some reports in Georgia in particular of bomb hoaxes that it had tracked back to Russia.
So in the 2020 election, I was director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and during that election, I said that Tuesday, November 3rd, was just another Tuesday on the internet. We saw the same thing yesterday. According to all available information, it was a very quiet day from a cyber perspective. From a cyber attack, we didn't see a lot of disruption of systems across the United States. But to your point, we did see these bomb threats that came in. They were across a majority of the swing states, in fact. In the state of Georgia, where I'm from, we saw Fulton County have about a third of their precincts that were hit with bomb threats. And they came from a mail address out of Russia. Now, that's not to say that they are Russian government linked. In fact, I would suggest they probably are not Russian government linked. They're a hacking group, or could even be Iranians. But the point is that there were bad actors that were seeking to disrupt the election.
How common is that? How much influence is there, do you think?
Well, on the bomb threats piece, the good news is that election officials are prepared. They've been dealing with bomb threats for decades, and so they have playbooks where they can assess what's coming in, they can evacuate, they can get things back up and running, and they'll work with legal counsel on either campaign to extend the polling times as necessary. So they were ready, they were resilient, it was a safe and secure election. At the same time, we saw a flood of disinformation. We saw it from China, we saw it from Iran, we saw it from Russia. And that's, I think, what we have to deal with going forward, and how foreign adversaries are trying to corrupt and shape our domestic discourse. And it's almost baked into the political conversation now. So we need to be thinking in the coming years about some of the political policy interventions, rather, on how we can deter our adversaries.
We saw President-elect Trump last night talk about wanting to heal the nation. We heard a similar theme from Vice President Kamala Harris there, because this has been a very divisive election campaign. There's been name-calling on either sides. To your point there about the kind of incentive of outside actors to stir up that kind of sentiment here, do you think we'll see more of that between now and the 20th of January and, of course, January 6th as well?
Oh, I absolutely believe that the bad actors, Russia particularly, will continue to engage in disinformation operations here. I would not be surprised to see them immediately pivot over to undermining, once again, support in Ukraine. We're going to see Iran continuing to play around in the Israel conflict. And so it's going to be a very, very active space. But I think it is incumbent upon the incoming administration, just as the congressman mentioned about China. China is the pacing threat. We have to be prepared. We have to deter them defensively, and we have to deter them offensively. I think that's going to be the great challenge for the next 4 years.
And how is the U.S. set up to defer those interferences?
Well, on the China issue, it continues to be investment in military resources. A blue water fleet, of course, in the Pacific. But cyber is one of the real asymmetric advantages that the Chinese have. The director of the FBI said they have anywhere from 500,000 to 600,000 cyber offensive operators. That's more than the U.S. and the Five Eyes allies combined. It really allows them to scale, and they are preparing for war. And that's the question that we have to ask ourselves. If they're preparing for war, are we? Are we ready to go?
Well, are you?
We're working on it, and that's going to be, again, that has got to be the #1 priority for the Trump administration as they come in.
Okay, Chris Krebs, just stay there with us for a moment. I want to go back over to our reporter, Azadeh. Of course, as we've been talking about the US election and Donald Trump's election to be the 47th president, we've also been watching that situation in Beirut. We saw that massive explosion a little earlier on following evacuation orders on 4 districts in southern Beirut from the IDF. Azadeh, what can you tell us about the latest there?
Well, obviously we've been looking at these images of these large plumes of smoke and an explosion in southern Beirut, but I think it's really important to be clear. We don't have many details. We don't know who is behind this. The IDF, Israeli military, has not made any comment about it. We do know that evacuation orders were issued earlier into the day, but other than that, that's all we know. The backdrop to all of this, of course, is that these aren't unfamiliar pictures to us. We've seen scenes like this before, and this is in the context of a regular flow, unfortunately, of cross-border attacks between Hezbollah in Lebanon, which is designated a terrorist organization in the US, the UK, and by several other Western states, but is also a very significant political force in Lebanon as well. So cross-border attacks between Hezbollah and the Israeli military. We also know that as Israel began waging this war on several fronts, when they first started their more significant increased attacks and ground invasion of Lebanon, they talked about a new war goal, about being able to return the Israelis who've been displaced by this war to the northern border. But now, in the past 6 weeks, that we've really seen significant violence between these two parties, we've seen that there have been 1.2 million people, according to the Lebanese government, that have been displaced. And we've also, of course, seen that, according to the Lebanese health ministry, 2,400 people have been killed. So this is a really significant situation for Lebanon. And whatever the reason is behind the scenes that we're seeing right now, behind these familiar scenes of smoke blowing from these buildings, we know that Lebanon is in a very difficult situation, an unstable one. And that's partly because a lot of the people there in Lebanon are also having to deal with the fact that Hezbollah is part of an axis of resistance that Israel says has made them a legitimate target. That's what Israel says. The Lebanese government would counter this by saying that Lebanon is a sovereign state. But this is complicated by the fact that Israel is waging a war on several fronts. It is both fighting the war in Gaza, where we see a real humanitarian crisis in the northern part of Gaza, where they are waging a war against Hamas. Hamas is allied with Hezbollah, is allied with several proxies in the Middle East, in Syria in particular, who all form this axis of resistance in the Middle East that is backed by Iran. So all of this is a really big reminder of what is on Donald Trump's docket now that he has declared victory in the US presidential election, now that he has been congratulated by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, of what is in his inbox when he comes to power, when there is this peaceful transfer of power that the Democrats and Kamala Harris have committed to. And one of the top items on that list is the war in the Middle East. Now, in terms of what Donald Trump has said during this campaign, he has insisted that this wouldn't have happened on his watch. He has said that he, with his relationships in the Middle East, with the Abraham Accords that were part of his previous record in office, would be able to solve this. And he has told Benjamin Netanyahu that this is a situation he wants wrapped up quickly. And so in terms of what Donald Trump will do in office, of course, we don't know. This is a man, a candidate and a former president that has shown himself to be incredibly unpredictable. And this, of course, is one of the biggest foreign policy challenges that has existed for decades, not just in this war, not just in this past year. And so it's hard to underestimate the challenge that Donald Trump will face when he enters the Oval Office as he tries to tackle this.
Welcome to BBC News. I'm Sumi Somaskanda in Washington. Congratulations pouring in for Donald Trump as he promises a new golden age for the United States.
I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve.
Kamala Harris concedes her bid for U.S. president after congratulating Donald Trump. And at least 2 huge explosions in the Lebanese capital, Beirut, following a warning to evacuate by the Israeli army. I'm Sumi Somaskanda. Great to have you with us. And we begin with some breaking news tonight from the Middle East as explosions light up the night sky over southern Beirut. Look at these images here, dramatic images from southern Beirut. These came about an hour after the Israeli army called for residents to leave the suburbs near Beirut's airport. The area is known as a Hezbollah stronghold. Let's take a look at these live pictures now. You can see several plumes of smoke rising above southern Beirut. Journalists who are on the ground there have reported hearing several loud bangs accompanying that smoke we see still rising into the night sky. Now, earlier, Lebanese health officials said that 55 people were killed during Israeli bombing in the eastern Baalbek-Hermel region. That region also has been a heavy part of this conflict between Hezbollah and Israel. So we're continuing to watch these images as they come in from Beirut, getting our BBC correspondents on the ground to find more information about what exactly was struck, how many strikes on the ground there from Israel, and what exactly the targets are here. Again, we know that southern Beirut is a Hezbollah stronghold, but we're working on confirming more information about these images that you see, these dramatic images of smoke billowing into the sky in Beirut. Now, the crisis in the Middle East is one of the biggest challenges that Donald Trump, as the new president-elect of the United States, will inherit. President Biden has congratulated President-elect Trump on his victory and invited him to the White House. Now, projections show Donald Trump won many of the key swing states, including Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia. He is ahead in the final two yet to declare, Nevada and Arizona. He also won the popular vote, saying he had earned an unprecedented and powerful mandate. Now, in a phone call to the president-elect, President Biden said he was committed to ensuring a smooth transition of power and highlighted the importance of bringing the country together. He is due to address the nation tomorrow, and he also congratulated Kamala Harris on what he called a historic campaign. It was a sweeping victory for the Republicans, with the party also retaking control over the Senate. So what happens next? Well, Donald Trump now has a 75-day transition period to appoint his team before Inauguration Day, which is due to take place on the 20th of January. And while we do not know every name Donald Trump will be inviting onto his team, we know some of the names that have been floated, including former presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Tesla CEO Elon Musk, one of the Trump campaign's most prominent supporters. He is, of course, also the richest man in the world. Now, Mr. Trump thanked his supporters at a victory rally Tuesday in West Palm Beach, Florida.
It's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Now, Vice President Harris, well, she did call Donald Trump today to congratulate him, and she made her first public comments since losing the presidential election. Let's take a listen to some of that speech now.
In our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States. And loyalty to our conscience and to our God. My allegiance to all three is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. The fight for freedom, for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. A fight for the ideals at the heart of our nation, the ideals that reflect America at our best. That is a fight I will never give up.
All right, let's go right to our correspondent, Neda Taufik, who is at Donald Trump's headquarters in Florida. Neda was there, of course, last night as well, as we saw those celebrations among Donald Trump supporters who had all amassed there to see the president-elect now. Neda, give us an idea of just what's been happening today in Trump world.
Well, Sumi, I can tell you here at the convention center and the attached hotel where numerous VIPs congregated last night, they were still celebrating this morning, really saying outright that while they were very confident in a win for Donald Trump, that even they were pleasantly surprised by the scale of his victory. So the celebrations ongoing, but it has been a cordial tone from the Trump campaign. Of course, Donald Trump, the president-elect, had phone calls today with Kamala Harris, with the president Joe Biden, and he said that in that conversation with Kamala Harris that he really celebrated her. He says he acknowledged her strength, her professionalism, and her tenacity throughout the campaign, and that both leaders agreed on the importance of unifying the country. Now, just what that looks like, Sumi, is of course what's on everyone's mind, because Donald Trump, of course, has dominated politics in the United States for nearly a decade, and his divisive rhetoric has left many feeling as though unifying the country will be a tough task when so many are so far apart on key policies. But nevertheless, for now, there is an emphasis on the peaceful transition of power, saying that is what sets America apart. Kamala Harris making that point very strongly, but also saying that while she has conceded the race, she hasn't conceded the fight, telling her crowd of supporters to keep that fight going, to roll up their sleeves and get to work. On Donald Trump's side, of course, they're going to be rolling up their sleeves as well, looking at some of the key decisions that he will have to make as he builds his cabinet. He has said he has an unprecedented and powerful mandate. So not just here, Sumi, in the United States, but around the world, many looking to see what that cabinet, what that government will look like as Trump 2.0 will take shape soon.
Yeah, Neda, one of those important issues that Donald Trump will have to, of course, address when he takes office again is the conflict in the Middle East. We've seen these images that we've been covering from Beirut of plumes of smoke going into the sky. This has been one of the most difficult issues that President Biden and Vice President Harris have had to tackle over this past year. I mean, what do we know about what Donald Trump has said he would do regarding Israel's conflict, both with Hezbollah and in Gaza?
Yeah, well, Sumi, I had a chance to ask Donald Trump during the campaign just what he would be doing differently in the Middle East, in particular in Lebanon, because I spoke to him just as Lebanon was on the brink and there were fears that it would be another Gaza. I asked him what he would be doing differently than the Biden campaign, but because he knew it was such an issue that was hurting the Democratic Party, Donald Trump really never went into specifics beyond vowing that it would have never happened if he was president and that he would stop it once he comes into office. Now, it was really interesting speaking to just voters, his supporters, throughout these last few months, Sumi. A number of them said that they supported Donald Trump because they thought he could prevent what they called World War III. And many acknowledge that he does have a close relationship with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And many have noted that he has said that he wants the war to wrap up there as quickly as possible, not necessarily talking about the humanitarian issue, but saying that he wants to see Israel have victory there, but wants it wrapped up because it's bad PR for Israel. So Donald Trump is nothing but unpredictable when it comes to foreign policy. It's still unclear what he would do differently, but it's interesting when you speak to Middle Eastern leaders, particularly those in the Lebanese government right now, have a real sense that there's not going to be any movement until Donald Trump does get into office. We'll see if that is in fact the case, Sumi.
All right. And Neda, just one more question before we let you go. Have we heard from Donald Trump today? Of course, we know that his transition team is getting down to work, as you said. But what are we hearing from the president-elect?
You know, it's unusual to say that there is real silence from Donald Trump. Certainly in that speech last night, he came out. It was a moment for him to declare that his movement, the MAGA movement, is the greatest in American history. And we know that Donald Trump had a very rigorous campaign schedule, so perhaps today he is just taking a breath. But mainly what we have been hearing is official statements from the campaign, but certainly he has been invited to visit the White House by Joe Biden, and there are busy days ahead, Sumi.
Okay, Neda Tawfik in Florida for us. As always, great to talk to you. And congratulations continue to flood in from global leaders today after a sweeping victory from Republican candidate Donald Trump. We've seen statements from leaders in France, Canada, Britain, Hungary, and NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Britain's Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, spoke with Donald Trump to congratulate him on his victory, discussing the Middle East and the country's close relationship on a phone call. And a short while ago, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi said he had had a great conversation with Trump and congratulated him on his, quote, spectacular victory. In a post on social media, Modi said he looked forward to working closely with the new president to strengthen relations. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu congratulated Trump on Tuesday in what he called history's greatest comeback. Later on Wednesday, Netanyahu's spokesperson said the two agreed to work together for Israel's security and address the threat of Iran on a phone call. Here in the U.S., former Republican President George W. Bush congratulated Trump and Vance on their win. J.D. Vance, Donald Trump's running mate. In a post on X, formerly known as Twitter, George W. Bush wrote, "We join our fellow citizens in praying for the success of our new leaders at all levels of government." Bush never publicly backed a candidate during the election, despite calls for him to endorse Kamala Harris. There have been mixed reactions from countries with strained relationship with the United States and Trump's former policies. While Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky congratulated Trump on Tuesday, we still haven't heard from Russian President Vladimir Putin. There's also no official statement from China or North Korea. But China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs said Beijing respects the American people's choice. All right, let's talk about all of this. Of course, foreign policy, domestic policy, and the rest with my panel who's with me right now. Republican Congressman Jake LaTurner and Democratic strategist Joy Cheney. Great to have you both with us. And I want to start with you, Joy. Just, you know, all of that we've been wrapping up there, the endorsements that are that's pouring in, and the congratulations that's pouring in for Donald Trump. You know, this is now moving into the transition phase, and we are moving forward. I mean, how does this look to you as a Democrat strategist?
Thank God it is Joe Biden who will be leading the transition and not Donald Trump. Because if it were him, we saw what happened last time. He wouldn't even show up to the inauguration and did not have an effective transfer of power, and then sought to engage in an insurrection. So, yes, because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are good people, we're going to have a transition to a Trump administration that is peaceful, as it should be. And so I'm very proud about that as a Harris supporter.
What do you think of this, Congressman?
I think that there's going to be a peaceful transition of power. I thought that the vice president's speech today was good and forward-looking, and so they're going to have to work together. It's for the good of the country to make sure that there's a smooth transition, and I think it's going to happen. There's a lot of work to be done right now by the Trump people to make sure that they put the right people in the right places, because there is an enormous amount of work to be done.
Tell us a bit more about that work to be done, because, you know, there are names being tossed around for cabinet positions, but really this is about the work of a transition team to appoint so many people to federal offices, right?
Absolutely. There are a ton of positions that need to be confirmed. It's going to be done a lot easier because there's going to be Republican control of the Senate. And he's got to get the right people in place to achieve the policy goals that he set forth in the last 2 years on the campaign trail. And that is dealing with inflation in the economy, making sure that the American people have more money to spend in their own pocket, making sure that the regulatory environment is in place, fixing our broken immigration system and securing our southern border, making sure that our foreign policy isn't in total disarray, which it is right now under this administration. And so there is a ton of work to be done.
Okay, before I ask you another question, Joy, I just want to point out to our viewers that the reason we have that screen up on the bottom there, that is southern Beirut. We've seen loud explosions there after residents were told to evacuate. And we understand that there were at least 2 Israeli airstrikes that hit southern Beirut. So we're keeping an eye on those images and what impact that might have, and getting more information in as it comes to us. But Joy, looking at what Kamala Harris has done so far, we saw her concession speech. She did, of course, she was gracious, and she had called President Trump, President-elect Trump, earlier to congratulate him. But she also made a very clear message to say our fight is not over.
Absolutely, our fight is not over. 50%.
What does that fight look like now, then?
That fight looks like, look, over the next 2 years, we're going to have to continue honing our message, appealing to working class voters. We're going to have to try to get back the House and Senate, and then be prepared for 4 years from now.
Oh my gosh, you're already talking about the midterm elections in 2 years?
Absolutely. You only have to. We both worked in Congress. We know there's only 2 years. So we're going to be very focused on that as Democrats, making sure that we get the things done that we absolutely have to get done. We stop the nefarious things the Trump administration will be seeking to do. We work with him when we can. When we cannot, we will be fighting against it, and we will be preparing for the midterms.
It's not just messaging, if I may, to give advice to the Democrats. I'm sure you don't want it, but you need it. In that it's not just messaging, it's policy. 2/3 of the American people think that we are on the wrong track. Biden has approval ratings in the 30s, and when asked of Vice President Harris, what would you do differently? She said nothing. She said nothing. So she had no message for the working class people in this country that are struggling right now. And you don't have to take my word for it. Take Bernie Sanders' word for it. He said today, it should come as no great surprise to the Democratic Party, which has abandoned working class people, would find that working class people has abandoned them. The working class has abandoned the Democratic Party.
I think that we had to have a stronger, I think our policies did work for working class people, but we did not message them. And that is our fault. So when you have policies that are good, when you've done things for people, we talked about Infrastructure Week ad nauseum with Donald Trump. He never got it done. We were able to get that done during a Biden administration. We were able to lower the cost of prescription drugs. We did not sell it in the way that we should have. We did not speak to people in a way that resonated with them. We did not effectively share our vision of America in a way that they saw themselves in it. And I do believe it's not just the economy. There's a lot of racism and misogyny that we're going to have to unpack as a nation. But I can't deal with that right now, right? Okay. As a black woman, I've done enough. But what we do have to work on,
I know what that means.
Still talking. But what yours wasn't for you. But what I will say is this. We have to focus on making sure everyone sees themselves in our vision. We have to talk and message what we're doing, and they have to understand it. And when we create an economic policy, people have to feel it in not just the macro, but the micro, their individual tabletop issues.
Identity politics needs to come to an end. We
Identity
need an
politics are white men.
Let me finish now.
I'm sorry.
We need an uplifting message that speaks to all Americans, and that's the difference between the Trump-Harris campaign. The Harris campaign did the typical Democrat strategy, which is say certain things to certain groups of people to get them to coalesce. Donald Trump spoke to all Americans because working class people, regardless of race, regardless of gender, are struggling with the same things, which are inflation, which are...
Sure they are, but the way that he's spoken about immigrants, for example, or immigrant communities, and talking about the Haitian community in Springfield, Ohio, I mean, that wasn't exactly unifying.
I wouldn't choose to speak the way Donald Trump does about every topic. I'm not suggesting that, but to ignore... I'll let you finish. But to ignore that we have a broken immigration system and that the southern border is wide open. It's part of the reason Kamala Harris lost yesterday is because the Biden administration, up until the last few months, has not talked about this issue in a serious way, and the American people see that.
The Biden administration did, however, try to have an immigration bill in your candidate.
I just want to get just one quick thought more from both of you. What does this next phase look like then for Donald Trump as he's preparing, Congressman, to take the White House again, as he's preparing to enter the White House again, excuse me. What do you think his priority is on day one?
I think on day one, it is doing everything that he can with his executive power. So making the appointments that he wants, the nominations that he wants, changing executive orders to the extent that he can. I think that it's a function of a broken Congress that we have so many executive orders. Right. We need to pass legislation and get that done. But he's going to have a tall order on day one because he can fix immigration problems immediately. He can affect foreign policy
with executive orders. And really quickly, Joy, for Democrats?
I agree with that. I mean, he's going to be focused on executive orders. Okay. He's going to be focused on, frankly, dismantling civil which is unfortunate. And I think that the people he's hired are going to implement Project 2025. So if you elected him, you elected
We'll talk more about that in a little bit. We'll be back with you guys shortly. Thank you. For now, though, we want to get back to that breaking news. As we've mentioned, explosions have lit up the night sky over southern Beirut. These images from a little bit earlier, about an hour after the Israeli army had called for residents to leave suburbs near Beirut's airport. This is an area known as a Hezbollah stronghold, rather. These are live pictures now. We're seeing several plumes of smoke rising above southern Beirut from these strikes. Journalists there on the ground have been reporting that they heard several loud bangs. And earlier, Lebanese health officials said that 55 people were killed in another area during Israeli bombing in the eastern Baalbek-Hermel region. Let's speak now to Hanin Gadar, a senior fellow for the Washington Institute, an expert on Lebanon. Hanin, very good to have you with us. What can you tell us what we know about this, these strikes and these plumes of smoke we're seeing coming from the skyline at this point?
Good afternoon or good evening. This is definitely part of the series of strikes that Israel has been conducting on the southern suburbs of Beirut, Dahi, which is a Hezbollah stronghold. Uzaya, which is like one neighborhood of Dahi, the southern suburbs, and it hasn't really been struck before. This is probably the first time we hear that there has been a strike on Uzaya, and it's very different because this area is very close to Rafiq Hariri International Airport in Lebanon, and we see that the Middle East airlines, the Lebanese airlines, have been moving airplanes from the site of Uzaya. There has been some damages to the airport, and it has been very concerning because this is the one thing that is still functioning in terms of allowing people to leave and come back.
The airport, yes.
The airport, yeah. So this is very concerning. However, it's also it could be part of an escalation that we are seeing because if we look at the context, two things happened yesterday: the shift in elections to the Trump administration, and also to the firing by Netanyahu of Gallant, which is very telling in terms of what kind of escalation we might be seeing in Lebanon or also in the region. We have
so Hanin, if I could just jump in there. I mean, you mentioned two important facts are, of course, the election outcome here and the firing of the defense minister, Yoav Gallant, but what do we know about what Israel might be targeting? We know that southern Beirut is considered a stronghold for Hezbollah.
Yeah. This targeting, there has been three kinds of targeting by Israel on Lebanon. One is the assassinations of leadership and high commandment, and two, the targeting of weapon depots, missiles and heavy weapons, and third, which is the incursion in the south that is basically targeting tunnels. This one, Uzaya, is obviously not an assassination because usually Israel does not issue warnings when they want to do assassinations. They only issue warnings when they want to target missile depots or heavy weapons depots. So this is probably one of the Hezbollah's buildings that is hosting one of these missiles or weapons depots. It's obvious from the scenes that this is like you can see, like heavy explosion of these sites, which indicate weapons exploding. So
Hanin, if I could just ask you, you said you see this as a further escalation. Explain that.
Yes. A further escalation because we know that in the next 2 months, basically, there are no restrictions for the Israeli prime minister and and his wars in Gaza and Lebanon. The elections is over. One administration is leaving, and the new administration, we know that Trump told the Israelis that when I come to office, I want you to be done. So they do have until January 25th in order to finish the job, and the job is basically to mitigate Hezbollah's military capabilities. So there will be an escalation in terms when it comes to incursion in the south of Lebanon, but also in terms of eliminating Hezbollah's weapons and their commanders. So I'm expecting in the next 2 months would not be that not only an escalation in Lebanon, but also they will have a free hand in the rest of the region, and maybe Iran, if Iran decides to retaliate. There might be less restrictions on the strike on Iran, less restrictions in the region, and definitely less restrictions in Lebanon, especially that they know they do not have a lot of time to finish the job. They will have to finish it in the next 2 or 3 months.
Okay, honey, we have to leave it there for now, but thank you so much for joining us on that breaking news that we're following. And just a reminder of these two stories, the two pictures that we have up for you. One, these pictures in southern Beirut, if we can look at those, the plumes of smoke going up in the sky there. We've seen several explosions in southern Beirut, from what we understand from journalists on the ground, that this came hours after Israeli army officials ordered residents in 4 districts to evacuate, and footage there showing those plumes of smoke rising. We're trying to ascertain what exactly has been struck, as we mentioned there, but we're going to continue to follow these images for you. And we're also, of course, following that historic election victory for Donald Trump. He will be the president-elect now, getting back into the White House. So come back in a few minutes. We're back with more news.
Hello there. High pressure has dominated the weather story so far this November. It's brought a lot of quiet weather around, but at times a misty autumnal flavour. We barely saw the tops of the skyscrapers of the City of London on Wednesday, but further north and west there were brief glimpses of sunshine and some warmth. Temperatures in Fermanagh peaking at 18 Celsius. Now that warmth is staying with us. So dawn, those temperatures not having fallen very far at all. 13 degrees in Stornoway. The average overnight low at this stage in the year should be around 3 or 4 Celsius here. So the high pressure just drifts that little bit further east. We're still tapping into this southerly flow. That's pushing the warm air from the near continent across us. A little bit more of a breeze, though, out towards the west. And that has the potential maybe to break the cloud up a little bit in West Wales and certainly across northern areas of Scotland in particular. Elsewhere, after a misty start, a lot of low grey cloud for much of central and eastern England. But it'll still be mild out there. Generally, temperatures 12 to 14 Celsius. But we could see mid-teens, maybe even higher in the far northwest once again. Into Friday, subtle change in wind direction could bring a little more sunshine for some, a bit more of a southeasterly. That could break the cloud up in a few spots. So once again, we will be chasing cloud amounts around. But because the wind direction changing a little, slightly fresher feel, we're looking at around 10 to 13 Celsius for many. As we move into the weekend, well, weather fronts are trying desperately hard to push in from the west, but obviously the high is blocking them and weakening them off all the time. So there's a risk of a little more cloud out to the west on Saturday, the odd spot or two of drizzly, showery rain, nothing particularly significant. Another grey day, a quiet day, light winds and a pleasant feel out there for many. So we'll see top temperatures again between 11 and 14 degrees, perhaps 16 in the far southwest. Into Sunday, there is a greater chance of seeing a weather front producing some rain. Now, again, the rain will weaken as it moves its way steadily eastwards, but it's a cold front, and behind it, it's introducing a slightly different air source, and that will bring some fresher weather. So the potential for some light rain on Sunday. By the time we get into Monday, a little more sun.
Today, we're looking at AI.
Well, initially, people thought it was just sci-fi nonsense, but it's
banking, medicine, education, even my phone.
Oh. Generative AI can now create art, music, even...
Write his coursework. Yeah, so obviously, I'm
afraid about the impact on jobs, but I wouldn't let a robot do that.
The big conversations begin today on Radio 4. Listen on BBC Sounds.
We're going to start with what's happening when it comes to climate change.
We cannot normalize this.
This is going to appeal to more people than just his base.
And that's really the nub of this. The hard part comes next.
That gift of panda diplomacy.
But this is the first time we've done this in modern history.
And we're going to say unprecedented a lot.
The news is just words without the context.
And this is the context.
Weeknights from 8 on BBC News and iPlayer.
Ukraine is just about holding the front here, while the Russians have launched this fresh assault.
Everywhere you look, there are uprooted trees, there are bits of building, and the destruction is just in every direction.
Incendiary drones were dropped here. We know this was the military junta because the rebels don't have that kind of weaponry.
When you can hear the tear gas canisters being lobbed at the protesters.
There when the story breaks. BBC News. Follow on the app.
And welcome back to the BBC's U.S. election results program, live from Washington, D.C. Congratulations pouring in for Donald Trump as he promises a new golden age for the United States.
I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve.
Kamala Harris concedes her bid for U.S. president after congratulating Donald Trump. At least 2 huge explosions in the Lebanese capital, Beirut, following a warning to evacuate by the Israeli army. President Biden. I'm Sumi Somaskanda. Thank you for joining us. President Biden has congratulated President-elect Donald Trump on his victory and invited him to the White House. Projections show Donald Trump won many of the key swing states, including Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia. He is ahead in the final 2 states yet to declare, Nevada and Arizona. He also won the popular vote, saying he had earned an unprecedented and powerful mandate. In a phone call to the president-elect, President Biden said he was committed to ensuring a smooth transition of power and highlighted the importance of bringing the country together. He is due to address the nation tomorrow, and he also congratulated his vice president, Kamala Harris, on what he called an historic campaign. It was a sweeping victory for the Republicans, with the party also retaking control over the Senate. So what does happen next? Well, Donald Trump now has a 75-day transition period to appoint his team before Inauguration Day, which is due to take place on the 20th of January. We don't know every name Donald Trump will be inviting onto his team, but we do know some of the names that have been floated, including former presidential candidate Robert Kennedy Jr. and Tesla CEO Elon Musk, one of the Trump campaign's most prominent supporters. Mr. Trump thanked his supporters at a victory rally Tuesday in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Our country has never seen before nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Vice President Kamala Harris did call Donald Trump today to concede and congratulate him, and she's made her first public comment since losing the presidential election. Let's take a listen to some of that speech.
In our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States. And loyalty to our conscience and to our God. My allegiance to all 3 is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. The fight for freedom, for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. A fight for the ideals at the heart of our nation, the ideals that reflect America at our best. That is a fight I will never give up.
Okay, well, Democrats are starting to dissect all the information that has come in from this election, how voters cast their ballots. So let's go to Azadeh Mashiri, who's been tracking what the exit polls tell us about how people voted.
That's right. We're dissecting all of that information as well. And it's worth reminding everyone that this exit poll data is actually still coming in. But we are seeing several trends here. And one of the big stories of this election so far, according to the data, is that Kamala Harris has been underperforming with voting groups that the Democrats typically have relied on in previous elections, whereas Donald Trump has been making inroads with them. So let's pick out two groups, younger voters as well as black voters. When it comes to younger voters, Kamala Harris did win them over nationally, but that picture is particularly different when you look at younger men. And this is really stark when you look at Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, 58% of younger men voted for Donald Trump. That's a group that Joe Biden won by 9 points in 2020. So in this election, more than half of younger men voted for for Donald Trump, according again to this exit poll data that could change, whereas in 2020 Joe Biden won that group by 9 points. Now if I take you to Michigan, which is another state like Pennsylvania, which is part of that blue wall that Kamala Harris needed to win, 46% of young voters who were surveyed overall voted for Kamala Harris. And yet the figure in 2020 for Joe Biden was 61%. So 46%, under half, versus 61% in 2020. So you're seeing a really big difference here in how she performed with younger voters as well as younger men. Now let's take you to the figures for black voters, because overall she did win a majority of black voters according to those surveyed. About 85% of black voters nationally voted for Kamala Harris compared to 13% for Donald Trump. But those figures are still under Joe Biden's figures from 2020. Now, North Carolina is when it gets particularly interesting when you look at the situation with black men, because she underperformed with them again. 1 in 5 black men say they backed Donald Trump. Now, that is more than double the figure he had in 2020, more than double. And so he's made really significant inroads here with black men. North Carolina, another key battleground state that he won in this election. Now, I want to take you also to one more group. That's independents, because they did swing for Donald Trump, and we haven't talked about them quite as much. 54% of independent voters in Georgia, for example, another battleground state, say they backed Donald Trump. Now, that is a group that in Georgia, Joe Biden in 2020 won by 9 points. So again, you're seeing a real reversal in how these voting groups that Democrats typically have relied on, so younger voters and black voters, and here independent voters have come to their decisions here. But of course, usual caveats. This is exit poll data, and believe it or not, even now, after Donald Trump has declared his victory, after Kamala Harris has conceded, these figures could actually still change. But the big story here is some figures show that Kamala Harris has underperformed with those groups that they used to rely on in the Democratic Party.
To that sweeping victory, didn't it, for Donald Trump? All right. Thank you so much for that information, Azadeh. Now, we are also following a breaking news from the Middle East at this hour, a huge explosion hitting southern Beirut. It came about an hour after the Israeli army called for residents to leave the area near Beirut's airport, which is a Hezbollah stronghold. And according to Lebanese state media, 9 Israeli strikes hit the south of the capital on Wednesday. The Israeli army says that the targets were Hezbollah command centers and weapons depots. Earlier, Lebanese health officials said that 55 people were killed during Israeli bombing in the eastern Baalbek-Hermel region. Well, Christian Fraser has been looking at how the Middle East conflict impacted the outcome of the U.S. presidential election. Christian, what can you tell us?
Look, if you want to win across the battleground states, you have to build coalitions of voters. And in the context of what we're talking about tonight in the Middle East, that can sometimes be really complex. So let's focus on Michigan for a second. This is Wayne County. It's the most populous county in Michigan, over 1 million voters, but part of that electorate is Dearborn. 55% of them are Arab Americans of Middle Eastern descent. And I'm just looking at the exit poll tonight. 42% of them went for Donald Trump, 36% of them for Kamala Harris, and 18% of them for Jill Stein, for the third party candidate. So she lost a lot of that Arab American vote. They did not come back to the Democrats, and you see it if you just look at the difference in the margin here with Hillary Clinton in 2016, who also lost the state. She was below that figure of 66%. Now, across the way in Pennsylvania, she had another problem. There's quite a big Jewish American vote here in Pennsylvania, and especially in this part of the state. But who is the governor in Pennsylvania? Josh Shapiro. And as part of the fallout today, there are some saying she should have chosen Josh Shapiro because he really does appeal across the rural counties in Pennsylvania. But maybe, I don't know this, but maybe she couldn't choose him because she was fearful of antagonising the Arab American vote in Michigan, which had already said it was going to be uncommitted. What happened across the country? She lost 7% of the Jewish vote that Joe Biden had in 2020, and you see a little bit of that in Philadelphia. For the first time, her margin there fell below 80%. There are around 45,000 Jewish voters in Bucks, and that was a county that she lost, which Joe Biden had taken in 2020. So in trying to suit both parties and in trying to hold this coalition together, she suited neither.
That is fascinating. All right, Kristen. Thank you so much for that. Let's talk more about this now with my guests, Kay Bailey Hutchison, former U.S. Permanent Representative to NATO and former U.S. Senator. And we also have former Democratic Congresswoman Jane Harman. Great to see you both. And I'll start with you, Jane Harman, and ask you, foreign policy usually does not play a big role in U.S. elections. We were just seeing some of the data showing not